Hello everyone and welcome to the Summoners War World Arena Championship 2026 for our 10th ever edition of the SWC. We're here for the Europe Preliminaries day number 3, and of course bringing you all that action is myself, Sam, joined by Mr. Sei Shizu. Now Sei, we had last weekend, we've had 4 qualified players going into our Europe Cup later this year. Are you excited for this weekend?
Oh, I'm super excited for today because we got a lot of crazy matches. Some of these matches even could be, like if you just blindly ask someone, like, hey, we got a RAXXAZ against ISMOO matchup. Where in the tournament would that be? It's like maybe a finals? No, it is a round 1 on day 3. So one of those players is not going to make it today, but we're definitely all here to find out. And there's so many more matches coming your way.
There's definitely a lot of matches. We've got a grand total of 8 today where we're going to get another 4 players that are going to qualify through for our Europe Cup. Also say last week, first time we've really seen stack bans in a competitive format as well. Do you think any of the players have learned from last weekend and can maybe adapt going into today?
Oh, we have seen for stack ban, I think 3 different kind of styles of stack pre-ban. You could go either for banning out the counter picks, so therefore you can't be counted by, let's say, a Fern or any kind of specific late pick unit in Aya, or you go for banning out the core, which I think has been the best strategy thus far, so banning out the most common unit of the enemy team. In case of LDs, very easy. In the case of non-LDs, it's a little bit harder because you're probably banning out your own unit, or you just go straight for banning something that enables one of your units, whereas we have seen a Layla being pre-banned very early on, which just enabled different units for the enemy. But first of all, we got the overview of the tournament.
Exactly, here we have the overview. It was double elimination, but folks, for today, if you lose, you are out of the SWC this year. Every player needs to win well, all of their matches, even if they've got 1 or if they've got 2, in order to get to our Europe Cup, which is going to be happening on the 26th of September in Hamburg. Obviously, they're trying to get some prize money along the way as well. A grand total of 216,000 smackaroonies are available for the winner. Well, the winners, I should say, in total, split between all of them. And we've already got our 1 qualified player from that open qualifier in Korea, say, being Skit. But there's still 11 spots up for grabs, right? And we want some more Europeans to really get there.
Yeah, we still have 3 spots to fill for the European Cup, but first we have to get towards 8 qualified players for the Europe Cup itself. Also, we do already see a bunch of the Chinese players being qualifying in the qualifier that they had earlier this morning. They will have another qualifying round tomorrow, but we also have a very nice announcement for you guys. I'm going to hand this over to you, Sam.
There we have it. We are going to be launching our tickets for the Europe Cup in Hamburg. They're going to be available on the 21st of August, which is next Friday for everybody, at 6 o'clock at universe.com. So make sure you stay in tune for all of the social media that we have, Summoners War EU on Instagram, to see where the links will be to go and grab your tickets. It's going to be happening on the 26th of September at 2 o'clock, the actual event in Experion. Super excited for all of that, Say. And, you know, people need to be there on time, online, right? Because these tickets go so fast.
Yeah, we actually have seen it with different events like Tour of Europe. They're sold out in just a minute. Especially in Paris, these events go crazy fast. Berlin, most of the time, these events go super fast as well. But in Hamburg, it's a little bit new, so you don't really know if you have to be there quick. So therefore, I would recommend you to be there quick exactly at, what was it, 6 p.m.?
6 p.m. next Friday, universe.com. Make sure you are there to claim your ticket for that Europe Cup. And like you said, Say, you know, it's a new spot for everybody as well within Europe. We're going to Hamburg. If you're from Hamburg, let us know in chat if you're going to be, you know, a 5-minute walk away from actually getting to watch some live competitive Summoners War RTA right there. And how good is it to be at the event, Say?
It's always crazy good to be at events because you get to meet all the players, but it's also one of those things. A lot of guilds kind of go together as a get-togethering thing where they have some drinks before, some drinks after. Maybe they book a hotel together on Airbnb. It's always super nice to meet people in person. But also, of course, we got this prediction event. And how have you been doing on those predictions so far?
Yeah, I've been doing okay, Say. I'm missing a few. I need to go back and make sure I get some of those extra emblems because I don't want to be missing out on all of the awards that I can get from claiming them. You know, I want my LDs, I want my SWC scroll. And in all honesty, in my account, I probably need the re-apps as well. But, you know, that's part of the tail that it takes to, you know, improve your account on Summoners War, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And of course, as you already mentioned, this is what you're all doing it for. Those scrolls that you see on the screen right here. Plus, maybe you still need a Devilmon or two.
Yes, I am definitely in that situation, say. So I'm seeing 2 on there. I'm hoping I can get at least 2. Maybe I might even get a few more, but let's see how we get on with today anyway. Like I said, we've got 8 matches today, a total that's going to be huge for everybody to watch right there. And we'll be taking a look at our bracket very soon. You already commented at the start, say, ISMOO versus RAXXAZ being a day 3 round 1 match is unheard of. But there's plenty of other matches as well that are also going to be real highlights, okay?
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot. I think it was day 1. We had One For All playing a full LD draft against FAMICOM. One For All, once again, is going to be in our first match of today, but he's going to be playing against TEQTEQ, which we all do know that he's going for them cleaves. He loves all about the cleaves. But then again, on the leaderboards the last few days, he has been playing a bit of a different draft. Winner of that has to be playing against Neft. And for match 2, we have Glorious against CYBEROPA. Let's see who's gonna win from that. And then from match 3, we have UNMAXFATIGUE Smokes into REINCA, which is a guaranteed new player in SWC European Cup.
It is, and you love to see the new people coming in, you know, really kind of testing the old dogs, I would say, that are already kind of at the Europe Cup year in, year out. As we've already know, we've got 4 qualified players already there, and these guys are trying to be those final 4 to kind of fill the rest of what that bracket will look like. Some absolute bangers. Stay tuned for all of the matches. Let us know in chat who you're supporting today, who you're wanting to go all the way through to that Europe Cup. There'll only be 4 of them, but maybe you can get some predictions right inside the chat as well. Say, I mean, do you think it's the day of underdogs, or do you think the favourites are going to come through on a day 3?
Well, it's actually rough to say. From day 1, we had 4 players of Origin. In our first matches right now, once again, we have 4 players of Origin. So let's see if we do a little bit better than we did in day 1.
Exactly, you know, supporting the guild. If there's any people else from Origin in chat, make sure to let us know. We've obviously got One For All versus TEQTEQ in our very first match of the day. It sounds like a juice score, but 14-all versus TEQTEQ is sudden death. 2 debuts, 1 survivor. All for 1, and only 1 will move on in this one. So let's find out in the very first draft.
Yeah, let's see what we're gonna go for. One For All was heavily contesting his Aragorn against FAMICOM, but that was because FAMICOM also did have an Aragorn. In the case of TEQTEQ, it's not the case, but you're stealing away the main core unit of a cleave potential, which is a finesse. So I like that style over there.
Yeah, and TEQTEQ kind of going back to maybe what he's more known from on ladder as well there, say, picking up that C grid, knows it's a real kind of element of his comp that he can't really get rid of, but we see that Dark Aragorn coming out now.
Yeah, Dark Aragorn is definitely signaling that he's okay with TEQTEQ getting that first turn, because that secret is definitely going to take first turn. And we're actually going to go in a Bruiser route where we take in the Huarang. So he wants to counter the Bruiser, where I think TEQTEQ is most comfortable in the water, just simply taking his first turn. But we're not actually going to go full damage. We're going a bit of Bruiser damage related.
Yeah, that She-Ho coming out obviously will be taking a very early turn as well, usually built on that speed. But like you said, can kind of survive through because of that invincibility and the immunity. Really plays out over the kind of constant of a whole match. But Etna's a signal of speed as well. Wow.
Yeah, Etna's a signal of speed, but there's also great counts to an Etna. A Light Unicorn is a great counter. You could also be thinking something along the likes of Rakdos, because there's potentially a lot of crits on the enemy side. Plus, there's no sustain yet on the side of TEQTEQ. If it comes in the 5th, you can band it out. So let's see if One For All wants to play a sustain game, or he's going to be countering with his own passives.
Let's find out. He's picking that final 5th pick right here. Like you said, does he need some more? Okay, we've seen a Jaeger. Can obviously get some threat state if he gets any of those revenges through from an S2 from... wow, okay, Ian.
Ian, also known as the Light Ezio. Last time we have seen that is quite a while back. That was before its buff. Now it finally has the crit rate awaken. Is it going to make it through in this match? Because that is definitely a cleave unit right there. And I think we're going to say goodbye to that Light Unicorn.
Yeah, Light Unicorn, get rid of some of the sustain coming through. He's gone for the Vanessa. He didn't want the revive in case that Ian got through. The mind games coming through in that pick and ban phase right there, say. Likely to have a speed lead coming out from TEQTEQ. A defense lead on Light with 3 units is pretty strong as well for One For All. In our very first match of today in the Europe Preliminaries, day number 3. I think it's TEQTEQ's turn.
Yeah, it's definitely TEQTEQ's turn, and all of the attack bars on the enemy side are not more than about 75 to 80%. Going for the capture first, does not connect it on this full resistance unit. Are we higher on the accuracy over there? We are.
We managed to get that stun coming through. Sigrid now is going to be teaming up. Can you get some more damage coming throughout? It feels like he's not going to be able to snipe something away though, say.
No, he doesn't get any snipes, but at least he gets the stun. The stun was super crucial because otherwise there would be immunity up in that second rotation. Now at least you can go for an Athena skill 2 and potentially more damage coming after. But I'm still kind of curious, where's the real damage gonna come from? Because you probably have to start hitting this Jaeger right now.
Yeah, and if not, look there, the threat state coming out. It's going to be annoying. He can go for the AoE, does get that one stun, but again, Jaeger time.
Oh, the Jaeger's doing so much work. If he gets a few more of those counts in every time, you have to hit this Jaeger, and that's the one thing you don't want to be hitting right now. The others are sitting on defense breaks, the others are low on HP, but you can't simply not hit them. There's actually 2 stolen threat states right now, but where are you going to send your first?
Yeah, where are you going to send it? Do you just want to confirm a kill? Or he doesn't confirm it right now, but I mean, Aragon's going to be able to sweep.
Yeah, Aragon, it's just a question, which skill do you want to go for? You could go for skill 2, but it doesn't add that much. Just a simple skill 1 is fine, but units are looking not that lively. You have to get your Unicorn online. If the Unicorn takes an additional turn, it might be very crucial, but we have an alter ego coming in from this monkey. You can choose who you want to take out, and he's definitely taking his time choosing his target.
Yeah, he's going in for that Unicorn. Doesn't manage to kill it, but luckily for TEQTEQ, there was no additional turn there, say.
Oh, that additional turn could have absolutely turned the tables right there. That was a risky play right there, but I could see the vision because the moment the Unicorn is gone, you can probably take out the others. But so far, it's still a rough match. But that additional turn helps you out a lot.
Definitely does right there. Skill 1, maybe even you want to try going the Unicorn. Hopefully it might get something. Oh!
Yeah, we do get it over there. It's also one of those questions. 15%, is that enough on that right side, bottom right side? Jaeger, is that 15%? It kind of does look like 50%, but I wouldn't bet on it, and neither does TEQTEQ.
No, confirm your kills in SWC, say. We say it every single time. A unit off the field is so much better than it just managing to survive, and Hwoarang's going to have to do the miracle.
Yeah, Hwoarang has to do a lot of work, but his weakest form of playing against is additional damage artifacts. There's pretty much full stack on this monkey, and there's most likely a lot on this secret as well. So I don't really see this Hwoarang doing it, unless he can take out this monkey before the monkey takes his next turn.
Yeah, can he get it here right now? He's going to probably send it into it, get some through damage onto it. Does he get the additional? No additional, it's huge.
Oh, I think the additional, if he were to take the additional, I think he might have actually taken it. But in this case, turn goes to the monkey, and we got some alter egos coming in for clean damage, giving the victory to TEQTEQ.
TEQTEQ 1-0 up in our first match of the day in this Europe preliminaries, say. I mean, he came through, didn't quite snipe through, but kind of bruised his snipe. Is that a term?
Yeah, I like that one. I like the one. Also, last time we saw it with TEQTEQ, where he did not have any unit in the pre-ban, he had the most amount of freedom for his cleave style. In this case, he immediately loses his secret. Also, interesting enough, he's banning out the same. It wasn't drafted last time, but it's definitely one of those units that can enable a lot more dots on the style of TEQTEQ. Is he gonna go some Hey Gang tricks kind of style? Let's see.
I mean, he probably can now, because his Sigrid has also been banned out, something that's kind of key with his comp when he's taking that first turn. But, I mean, a Vanessa signals that he's still going for something.
Yeah, we're definitely still going for something, and that something is high base speed units. Are we going to go back to an Athena itself as well? Because you got to keep in mind, there is a Ragdoll on the enemy side, which is always dangerous when you're drafting that Athena.
Definitely is. Those crits are going to be eaten up by him right there. Shiho is currently in that second pick at the moment, though, say, and he is locking in an early Etna.
Yeah, that's definitely an early Athena right now. I'm not 100% sure if One For All has a Ragdoll, but it's one of those players, 60 LD5s. There's probably a Ragdoll in that box, right? He finds a FIFA gel, is very good into the Shiho, but let's see if he does have a Ragdoll or something similar.
Yeah, he's working all these Dark units. Obviously, Han with that speed lead as well on Dark. Does he kind of go back to his full LD draft that we've seen in the past when he played in the very first match of the day? But he's stolen a Layla, maybe.
Layla, interesting take right there. It's one of those units, maybe more of a steal, expecting it to come out of TEQTEQ in a position 4 and 5, because it is a really good pair, especially when that Seimei is already banned. So I think it's more of a steal rather than a comfortable pick. But the big question is still, TEQTEQ is going to take a comfortable first turn rotation, but where are we going to pair up with those units? Adding in a Lima, definitely more for a bruiser potential once again.
Yeah, just in case it goes a bit longer. And he's changed things up there, taking through the tricks as well, so I mean, that's a real change up in 4 and 5.
Yeah, that's definitely a change-up, which could be dangerous. It could work out, but you have to be fighting this Han and also Aragorn, which just simply do a lot of damage. The thing is, on this Layla, she will take a turn a little bit later because there's no speed lead for her just yet.
Exactly, and he's kind of, wow, rounding everything off with a Juno here, so wants to kind of eat up some of the debuffs that might come out from the side of TEQTEQ with the stuns, the defense breaks, and everything else that Trix brings.
Yeah, big question right now is, do we respect the FIFA Chow? In this case, the FIFA Chow will definitely move after the Shiho and after the Afna, which makes FIFA Chow in the best position drafted. So therefore, you should probably be respecting it. On the other side, are you going to go for something along the lines of the Trix or the Juno, or do you rather take out some of the damage?
Let's find out here. You've taken out that Juno, taken out the Lima as well. So it's likely we've got that speed lead on Dark, and we've got a speed lead probably coming through with the Vanessa as well. So it is speed lead going in to our Summoner's War. Day 3 of the Europe Preliminaries. Currently TEQTEQ 1-0 up against One For All. Can he regain a point though?
Once again, full rotation coming into these units. Also can cleanly go for the Shatter because there's no fire units on the field, nothing to counter any of those crits. And we do get our first hit off right away, but there's still a lot more units to CC.
There definitely is a lot to CC. Or do you try and go for the kill? No, he's gone into that Vicho. Does get the stun though, say.
Does get a very crucial stun. You can go for the skill too. It will add a lot more damage to it. Because it most likely will team up with this. Han is still going to go for skill 1. No additional turn, but we at least have the Trix cutting in for the other units. So at least Han will take a proper turn right now.
He will take a turn. Vanessa has the turn next. Do you try and bounce? No, he confirms the kill instead, say.
Yeah, I'm liking the style where it just confirms the kill. And it's also working out very well for TEQTEQ. Just playing a similar style that we have seen Obabo or Pinkroyd play. Speed leads plus high base speed units, just taking out units before the enemy takes a turn.
Exactly. Han not getting an early defense break there. Not as much damage as he probably wanted to see. Can look to try and get a stun out though. Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, good rotation on that additional turn right there. But do we get a defense break? We don't get a defense break as of yet. All or Nothing is a very much all rotation right now and is once again still sitting on that immunity. So this is going to be a rough uphill battle for One For All once again.
Yeah, TEQTEQ is going to be taking this one right here, say, because Etna's going to be able to cycle. You can even just confirm your kill if you wanted against Aragorn instead.
Yeah, he could have actually went for probably a cleaner play on the skill 3 of the Etna because then you wouldn't lose your tech bar. But in this case, it's still fine enough because your units were very lively and TEQTEQ is making this game look easy so far.
Yeah, he's 2-0 up right here then against One For All in our first match of the Day 3 Europe Preliminaries set. I mean, he's known for kind of being fast and sniping, and he's getting away with it right now. One For All has to kind of change things up here.
Yeah, I think he's letting his enemy too much on that turn 1. One For All has great swift runes as well. Maybe he's just scared of speed checking both of the fast units on the side of TEQTEQ, but you could always ban out one and then just like pre-ban one, post-ban the other, and then have your own fast units or more contesting on the Shio or something. Or we're just simply going to be banning out that Shio. Also, I'm not 100% sure if he does not have a Ragdoll because he should be drafting Ragdoll against those Athna's early picks if he had one.
He definitely should. And you can see here, we've got Vanessa coming out, so stealing that speed lead from the side of TEQTEQ right here. TEQTEQ before has been kind of going Fire Megumi maybe when he lost it out right there. But like you said, is there a Ragdoll in that box?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure right now. We're going to go for a very heavy Bruiser style on the side of TEQTEQ right now. Rather than going Bruiser late, we're going to go Bruiser early.
Yeah, he's changing it up then a lot then against One For All. Bringing out that Jaeger, it did a lot of good work with the threat state in that first set, but obviously the rest of the team had no sustain because of the kill of that light unicorn. That looks quite strong though.
That definitely looks quite strong, but once again, he's going to give a turn 1 potentially to his enemy. And I just actually did double check on the side. One For All has 60 LD5s, but there's no Ragdoll. Exactly that key piece that he needed in those last 2 rounds.
Damn, you know, feels bad, dude. But we've been there and we're seeing Annabelle coming out then on the side of a TEQTEQ, really slowing things down from those first 2 sets.
Yeah, but also speeding it back up with that Athna, so it's still potentially looking at that first turn. But this is the time where we have a light unicorn, and I feel like the draft of One For All is very much well-rounded this time around to potentially fight a bruiser fight rather than a speed battle, which TEQTEQ is showing at this case.
He definitely is showing it right at this case right now. And an Abelio as well to kind of survive through it. So he's gone for even more sustain in the form of 2 this time around.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Abelio. It does feel pretty strong on paper. It's definitely against Cleaves, but then again, TEQTEQ has 2, now even 3 healers on the field. Abelio's a good healer for 1 rotation heal, but against 3 healers Bruiser team, it doesn't sound that strong. Plus, there's a lot of immunity already on the side of TEQTEQ, but not that many strips on the side of One For All.
Oh, yes, and Bolvert coming out in that 5th pick, signaling you kind of want to let that Unicorn through, but is that a mind game?
Yeah, you're definitely gonna let the Unicorn through, otherwise you don't have too much value, especially if you were to lose your Lima in this draft right now. But I think you could be going either for a strip ban, or you're just gonna go for a damage ban in the form of a Jaeger or an Aragorn ban.
Yeah, let's find out then right here. The last few seconds for our players to decide. It is going to be the Jaeger ban, and we're seeing the Anavel as well. So speed leads for both TEQTEQ and One For All available in this here, our 3rd set of the very first match of our Europe preliminaries right now. I mean, this could be crucial. It could be the first 3-0 of today if TEQTEQ can put everything together.
I think I really like this draft of TEQTEQ because the ban that One For All made on that Anavel was actually one of those units that probably the most struggle against the light Unicorn. And seeing that Bolvert on the field mostly signaled that you're leaving that Unicorn in. So TEQTEQ definitely seems to be having the upper hand in this draft right now.
He does. He's got that first turn with the Etna. He's gone for the skill 3 onto that Abelio as well. Does manage to land, but there's immunity for Aragorn.
Yeah, there's immunity. Once again, Aragorn is taking very much off turns. He's been doing so much skill 1 in the first rotation that this Aragorn almost feels useless in any of the drafts.
Yeah, and that's not what you want from such a powerful unit if he can get his skill 3 off right there. And I mean, Lima can provide more if she wants.
Ooh, bit of a dangerous play. I definitely do get the idea, but now you're gonna give Aragorn the chance to get a skill 3 off. This actually does not activate the passive, but if you were to kill it right now, it's gonna be bad. Plus, this Aragorn is outspeeding that Lima. I think you should have used your S3 earlier.
Yeah, maybe, but only time will tell if it actually comes into fruition. Say you've got Vanessa coming through, can look to get a strip, maybe a defense break, but where you going? Goes for the end. Oh, stun!
Oh, that stun is so crucial right there. Also gonna get the healing back up with the double heal coming back up. You always have to play to the idea that your enemy could take those additional turns because everything is suddenly looking at very high HP. Plus, Lima's gonna lose her cooldowns.
Yeah, losing the cooldowns. Aragorn's got real sweep of the field right here. Was that a resistance or it was? No, I think he landed.
I think he landed. It's pretty hard to see because there's so many skills and text flying at the same time. We're definitely going to see it the moment Lima takes a turn. But Lima's slowed at the moment, sitting at 0 attack bar and was already slower than this Aragorn. So it's going to take quite a while for these units to take turns.
It will. And if you can go even more Despair Stuns coming out. So, oh, I'm sorry, just skill 1s. Wow.
Yeah, just a simple skill 1 coming in. We're gonna get a massive amount of healing right now. Once again, going to this unit right there. Takes the additional turn, 2nd additional turn on this Bolvert. Normally you don't see too much Bolvert, but actually doesn't make a kill. Do we go defense break, wrong element? We go defense break, wrong element, 26k, and we take it out.
Huge. I mean, that's all the damage from TEQTEQ right there, it seems, off the field right now. Apart from that Bolvert needs stacks instantly.
Yeah, we do need those stacks. We once again, in this case, do get a Despair Stun from that Vanessa. But Lima has a great Bruiser unit, but she's still Bruiser as a support rather than a damage dealer.
Exactly. Unicorn doesn't need to transform. You don't want to give the stacks away to this Bolvert. It's the only damage left on the field, say.
Yeah, it's the only damage left on the field. Going to be for the steal over there. Does get stunned in the process. You can still do a massive heal if you were to send it on an Aragorn right now. But you also kind of have to be thinking about where is your actual damage going to go from. But that is a lot of optimism on this Bolvert taking an extra turn every turn so far.
He loves it. It's built into that skill at the moment right there, say. I mean, oh, but we're trading a lot of additional turns.
Yeah, we're absolutely trading those additional turns back and forth, but this is all pretty much the starting point of the timeline that we saw. Start of the end was not activated by this Lima, therefore the whole team was open to all those additional turns and everything going wrong right now.
Exactly, but hindsight is a wonderful thing. You don't know it until you're playing those additional turns coming through. Like you said, Lima not getting that skill. And look how healthy One For All is.
And One For All is looking at full HP, still has the passive of this Vanessa, so there's all to play for. There's not too much damage on the side of One For All, unless we get a defense break setup for this Abelio. But the defense break on itself, defense scaling, might not do as much damage right now.
Definitely not yet. Like you said, you can set up a defense break, landing, and wow, so many stuns from that Vanessa.
Yeah, that Vanessa is definitely taking up the stun rate. I'm also curious, if you send this skill 2, does it go with the Vanessa? No, goes with himself. Teaming up with yourself is never the right choice.
No, you'd hate to see it when you're teaming up with yourself right there. But I mean, it's going to be enough that chip damage eventually to kind of get through his and One for All likely to get back 1 point against TEQTEQ. That's inbuilt. What?
Yeah, that's about it. Like, this is the moment where if you're new to the game, you start looking up Vanessa's like, when did she got changed to get a Despair stun on her skill 1? Wait, she doesn't.
And that was so many times, but there you go, 1 for All, bringing it back to 2-1 against TEQTEQ in this one right here, going into our next round of those stack bans, and it's very fast. I like it. Etna and Aragorn, 2 dangerous units out of the field.
I think that TEQTEQ actually had the Aragorn very much covered. It was just that he wasn't really utilizing the Lima well enough. But he's also losing all of his cleave-style units right now, so he has to go for Bruiser, unless he still has his Elsharion, because Elsharion, the Ifrit on Light, he hasn't played at all yet. But he might actually just switch up his draft where he doesn't have it ruined right now.
Let's find out in that slot 2 and 3. But I mean, 1 for All has really changed it up today. We've got Nephthys and we've got that Laura coming out. There's going to be a lot of debuffs and there's no Seimei available.
There's no Seimei available, but I also already know exactly what's gonna go for this draft. He's gonna add in more units on crit and he's gonna drop in that Legolas on the 5th pick right there. That's probably what he's aiming for. This is a high-speed draft and therefore TEQTEQ does react very well with also a high-speed unit of himself plus a Heigang.
Yeah, wants to get rid of, obviously, if the strips get rid, he's going to be able to boost up that team. A Vivachel, another signal of speed right here. Probably needs one more speed lead potentially coming through, though.
Yeah, let's see if he goes for another speed lead, or does he go for... Yep, that's where we definitely have another speed lead. Definitely heavy on the Bruiser once again. Could potentially end up with only 1 strip if he locks in that Legolas on the 5th. So maybe the Legolas on the 5th has less potential right now.
It does. Layla coming out on the field for the side of TEQTEQ as well. Wants to kind of interrupt, get those stuns, anti-cleanse, everything that she can bring to the field. His 5th pick as well.
Yeah, 5th pick. Is he going to go for some more immunity once again on the side of a Lima? Because there's only 1 strip on your enemy side, which makes a Lima very strong in that case.
Exactly. It feels like 1 for All needs like a speed lead and a strip say. Are we calling out like a Chiwu?
Well, you could only Chiwu in this case if you guaranteed ban your Heigang, but I think he's still really eyeballing this Legolas because the first 2 units signal way too much potential for this Legolas getting the additional turns in. You could maybe blast through just simply enough, but no, we're actually going to go for a Juno, which is still definitely a Heigang ban right there in my book.
Yeah, get rid of that Heigang, and obviously then you can strip and kind of really control the rest of the team coming through. But on the side of 1 for All,
ooh, on the side of 1 for All, you could go for respecting that Juno. The Juno can be pretty annoying, but so can do any of the other units that could do a lot of damage. But as long as your Layla does very well, Juno should be the right ban.
Let's find out then the last few seconds here. It's currently 2-1 to TEQTEQ in our first match of the day 3, and it is respected. Layla also taken out, so you're going to have to deal with that Heigang as well, and the Lima combo going through into this one. Say, I mean, wow, here we have it. We're going to be having a speed lead on both sides, likely. I mean, is he maybe deciding which one? He goes for the 24 so he can get the Laura, that extra speed as well. Going into it, 1 for All versus TEQTEQ, 2-1 to TEQTEQ. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, let's see. It's right now all about the turn and the rotation of this Vivachel. If Vivachel can take out pretty much the full attack bar or the full HP bar of a unit, then it could be very nice for 1 for All. But let's see if that is going to happen, because there we already have it, and it's not really at the right timing.
No, he's still got enough of that attack bar, but he has sent it anyway to just get it down, but there's a Vanessa to revive.
Yeah, there's a Vanessa to revive, but I think it might actually be the right play. It's actually going to be moving next once again, but the Lima's not going to cut it. So if you were to send the skill 2, you might actually take it out. Doesn't take it out just yet. You need that attack bar gain right now. Can you get the attack bar gain? Doesn't actually get it.
Doesn't get it right there, so you can look to confirm your skill if you want right here. There's obviously immunity on the field just with the skill 1.
Yeah, just with a skill 1, that's all you needed right there. In this case, skill 2 would actually wake up things. So I think just sending a skill 1 for now is the best play. Don't wake up that Vivachel, but you definitely have to go for a skill 3 right now. Otherwise, you might end up being stunned.
Yeah, exactly. It was the fault of the last set as well, so he didn't use skill 3 early enough. He sent it this time round. Is that... It's not a Despair Vanessa on that side, maybe?
Yeah, it might not be a Despair Vanessa, but also the main targets. Ooh, that additional turn, removing that defense break right there is very crucial for One For All. You now really have to send that skill too. But also the big damage coming in is going to be rough. And main damage output is that Han. So let's see if he's focusing that first, or do you focus a Laura that's half HP already?
He's changed it up then, going for that hand, knowing how much damage that it can provide as this match kind of really goes on. TEQTEQ really needs to get a revive coming through. Vanessa needs to cycle.
Yeah, Vanessa, if you're on Violent, this is your time to go for Violence. Doesn't get it as of yet. We still have Glancing, and also the next hit on the simple solution will be on Glancing, so therefore cycling potential is going to be a lot less. Big question right now, Lima's nerf. Do you want to go for the slows, because your slows are a lower chance of actually landing, or do we simply go for skill 1 damage? We add in skill 1 damage.
That's a call out to say from Yonder. Yeah, get that skill 1 damage in. Hagan can look to try and push back as well. No stun coming out, but that hand might be going down soon.
Han might be going down soon. We actually do get a Glancing over here. We don't have any skills available as of yet. Do we get cycling? Also Glancing, so you cannot land your rotations.
Oh, does get it.
And the increased cooldown was huge, because otherwise, oh, this additional turn is so perfect. It's even more perfect than the additional turn on the other side. It looks to be 100 resistance, but then again, there's just so much damage flying in from a perfect rotation additional turn on this Han.
Exactly, manages to get through, and obviously using that revive, so he can't bring the Elsharion back. Do you have to skill 3 and just go safety?
Yeah, you definitely have to go safety, because, oh, that additional turn, it's kind of a double-edged sword at this moment, because you would have liked your protection against the Laura skill 3 coming in, but then again, it's not the worst to have it at that rotation. Too bad no pushback right there, but there's skills available on this Laura, unless...
Oh, nearly another cool time. We've got the defense break from the Vanessa right there, and now you're sending that skill 3. I mean, it could come in clutch.
Oh, the additional turn once again. You hate to see it when Laura goes S3, S2, but there's just the clean up of the other units, and I think we're gonna go all the way best of 5, because that was the last bit of the damage on the side of TEQTEQ.
It was, and right now you can just focus in that damage, maybe even into the Vanessa. Going for the Hagang instead.
Yeah, we got another Curse of the Blessing coming in, but we also have Seal on that unit, so even if you were to normally have a chance to Despair Stun, it ain't gonna happen on this turn.
It's not coming through there. We've got Vanessa again, so many turns away from that revive, and that's why TEQTEQ has conceded this one here. We're 2-2. The very first match of today, going to a full best of 5 set. I mean, Vanessas are doing crazy work in this match.
Yeah, Vanessa both sides doing crazy work, but it definitely does show the moment that a Cleave player loses more and more units, he gets more of a struggle in there. The first 2 matches were really the carry by the Shiho and the Athena, taking units out before the enemy even moved. In this case, TEQTEQ did have a lot more struggles with doing the same thing.
Yeah, he did right there. We're going for our last version of the stack ban. We're seeing a Lima respected taken out, and that Laura. I think the Lima one is a good one.
Yeah, Lima is definitely a great one right there, because the moment TEQTEQ has to deviate towards Bruiser, Lima has the core Bruiser. So TEQTEQ now not only lost his Cleave, he also lost his Bruiser potential. So let's see if he can hold on this match.
That is why stack bans are super important here, say as well. If you just look at the side of One For All, he's probably banned out so many good sets. You've got an Etna, a Shiho, and you've got that Sigrid, and then now you've got his Bruiser set with the Lima. This could be One For All's.
Yeah, let's see if he can round off this draft very well, because in the end, One For All has so many units to still play for. He can still go towards Han, he can still go towards Viva Gel, there's so many other things, and TEQTEQ is finding a style in Eresion.
Yeah, Eresion coming out with an Annabelle. It just shows maybe the units that are not always so common at the moment is kind of switching into it. One For All has kind of the privilege to go for anything he wants.
Yeah, the only thing is for a Viva Gel right now, it's not guaranteed on the outspeed just yet. And normally you want to lock in a Viva Gel when you pretty much guaranteed outspeed on your enemy side. So bruising more with a Jaeger is definitely a better plow. And we're gonna go for an Uldong, which I think is a first Uldong so far in the European Preliminaries.
I think so as well. Obviously bringing in some crazy crit damage through with that team, signaling maybe more damage coming throughout in that 4th and 5th pick. TEQTEQ right here, kind of a setup with something different. He's also playing different style. It's going to be a very interesting set.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting set, but that Jaeger normally does do a lot of damage. Now it's going to do way more damage. Plus, number 4 and 5 in the draft are most likely going to be more of those similar units. TEQTEQ is actually going to go for a CC route right now. The Seimei is already gone, but does One For All have any other counts to it? We have seen him draft multiple times on a Juno. Juno also does do great next to an Ildong.
Definitely does. I mean, you've got all of the damage that can still come from the S1s. Unicorn as well to survive through it as well. We've had one set where it didn't work, one set where it did work.
Yeah, let's see if the Light Unicorn. And we're gonna go for Sonya, knowing that you will outspeed the enemy. Big question is this Layla randomly a defense trap? Because the only thing you can send this Sonya on is either the Layla or this NFL.
Yeah, you don't feel comfortable necessarily sending it on some of those units as well. The decision will be crucial. And I mean, Beelzebub as well, I like it, but there's not so many AoEs.
Yeah, not too many AoEs, but enough for Beelzebub to still die at some point, because you can also just hit your own unit into Jaeger. Jaeger will counter and it will take out the unit, so it's not the biggest of issues. But I do think it's going to be banned out, because I think that One For All has a pretty solid draft against the first 4 of TEQTEQ.
Yeah, that's how you should be drafting. If you can just ban out that last pick, it shows that you've kind of won at least the draft part. But as we know, Summoner's War doesn't always go as planned, say.
Yeah, and on the other side, I think you have to respect that Sonya, because TEQTEQ knows his runes. He knows if he is a death trap on. Well, you have to be death trap both NFL and Layla to leave this Sonya in. So let's see if he does. He actually is gonna leave that Sonya in, but we're also gonna leave the demon in.
Yeah, respecting on those ones then. So Eretion going out, we've got a speed lead versus a huge attack lead as well into our deciding set of this Day 3 Europe preliminaries between One For All and TEQTEQ. Who's taking this one?
Oh, this is going to be a very interesting match. I'm pretty sure that this Sonya will take out something. Unless it's Death Trap with this Ildong, you're 100% killing something, because you get more than a crit damage slot for 60k on this NFL cleanly taken out.
Huge, and you can set up a strip into a defense break. Do you land it on that Etna? Resisted the defense break.
Resisted the defense break right there. You can go for the skill too, but it's not gonna add too much. Just wants to go for a stun, doesn't get the stun, so all is for Layla to play. Can you land a lot on these skills? Because if you get slows on this Sonya, you pretty much remove her passive as well.
Oh, you do get some stuff coming out, but there's no stun. One stun coming through, but some silences.
Yeah, some silences, but the slow on the one target that you would have liked to see did not connect. Rain of Stone, still good odds to land on this Sonya. I think you would have to send it.
Sending it through, does manage to get the 3 stuns coming out there. Say, Demon can look to clean up that Sonya if he wants already.
Yeah, I think just cleaning up with a skill 1, that's the right choice, because the unit isn't necessarily like fully on going for the kill just yet. I think you have to send this skill 2 also towards the Sonya. This is the most additional damage artifact and does actually take it out right there.
Does manage to take it out. Can you even look to try and pop a little stun coming through or some sort of disruption? Oh,
glancing is definitely the disruption that he was aiming for. He's still silent, so cannot go for skill 2 as of yet. Doesn't take additional turns right now, and you can simply go for healing or even defense break. I would almost opt to send for defense break, because you got so much damage coming in, plus it potentially enables another revive coming in later.
it does, but I mean, I think it's a safer play right there, hoping maybe to get an additional through it, but look how healthy TEQTEQ is right now.
Yeah, going in for the Menace Justice, not enough damage. That's one of those things. The Demon on half HP doesn't deal as much damage just yet. On a defense break would have definitely killed, because then there's more scaling from that defense in the first place. But right now, can we take anything out on this Jaeger? And are we Vampire, actually?
Let's go through. Does manage to get a big hit on the Annabelle, but I think it's too late.
Yeah, it's a big hit on that Annabelle, but it is on violence, so therefore it's not going to be taking any healing himself. And I think we're also looking at another revive coming in from this Demon. I think that One For All had to respect this Demon, because it was definitely a difficult unit to draft against in that fifth.
Definitely was, and that's going to clean it up for TEQTEQ, who has taken a 3-2 win against One For All in our very first match of today's preliminaries. His next matchup, say, will be against Neff, but it will be a little bit longer until we get there. Huge from TEQTEQ. I mean, he took that advantage at the beginning to go 2 sets up. The reverse sweep was nearly on, but like you said, in that drafting phase, the Demon being unrespected kind of really hurt One For All in that 1A.
Yeah, absolutely. And also with that Irration on the field, even with that Irration on the field, I'm pretty sure that Sonya would have taken out an Annabelle cleanly because of the Ildong. Even without the Ildong, I think it would have still done a lot of damage. So for that reason, the Demon leaving that one in, giving it chances to get skills off, even without killing it and having to deal with the passive, it was still a difficult unit to deal with.
Super difficult to deal with. Thank you for One For All, though. That is him departing now from our SWC journey this year. Fantastic to see new players coming around, though, say. Some crazy boxes. I'm kind of going to miss a lot of the LDs. Are you as well?
Yeah, definitely going to be missing some of those LDs. We have other players out there with a lot of LDs, such as a Glorious, such as a RAXXAZ, such as ISMOO, such as FAMICOM, such as SMOKEZZZ. So we still have a lot of players with a lot of LDs, but also these players really do like their Oliver, their She-Hos, their Ethnas, and these kind of normal elemental units. But going into match 2, we're gonna have Glorious against CYBEROPA.
Yeah, huge for Glorious here. CYBEROPA, previously known as Cyber Ninja for everybody in chat as well from last year as well. But Glorious wants to get back on that stage, say it was 2024 or 2020, yeah, 2024, I think, when he was technically on the stage right in Berlin, but missed out last year and wants to get back there. I know there's going to be support in chat as well right here, but he had something different cooked up last time. We saw a Barbara coming out a lot. Do you think he's sticking with it, or is he going to change?
I definitely do think he's going to change it, but what he's exactly changing it to, I'm not 100% sure, because Glorious definitely is one of those players that likes to switch things up. I actually saw him play as early as a few hours ago, where he was just playing around with an Oliver, She-Ho, those kind of units, playing a little bit more towards like Xingzi. But then again, let's see if CYBEROPA has some counters to those.
Not always a good sign if somebody's changing things up so quickly or so close to the actual match, they say. But let's find out here. I mean, CYBEROPA loves talking about the glory days. Unfortunately, today Glorious is standing right in front of him. Does Grandpa relive them, or just have to reminisce in this one? Let's find out, say. Glorious with an instant lock on that Oliver.
Oliver. So on the other side, do we see the meta picks on a Megumi plus a She-Ho? Because I think that is the kind of playstyle that both of the players are looking for. Speed leads plus She-Ho is probably going to be high contested between these two gentlemen.
Definitely is, and that's why you see it right there. Glorious now with that second and third pick. Like I said, back to last week, we'd seen Barbara's in this situation. Where is his fastest Swift set, though, this week?
Yeah, that's a big question. Early going for Tianlang, always a strong unit, 2 attack bar gains on the enemy side already. Plus an Anifal, kind of a good bruiser all-out unit right there. Liking the drafting style of Glorious thus far.
Very well-rounded at the moment. CYBEROPA, what are you going to be bringing in that third and fourth spot right here? We're seeing a little bit more meta, I would say, coming through at the moment, say.
Yeah, let's see how he wants to continue on this meta train. It's going to go for Nyx and an Ethna. That's not necessarily the meta play, but it is something that TEQTEQ was doing earlier, which definitely did work out very well. And we're going to go for an Artemil. That is such a hit or miss unit. I'm a little bit scared for Glorious right there. It is recently buffed where you don't need any crit rate to still do the full damage on your counters, but it's only on your counts, and we're actually going to take it away for Misty. I am happy with that choice personally.
Yeah, Misty coming through. Some big damage then coming out in 4 and 5. Etna for me was a strange one though from CYBEROPA, knowing that there's a Tianlang on the field, or is it signaling you have to ban it?
I think it's a have to ban, but also the way Glorious just picked, you kind of have to ban this Ethna in its own regard. So I could see a Sony on the side of CYBEROPA, which potentially could not really fully take out the unit, except for maybe the Misty, but it's still a heavy bruiser unit that can be taken out later. No, he's actually going to go for Nefty's. Interesting playstyle over here.
Yeah, so okay, we've got the Tianlang banned out, Neftis respected ban as well, so we've got speed leads. It's a 33 versus a 28 going into our second match of the Day 3 Europe Preliminaries right here. Who's going to go through? Is it going to be Glorious, or is it going to be CYBEROPA?
Let's see how much damage we're going to get on these shatters. Once again, it is a shatter on a full non-fire team, so you get the full rotation of doing the max amount of damage, and we're gonna say goodbye to one unit. Not enough damage to trigger enough nemesis, but enough damage to say goodbye to this Chow.
It's always good when you manage to take a unit out. 4 versus 3 right here. You've got an Annabelle coming up soon, though. You can get some defense. Oh, and you can't. The cooltime.
No, the cooltime did not activate on the Oliver, therefore Oliver was also the aim for the stun, but there's also a nemesis on this Ethna, so Ethna's gonna get so much rotation off the moment you try to kill it.
Wow, CYBEROPA really sniping through. Is it the time of Ethna again?
It does. Definitely seems to be the time of Ethna, because it's giving a lot of struggle towards their enemies so far. Can we take an early defense break? Do take an early defense break. Did not fully take it out, but you definitely have to send a skill 3 right now. Even though you Misty is on a defense break, but NFL does have something to say about it with these additional turns.
Exactly. You want to clear that defense break. You can maybe land another one, and you kind of need it for the monkey to come through.
Oh, that additional turn does signal. Still gonna go for skill 1, but skill 1 with a Nyx on the field gives you more odds. But then again, you're still gonna deal a lot of damage on this defense break right now. Big question is, are you gonna try to slow the monkey and try to lap it? Yes, he's doing exactly that.
I think it's a good decision because that monkey is the damage really coming out from CYBEROPA, and Anavel needs to protect that Misty.
Oh, I think that was definitely a misplay right there. Because of the debuffs, you could have actually pushed back this Misty. If you were to push back this Misty, Misty would have been on a defense break for your monkey hit available right there. Now there's a lot more healing gonna come in before you actually take that hit, but new defense break applied is not applied just yet.
No, but he gets another chance. Does get it this time, and Monkey can clean up, say.
Yeah, that's the monkey cleanup right there. And Anavel against the world. I think there is a very small chance where she could do it because she has good additional damage artifacts, but she's gonna need to take that double turn every turn.
Exactly, but if there's one unit that can put the rest of the match to sleep, it's not Anavel this time.
It's not NFL this time. We're gonna get the stun. Now we're trying for a defense break. All or nothing. Can we connect the all? We actually get resisted once again. Goes for kill spray, gets the additional turn. Can you sleep the monkey right now? Because sleeping the monkey is more interesting than trying to go for kill. Tries to go for kill, but doesn't actually get it.
Doesn't get it, so Monkey can come in with that skill 3 again. Does get some big hits, and it could be enough even from this Megumi skill 2. And it is CYBEROPA taking a 1-0 lead against Glorious in our set right here, say. Tell me about Etna and why she's now one of the best units in game.
Well, she's good because other people don't draft according to how you should draft into an Etna. Sure, the Tianlang was, but all of the other units were non-fire. If you have one fire unit on the field, your enemy has to be thinking, can I send off a skill 2 into a skill 3? But in this case, if there's no fire units at all, especially if there's no immunity, she can just cleanly go for a shatter into a capture, and that's just a massive amount of damage. We saw that Chow just die in one rotation.
He has died, but instead for the stack bans, the very first in this match, we're seeing that Nyx, and we're seeing a Seimei already coming out at the moment. Interesting one.
Yeah, the Nyx kind of enabled the Megumi to be a lot stronger, so it is somewhat understandable. Same for the Athena getting 3-turn defense breaks. It is very strong, but outside of the increase of the duration, Nyx did not really participate that much in that matchup, so let's see how it's going to work out for Glorious this time around.
Okay, Anavel first pick as well. I always have to call him out. Back to Livet right there from previous SWCs, say, but Glorious going in for an Oliver and an Okeanos then. It feels a meta, but kind of a bit older.
Yeah, it feels meta, but it's actually, I think it is the meta that comes back for normal elemental units. Okeanos and Oliver are such a strong pair right there, and Glorious is playing more to the playstyle that he does like to play. Playing for the turn 1, going for AoE CC. We already have that Elan in there. We have the Nephthys on his side this time around. CYBEROPA could go for 2 speed contesting units right now, but he might lose a speed lead on that. So he has to go 1 apiece, but then the big question is, where do you go for? Because you cannot lock in both.
Yeah, you can't lock in both, and that's the problem with a 4th and 5th pick right here. Strong drafting from Glorious. So how are you going to deal with it? A Winder Bar, it's always dangerous if there's all those debuffs and a Fire Djinn. I kind of like it.
I kind of like it, but I also do get the idea what Glorious is doing. He's probably aiming to ban out that Fire Djinn. He has to struggle against this Megumi. It is a 50-50 check right there with the Jokan on the field. But then again, I do like that 50-50 check right there. The only big question is, Nobara, what are you doing for your procs? No, we're actually going to leave in the Elena, which is a no-touch hit, which is so much better than a Jokan in this case.
It is a 33 speed lead versus a 28 going into this one then. Our set number 2 between Glorious and CYBEROPA. Let's see if Glorious has got enough in this turn 1.
Ooh, it is understandable right now seeing what units have what buffs and no buffs. There was not a will rune on this Megumi, so therefore for that reason you probably have to opt to go for that skill right away. Great additional turn right there. You kind of have to send the Rain of Stones. It does send the Rain of Stones. How much do we get on this Djinn? Absolutely nothing as of yet.
Absolutely nothing, and the field is free at the moment for Oliver to control, and Nephthys has got no immunity to deal with, say. This is good for Glorious.
This is very good for Glorious. Unfortunately, that the Oliver moved just in front of the Nephthys. Otherwise, you could have worked that rotation with the first defense break right away. But at least Oliver can start cycling on that crit build, doing so much damage on those defense breaks from the Nephthys.
Exactly, and getting through that Anavel. That's the one that he doesn't want any additionals on. And no healing coming out for Glory. Megumi, can you get the stun?
Oh, doesn't get the stun due to the glancing. Can you take it out? If you're crit on your Nephthys, you could definitely do it. Is on crit, but did not take enough damage just yet right there.
didn't, but not looking to confirm the kill either just yet. Oliver coming through. Megumi needs a turn for Opa. Oh.
Yep, did not actually work, and we had the rotation coming in for this Oliver landing, connecting the skills. Very important to see right there. And this seems to be in the bag of Glorious.
Yep, he's definitely in the driving seat right there. Can confirm that kill. 4 units versus 2 right here. Stuns do come out, but I mean, Jin's going to have to work miracles.
Yeah, Jin has to do a lot of miracle work right here. It does have his passive up once again, but it's not really a super high damage unit. Sure, it does have the dots in there in his skill 1, but it's just not too much against that many AoE units.
No, and he got resisted right there. Does get a stun coming back on Oliver. Maybe a bit greedy.
Yeah, I think he shouldn't have hit the Jin because I don't think it's a resistance from a resistance itself. It's a resistance from the passive. You can simply not activate anything if the passive is available except for a no touch. So anytime you touch it, it would have been bad regardless. So I think he should have just worked on the Megumi first and then go into the Jin. But then again, he's so far ahead in this match that he shouldn't be losing this regardless.
He shouldn't be losing it, say, but it is Summoner's War and everything is to play for right here. And if Megumi has anything to say, obviously that's seal huge.
Yeah, that seal's super huge. Once again, you get back to the passive. We're gonna say goodbye to this Oliver skill 3. I think it's also going to be the same thing. If you send out the skill 3 right now, you're not going to be stunning the Jin, and you're not gonna be dealing any damage to it as well. So just a little bit of chip damage, but once again, it's not really doing the right thing at the right moments. Is he going to get soloed by this Jin? No, we have Curse of the Beautiful available. Should be sending it. Should be a lot of damage, especially on this additional turn, saving him from almost getting 1v4'd against this Jin. But I would almost say very hard misplaying.
Yeah, that was very close right there, Sid. Way too close for comfort for Glorious in that matchup right there. CYBEROPA showing why Fire Jin should not be unrespected right there. I mean, misplays happen, but that felt like it could have got even worse.
Yeah, that could have definitely been very worse. It was the seal and the additional turn on the Nefties that prevented things from getting even worse. But that could have been bad for Glorious right there.
Definitely could. Oliver coming out then, and the Light Twin Angels as well being taken out right there. Again, Stack Band's kind of taking out units that we maybe haven't seen on the field, but we know we're in the box.
Yeah, I think that we're just... I think Glorious, everything that CYBEROPA plays himself is something that Glorious also would like to play. So therefore he's aiming more for LDs rather than signature units that Cyber is playing himself. So we do see an NFL being traded between both players right now. Oliver is already gone, which is an interesting thing because CYBEROPA also does like to play Oliver himself.
He does like to play Oliver himself, but we're seeing coming out here that Elena again. Like you said, no-touch stripper. Love it.
Yeah, no-touch strip is so good against Megumi, but he also does know, and he picked it up very well, that Megumi is off-wheel. So a Jogun is really good into this Megumi because you can simply take it out by the seal and then go for your skill 3. But CYBEROPA is signaling in fast units with this Gojo and a Athena.
Yeah, Etna coming out. We know how strong Etna can be. I like that response there. A Fire Monkey. He needs fire units on the field to stop an S2 cycle.
Ooh, are we gonna heavy speed race this? It could be very dangerous if you speed race this, and Glorious likes to speed check his opponent. Big issue is, though, a Gojo is a 106 base on potentially a 28 lead. Your best lead is 24, and you're most likely gonna be losing your 118 base in this draft.
Let's see then. Gandalf coming out. Is he going to be standing on that bridge yet again, denying him to pass? Let's find out in our draft, in our ban phase.
Yeah, let's see, Athena, do you make it onto the match? Because Athena, once again, has great rotations if it is fast enough. But then again, you have to then respect that wounds as well. We're going to be taking out the Nefties, and we're going to be taking out NFL. Very different than I expected. So let's see what happens in this one.
24 versus a 28 speed lead going into our set number 3 between Glorious and CYBEROPA then right now. Who's going to win that race and who's going to kind of work through it? Etna!
Athena is super fast. Probably has to be sending out a skill 3. Is going to go for the Shadow. That is the risk pay, but risk is high rewarded right there.
It is hugely rewarded right there. And I mean, that monkey could be going down very soon. And if CYBEROPA gets rid of it, it's looking good for him.
Yeah, let's see where we're going to aim this skill at. Probably just going to go into the Elena. Taking out the Elena can actually steal some immunity for himself.
Yeah, there's no extra debuffs on the side of CYBEROPA at the moment, though, right here. Do you look to try and get it through? Oh, go for the suppression there. Okay, preventing any pushback strip.
Yeah, I think it's just going to go for skill 1 right now because in the end, Gojo's skill 1, it's not the highest of activation, but it can still activate that right there.
Yeah, and he's trying to spread that suppression. Does get a stun as well coming out onto that Etna. I think it's big at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge play right there. And also, Glorious doesn't have to, or doesn't have that much damage coming in right now. It's definitely the Shiho that's going to be providing the damage. All of the other units are more chip damage related, but this Gandalf is actually very well placed. We're just cleansing things off right now.
Yeah, the shield and that put back as well. I mean, Etna's play, and I'm going to say bye to Monkey, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that is a goodbye to a Monkey. It's going to be outspelled by this Elena, but we're also going to have this Gojo skill too on defense break, doing a massive amount of damage. And we're going to go for a second round towards CYBEROPA.
CYBEROPA 2-1 up then against Glorious. It was kind of a speed contest, and yet again, say, Etna is just reigning supreme in today's preliminaries.
Yeah, Etna's doing so well in all of these matches, but that thing also has to be very fast because... Well, sure, it had the higher lead, but Glorious is known to have a lot of speed on that wound, so unless he's kind of spreading out his speed runs.
Exactly, and you don't know that until you kind of see the box afterwards. Hindsight, you've built your monster in a certain way, you've put a certain speed, maybe to fit in with some of the ticks as well. Say, this stack ban right here, who we're going to see, Etna is finally respected, and that Elena then.
Yeah, the Etna makes a lot of sense because it's just one of those units that in all of the rounds Glorious has struggled against. Still has the tier length potentially on the field, but it was banned out in the first one and we did not see it drafted in that third.
Shiho being stolen back again. It's the contested unit of SWC this year, but Stark, first time today.
First time today, and actually I watched a bit of the China qualifier earlier today. Those guys were all about partnering up Stark with Stark, Wind Stark and Dark Stark. It was pretty much most of those players rocking that in. However, we haven't seen too many players on the Dark Stark in your preliminaries, but we're going to go heavy on the pass on the side of Glorious right now.
Yeah, he's relying on those passives, wants to get that window barrier. A lot of debuffs on the side. If you're CYBEROPA, maybe you need to kind of target a bit more snipe.
Yeah, a bit more snipe, or maybe go towards Oblivion units, Tanisha, the Thessarion, but those units most of the time don't really work too well. But we're gonna go back to a Jhin, which is even eating more into those units. I'm not too sure about those two drafts.
That was a weird one when you're seeing those units on the field from Glorious. I mean, that's more snipe though.
Yeah, this one makes a lot more sense. Definitely liking the Masha. I'm not too sure about the Chow. The Chow you can definitely deal with, but the Masha is very strong in those double wind units.
And a Misty coming through as well then. I mean, there's not too much... I mean, there's 2 defense break setups at least on CYBEROPA, which could be huge if this Misty gets in.
Yeah, it's one of those things that could definitely work out well, but it's also one of those things it could be kind of scary to see if this Misty can take out a Chow or work with the slows that you have on the enemy side.
There we go. Speed leads 33 versus a 28 then in our set number 4 of this Day 3 Europe preliminaries between Glorious and CYBEROPA. Can CYBEROPA get through?
Well, let's see. First of all, this skill 3, we're going to connect. We're going to go for this Vanessa. Vanessa already half HP almost. We're going to come in for some Ghost, which is also going to enable landing nothing on this Juno.
Nothing on the Juno and getting that silence onto the Stark as well right there. That's kind of perfect situation for CYBEROPA.
Yeah, that's definitely the most perfect situation right there. Also, we have the threat state, but we can't simply just stun a unit. No, we're gonna try to get defense break, and Chow, are you gonna do the wrong elemental thing?
I mean, Chow's... You're the kind of lover of Chow now, say. Let's see what he's got.
Ooh, I saw the crit animation flying, but he sent it on the other unit. I was already scared for this Stark leaving the battlefield, but we actually have the Vanessa leaving the battlefield this fast, which is way too early for Glorious.
Yeah, that means there's no revive, and with no real health and sustain coming through right here, Stark's going to have to work a miracle.
I think you want to send skill 1, get the additional turn, and try to get an additional turn. Yes, exactly. Glorious was on the same page as I was. This is going to be some massive damage. Not enough to take things out just yet, but that was definitely the right play right there.
It was, but there's a defense break back on that Stark as well, so he can just clean up. Juno and Misty can do things, say.
Yeah, Juno Misty, I have seen worse combinations win against the things on the opponent side, but it's still a difficult matchup because the moment you get one defense break from this Megumi, it could be all to play for. So you have to take out this Megumi first. Do not focus on anything else just yet. That is dangerous.
It is dangerous. He thought he had enough for the Chow, but he didn't right there. But I mean, like you said, this Megumi is going to be the one.
Yeah, Megumi can get defense break. At least doesn't get the defense break right there. It's going to be good damage, but you don't take anything out just yet, which is a savior right there. If you take out this Chow, the Chow is actually squishier than I expected. Juno could potentially solo this, but is it going to be good enough? No stunts whatsoever just yet.
Oh, and there's the defense break, and Monkey can follow up. Oh,
just enough on that dot, and I'm not sure, are we on Vampire? No, we're on Despair. We have seen a stun earlier on this unit, so it's gonna be trying to kill this Monkey first, because the Monkey skill 3, that is where the real damage comes in. Can you get the stuns? Doesn't connect the stun, and we're gonna eat a full auto ego from this Monkey coming in with a counter, but that's not enough if you can't deal damage.
CYBEROPA taking the victory against Glorious then in our day 3 of the Europe preliminaries right there, say. I mean, maybe a little bit of an upset, I would even say, for everyone, right?
I would definitely say so, because in the end, a lot of the people, what others vote for is more for popularity contest rather than who's the best player. That's definitely a thing, because who do you watch? You're voting for that guy to win, for sure. But then again, if we're looking at the box that Glorious have and the room quality that he has, I think, like, if you were to predict that match, most of the people would vote for Glorious, yes.
There we have it, though. CYBEROPA taking the victory against Glorious. He's going to be going through to our very next round as well. And we'll see on the bracket who he's going to be actually playing and facing off against. Sadly, for Glorious, it is a goodbye from this year's SWC, though. We will probably be seeing him on some streams. Make sure you go and check him out. Give him some support and love anyway, though. But say, hindsight's a wonderful thing. Etna's also a wonderful unit. That's my take from this.
Yeah, Athena Shios, I think the most contested winning units for all of the players thus far are those Athnas and those Shios, and he has to be playing against SAMBSEPP later. And once again, we kind of have a pattern. Anyone in Origin is not taking that first victory, so UNMAXFATIGUE, can you break the chain against SMOKEZZ?
I mean, say, I feel like you've given them the worst caster curse from day number 1 and day number 2. Because, like you said, what is happening? Are these guys, are you just sticking too much to Siege? Or what's happening here?
Well, there are definitely mainly Siege players, that's definitely a thing. But then again, I would definitely also classify Glorious more as an RTA player than a Siege player these days. But yet, it did not really work out. Just the preparation wasn't really there, or the game plan wasn't really there.
It wasn't quite there, but we've still got plenty of matches for all of you guys to sink your teeth into. The next match as well coming up, say, is going to be a bit of a huge one. Like you said, UNMAXFATIGUE versus SMOKEZZ. We're guaranteed a debutant coming through the Europe Cup in this part of the bracket as well. Oh, it's going to be strong. Might see a fair few LDs, I'm going to say, from SMOKEZZ as well.
Yeah, SMOKEZZ has a lot of LD showcase. Last time around, actually did not do that well against Neff. Got 3-0'd right there, but he wasn't really unable to play the normal units he was playing because Neff was contesting so many of these units. UNMAXFATIGUE doesn't have as many of those units, so SMOKEZZ is more on the driving seat just by drafting at the moment. But let's see if it can make that work in this matchup.
SMOKEZZ has never once needed a smoke break, and UNMAXFATIGUE has literally never been tired. The fastest player in the bracket versus the man who doesn't sleep. Blink and we'll miss it, say. Vanessa, first pick going through.
Ooh, we're flashing some units over there. Maybe it's an inside joke, or maybe it's a signal of like, ooh, you normally lose against those units. I might draft them. I put them in your mind. But then again, we're drafting super meta.
Shiho and that Fire Megumi coming out then right there. Oh, first time we're seeing Dark Nezuko as well.
Dark Nezuko coming in very early, once again with an Athena locked in 3, which is relatively early for Athenas these days. SMOKEZZ already does have a Megumi on the field, but maybe Megumi these days isn't as hard of a counter. Let's see if SMOKEZZ has more counts to it. We're going to be going for a speed race with a Yeonhong, but that is a little bit dangerous because you're 116 base on a 28 lead versus a 119 base on a 33 lead.
Yeah, let's see who's got the faster set coming through. He's locking it in with another speed lead as well then, with that Ciara, looking to get some bombs coming through. Right here, 4th and 5th pick then for UNMAXFATIGUE. Does he continue to kind of speed contest? Or, yeah, okay, interrupt a little bit with a hair gang.
Yeah, we're gonna go for the interruption style, and actually both of the units, very strong interrupters right there. You could still play around forcing a turn in on a unit that potentially doesn't really do as much, but we're gonna go in for Sonya. Sonya, 9 out of 10 is a ban on the Vanessa, so we're probably gonna see a ban on the Vanessa. On the other side, I would say you have to probably respect that Sonya, and you're praying that your Athena is on will in this case because of the Hey Gang.
Let's find out. Like you said, Vanessa out, and that's Sonya. So we've got a 28 speed lead versus a defense 44 as well coming through for UNMAXFATIGUE. It's our day 3 of the Europe Preliminaries, match 3 as well. Set 1 between UNMAXFATIGUE and Smokes. Who's going to go through in this one?
Oh, no will runes on this Athena. So that is a simple boost rotation on this Sierra. It can potentially right away take it out. But do you want to put any resource into it? No, we're actually going to go for a risky play into his skill 3 or skill 2. But it did actually work out. But I don't think that your Sierra is going to be fast enough to take that turn right now.
Yeah. Oh, it does actually come and get through there. Say that is speed tuning perfect.
Yeah, that's speed tuning perfect right there. And this is also the perfect rotation for Smoke, setting up that defense break right there. This is the best rotation he could have made, knowing that he would land all of those skills.
That is literally how to do turn 1, say. If you had to write the manual, but maybe that's the way to do turn 2. Get 1 stun, get some glancing, another stun.
Yeah, let's see. But the big issue is Nezuko is a good unit for supporting, but it's not really I'm gonna clean up and kill your whole team kind of unit.
No, it definitely isn't. And he's still got a lot of damage on the side of Smokes right here. And some strips coming through, so more bombs are going to get planted.
Yeah, this match would have been such a different match potentially if there was will runes on that Athena. It's always one of those things you gotta keep in mind. And the Sonya placed on the side of Smokes was just such a good 5th pick.
It was so good right there. And look, you're not even getting to detonate at the moment. And Smokes knows it. Maybe enjoying this one, but for UNMAXFATIGUE, having to think through what he needs to change next round.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be looking more towards speed contesting with multiple high-based units, because in the end, Heigang is a great unit, but did not really participate. But then again, could he have known that Smokes is so well tuned on those units? Because Sierras most of the time are not crazy fast. This one definitely was.
Definitely was fast. And I mean, there you have it. Smokes taking the 1-0 lead in our match number 3 of today. Say, actually, these players over the past 3 seasons, I just had a quick look, have actually only played each other once. Smokes was the winner back then. So let's see if he's going to continue that trend.
Yeah, let's see. Also, the pre-bans, what are we going to be aiming those pre-bans at? Are we going to be throwing it towards LDs, or are we going to be throwing it towards normal elemental units? Well, on the side of UNMAXFATIGUE, there's not too many unique LDs that you want to be taking out, except for that Nezuko might be focusing that one first, but after that, it's mostly normal elements. On the side of Smokes, there's a whole plethora of LDs to be banned.
There is, and it's going to be the Lima that UNMAXFATIGUE takes out of the box of Smokes, and then Etna being taken out as well. Maybe Smokes was watching those previous matches, say.
Yeah, Smokes is learning from those previous matches, is noticing if I want to play Shiho, Athena is a problem, and that is a problem well solved. Just ban it.
Ban it out. First pick your Shiho. Sorted. You've got a Yonhong as well to follow up. Okay, Beetle time.
Yeah, we're going back to the healers. We have seen at the previous match of, I think it was day 1. I'm not entirely sure who we played it against. It wasn't as strong at that time, but let's see if we can make it more shine this time around next to a Jaeger.
Next to a Jaeger. Second and third pick coming in then from Smokes. Megumi, I like it. Some more interruption, and we've got another Sigrid coming out.
Oh, we're going very passive heavy on the side of UNMAXFATIGUE. It's going to add in all kinds of bruiser units, all kinds of sustain units with the Heigang. Once again, not too sure about the Heigang, but you do have prolonged boss, but there are some answers, and one of those answers is a Tanisha, which normally doesn't do that well, but in this draft, I think could do a lot of work.
Yeah, you need to kind of get some Oblivion coming through right there. Okay, sir. Smokes?
Smokes is rocking a Benedict, and I think it's also one of the very few players I've seen play Benedict overall. It's a very good unit in his hands, especially next to an attack buff, because it does have similar to a Dominic on the skill or on the passive, but now it's an ignored defense. So let's see if there's enough defense or enough damage scaling versus all of those healers on the enemy side.
Bans coming in, and the Heigang and that series being taken out. We're likely to have a speed lead coming out from the side of Smokes and a 55 res lead coming out in SWC. Yes, the Europe Preliminaries day number 3 right here. It's Smokes versus UNMAXFATIGUE. Who's going to get that second set win right here?
Yeah, let's see where we're going to connect these skills. We still have the healers that could go for a counter regardless of what you hit, but you have to get the stun on that. NFL does actually go for that stun.
Does manage to get that stun, like you said. Are you even looking for some sort of a defense break coming out already, or do you need to get a stun?
You definitely have to be aiming at stuns, but there's also one big issue. The Angela is the fastest unit on the field of UNMAXFATIGUE, and the second fastest unit is that NFL, so they might be cleansing off one another if you don't get the potential of landing enough things. But you can already provide that Oblivion, 2-turn Oblivion, seated over there.
He does manage to get it, and he's coming in with some huge hits and cleaning out an Annabelle.
That was a very simple clean right there. Plus, we have defense, defense break coming in right there. I thought that unit was also having a defense buff, but no defense buff for this Hillis. It is a defense break, and that Jaeger is liking the angle of that defense break.
He is cleanly taking it out right there. I mean, this Oblivion is huge on the Angela at the moment, but skill 2 can come in.
Yeah, still skill 2 could come in, plus you have to stun it. Once again, stuns it. Pushback is even more crucial than that stun over there. But the main issue is, where's the real damage gonna come from? Because in the end, all or nothing, can we connect them? Does fully connect thus far, but oh, defense break.
Oh. Defense break on there, huge hit coming in from that Shiho. You need to maybe get pushed back. You can get that Shiho to do some more skills through. That resistance lead from Angela's looking good, eh?
Yeah, that resistance lead is not doing all too much, but you can expect Shihos these days, high accuracy. Megumi full accuracy. Tanisha guaranteed on high accuracy. So Jaeger has all to play for right now. So let's see if Jaeger can do it, because in the end, the Oblivion that was there couldn't be spread just yet. If Jaeger gets another proper stern off, oh, it could be bad.
Oh, he's got the Oblivion coming through there right now. I mean, this could be huge if Megumi gets another turn for a stun as well.
Oh, we could get all or nothing stun on the Jaeger. We do get the stun on the Jaeger, so no turn as of yet. You can go for pushbacks, and those pushbacks were perfectly placed. Tanisha is doing all the work over here.
So much work. That Oblivion coming in clutch, even getting the silences as well. Not on the turn right now, but it's going to be a dead Jaeger.
Yeah, that's going to be looking like a very dead Jaeger, because all of those passives are not activated. It's one of those units, most people don't have it ruined, but Smokes does have it ruined, and it worked out miracles in this draft.
Wow, just spreading as well. The damage coming through from a Megumi in the end alongside that Shiho.
Yeah, that is all there is to Road, and UNMAXFATIGUE does know that he's not gonna make a comeback from that match. Big question right now, is he going to be doing that reverse sweep?
Let's find out. Smokes 2-0 up against UNMAXFATIGUE. Then in our previous matches, we have seen a close to reverse sweep right now, but Smokes is looking super strong. He's been allowed that first turn, say, and he's making it work every time. UNMAXFATIGUE either needs to get a bit quicker, or you need to turtle up even harder.
Yeah, let's see. I'm not too sure about the Hillis play, though. Like, in the end, it looks cool, but if your enemy... It works well on leaderboards, because on leaderboards, someone's like, oh, what is this unit even doing? If you're preparing against someone in SWC, you know exactly what it's doing, you know exactly what it's losing against. So therefore, it's not as strong as you normally have it on leaderboards.
Yeah, we've got a Haegang and the Yonhong being taken out in our stack ban. Are we going to see a Shiho trade yet again coming in from an UNMAXFATIGUE here, or is he going to change things up?
No, there's still preference on that Shiho right there. But on the other side, Megumi is one of those core units that both players do like really much as well. But let's see what's going to be pairing it up with this time, because Sigrid is still available. There's still a lot of units available for the side of Smokes. Actually going to go for an early Josephine. I haven't seen too many of her just yet, but a great counter into a Shiho.
Yeah, taking out, obviously, the stun can kind of get through and kind of provoke around the field as well with Josephine. I think it feels, again, a bit early, though, say. Vanessa, I like it. Bring the speed lead with that Shiho and that Dark Nezuko. That's a better draft from UNMAXFATIGUE.
Yeah, I'm liking the start of UNMAXFATIGUE right now, but Josephine can definitely do Josephine things. I'm still scared of that unit. That is also, I think, in Sonya a little bit too early, because you're already signaling, once again, I'm going to be banning out that Vanessa. But in this case, UNMAXFATIGUE still has a 4 and 5, where he can counter that Sonya. But I think that Smokes is hoping that Smokes can lock in a 5th, where that 5th becomes a guaranteed ban as well, where Smokes can still ban that Vanessa. But let's see what UNMAXFATIGUE has as the answer on 4 and 5, where you don't have to ban out a Sonya just yet.
Yeah, you don't have to at the moment. And I mean, that's signaling you definitely don't have to. But Mind Game's coming through right here. Leo, we're going to get a Verd?
Leo, Verd, there's a lot of options right there. I actually wouldn't even be that much against the Verd, or we're going to go for a premium Verd, which is a Dark Verd, also known as Cadiz.
Yeah, Cadiz, I like it. Bringing it through right here. 5th pick right now. Are you going to deal with playing against a Leo, or are you going to kind of commit to that first turn?
Ooh, it's gonna go for Layla, but I think that this is pretty much a Project Hail Mary sent Layla right there because you're facing off against very strong units on the enemy side. The Nezuko Cadiz combo super strong. You have to deal with that Leo, you have to deal with that Vanessa. Your Sonya's kind of in an off draft right now because UNMAXFATIGUE actually figured out the Sonya draft very well.
He definitely did, but he's 2 sets down in this match right here. Leo being respected, Layla being taken out as well. Its speed leads 33 versus a 28. Smokes versus UNMAXFATIGUE. If you win this set, Smokes, you're going through to that next round. UNMAXFATIGUE, reverse sweep, is it on set? And let's see if the Sonya does anything.
Ooh, we're actually being outspeed on that Sonya. Do you want to send it? Yep, it's going to send it. Did not actually get that stun. That stun would have definitely been very nice. But just already locking out a lot of damage is very nice. Big question right now. Are we going to be losing this Cadiz in one rotation because the units on the side of Smokes are faster, even though having a lower lead?
They definitely are, but right now coming in with that skill, it's not going to be enough to take out the Cadiz right there. Maybe confirm your kill.
Yeah, I can confirm the kill right there, but then the big question, this skill 1 is definitely not going to kill the Cadiz, so you have chance for your Vanessa to rotate back into another skill, but it's going to be taking a bunch of turns before you get there.
They definitely will, and Monkey will have that skill too, but he'll be in an odd position. Josephine still has that passive up.
Yeah, you kind of just want to skill 1 and don't land it exactly like that. Just hit an immunity right there, but the counter is coming in clutch.
And you can obviously cleanse everything, get that skill 3 coming out. Is it enough to kill? No!
Not enough to kill, so you have to waste another turn on killing this unit. But right now, with that additional turn, it's not the biggest of issues.
No, it's not so big. You get that provoke on that Nezuko as well right there. Monkey needs to start working.
Monkey definitely needs to start getting those rotations off. Gets a good skill 3 right there, but is it enough bar? It is enough bar. Are you gonna send this on the Monkey though? It is a good chance if you connect it. Still gonna send it on different unit because there's no alter ego available just yet.
Exactly. Do you want to send this one as well? Off position at the moment. Gets that stun. Huge.
Yeah, all of those stuns being connected. Josephine proccing out of this right now, so you have to be looking at the procs on this Nezuko. If the Nezuko gets her own proc in, yes, gets the proc in. Can go for the cleanse right here. Is good damage. Can't take it out just yet, but this skill 3 definitely can.
It definitely can. It does mean that Josephine can cut through the skill 2, maybe to get rid of it and get the provoke.
Yeah, it does get the provoke right there, but I do think we're looking at skills available on this Nezuko. Only big question is, it is going to be the turn first on this Monkey. Does actually connect the stun right there.
Gets the stun. There's no passive up, so it means Josephine is taken out for a little bit longer. But can this Verna get a stun? Oh.
No stuns right there on the Gojo, but also this time around there is going to be the cleanse available on that Gojo. You can go for cycling right now, doesn't decide to go for it. In this case, has to keep in mind, yes, it's going to go for that regardless because the cleanse is coming.
Cleanse is coming through. More damage. Oh, he's going to be able to take out the Shiho now.
Yeah, Shio is going to be taken out, but I think the revive is coming in, which means that Shio would come back on an attack buff and I think has skill 3 available. That would do so much damage that you cleanly take out this unit, so therefore good choice. Not taking out the Shio just yet, because this might be on the sliver of health, not enough damage.
It isn't right there. Again, like you said now, do you have to go into the Vanessa skill 1, hope for Gojo some kills, then into Josephine? It's a long play.
It's a long play, but you have to send it. Gojo skill 2, not the most consistent scene right there, but the immunity is gone. However, unit is still standing.
Ooh. It is still standing, but I think Smokes is still looking good here, say.
Oh, does actually take it out. It might be the chance. We're gonna go for the skill 3. We're gonna get back these skills as of now. If you get stun rotation on this Monkey, I've never seen units being this low on HP. That is just a flat HP grind that we're looking at on Legendary, and that is gonna keep UNMAXFATIGUE in this matchup.
It is. He got the stuns in the perfect moments right there. So you can never count it over until that last monster is dead right there. So 2-1 reverse sweep time. What are we saying?
Well, that was super close, but that was legit flat HP grinds on Legendary. The difference between you locking in a 500 or a 549 or whatever. Like, that was just so much more going on right there. And one little bit of additional damage artifact on one side more than the other would have definitely taken that match. But let's see if Smokes can recover from a match like that, because that has to be a little bit of a mental reset right there. It's like, yo, I should have been wanting that one, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know me, say I love grinding runes, and that shows you need to be doing it whenever you are getting from those little grinds and gems. I mean, Dark Nezuko taken out as well as that Seagreed as well. Smoke's probably going to be taking the Shiho first pick again. It is being traded as first picks a lot in this SWC right here. Okay, we're going back to the Beetle. Oh,
Back to the Beetle, I'm having the same reaction as your Oof. I'm not too sure about that unit. So far, he has locked it in 3 times, including this one. The 2 previous times, it looked like doing near to nothing. So let's see if that is a good answer, because in the end, there's also a Hey Gang already banned, which means Smokes has any opportunity to also just lock in Giannis and those kind of things.
exactly. He's gone for the Ciara at the moment, hoping he can kind of get through any immunity that might come up later in the side of Max Fatigue. And the Werner coming out yet again. Like it. Oh, we're going back to this. Oh.
I'm actually liking this with a Ragdoll. The Ragdoll flavor against the Gojo is very strong because Gojo, oddly enough, has a crit awakening. It goes for AoE hits on that skill too. With a crit awakening into a dark unit, you're just pretty much giving full bar to that Ragdoll. It's one of the best counts into a Gojo. But then again, the 4 and 5 on Smokes are so dangerous. Yeah, we do have the Gianna pair, plus we have that Layla.
That is the most passive play I've ever seen. Say Angela being taken out. We've got that Ciara taken out as well. We're going to be still having a speed lead for the side of Smokes. But like you said, kind of Unmax Fatigue has got a speed lead in his own with that Ragdoll on the field at the moment. Defense taken in the end for him. 2-1 right now to Smokes. Set number 4. Is the reverse sweep on, or is Smokes going to confirm his place in that next round here?
Well, I think it's all for Juno to play. For Juno has to do some miracle work right here with healing, with stuns, with everything coming in. Well, that's a very good first stun, however.
That is a huge first stun right now. Layla's going to be sending it. Does manage to land on everything apart from the Juno.
Does not land on the Juno, but if there was Cleanse Block on the Juno, it would have even been worse. But then again, there's no healing outside of this Juno right now. So that's going to be a rough spot to sit in. Are we going to be going for Despair Stuns? I think he was aiming for Despair Stun over there, but could not get it just yet. Gianna does have bombs and critical arrow available.
Yeah, she can look to get some stuns going out onto field. Just going for the skill 1 then at the moment. Doesn't need the see the need for it. Oh.
Yep, we have that going sometimes, but also a glancing hit from this Ragdoll, not adding the damage that we would like to see. Plus, Gojo is still sitting on his skill 3 available. But Jaeger has something to say about it, but not that much.
Exactly, the glancings are huge right here against these Dragon Knights as well. Layla, more debuffs coming out right there, say. We're looking at, like, Trial of Ascension.
We're looking at Trial of Ascension, but we're also looking at the power of Ragdoll. The AoE hit from this monkey enabled the Juno to move in front, take out the units, and it shows once again we don't see too many Ragdolls, but Ragdoll is such a powerhouse unit because sure you might think like, oh, Jaeger is taking out things, Juno's taking out things, but keep in mind Ragdoll's the only reason that Unmax Fatigue is taking any turns at this moment.
Exactly. He's a speed lead of his own in this match right here, say, and I think Unmax Fatigue is going to be able to bruise through it.
Yeah, it seems to be, and ooh, great stun over there, but this Juno is hitting massively hard. Once again, here comes the ghost, but here comes the attack bar with that.
Again, Juno just getting nothing right there to help out with the team. I mean, maybe she can do it.
I think Juno can do it because a Juno into Gianna is not a great matchup. Juno with 2 other units to kill on the field first. With that, Ragdoll once again, super well placed Ragdoll in this matchup.
2-2 then between Unmax Fatigue and Smokes in our day 3 of the Europe preliminaries right here, say. Junos and Etnas, who would have thought it, eh?
Yeah, Etna's already pre-event. Are we going to see a trauma pan on that Juno? I don't really expect it, but Smokes, I think, does have a Ragdoll as well. I'm not 100% sure about that, but it's one of those units, if you don't play it yourself that much, you might be banning it out because Smokes likes to play a lot of units that still rely a bit on crits.
They do rely on those crits right here. Stack ban. We're going to the full best of 5. You guys, you are getting a crazy viewing here. So many matches happening in our day 3 preliminaries right here. Is it going to be those trauma stack bans? Are they going to be looking to get rid of something else out of the game here? I mean, Ragdoll as well is pretty dangerous.
Yeah, it's definitely taking the full opportunity to go for a ban. Maybe also looking for a unit you're normally not familiar with. Hilla's definitely one of those. He actually goes for a respec ban on it. I think he kind of had it figured out in his earlier match. But next to a Ragdoll, it's a lot harder to figure out. Plus a Gianna pre-ban makes a lot of sense.
Definitely does. Shiho again being stolen. Are we going to be seeing the same Megumi Josephine response on the side of Smokes? He didn't do him well last time, though.
Well, it didn't do well, but it was super close. So I actually do like the response. But once again, we're going for a super early unit on that Sonya. That Sonya could be very dangerous. Last time around, we saw that on the enemy side where the Sonya could not really provide enough. But I think it's more of a counter where the enemy can simply not take it just yet.
Wow, Xingje coming out then. Different form of monkey business, but we haven't seen all too much of it. And I think for good reason, normally.
Yeah, it's one of those things that it could do a lot, but sometimes doesn't do a lot. And UNMAXFATIGUE is actually going to go for his comfortable playstyle with the Cadiz, with a Aragorn. So that Cadiz might be a lot of firepower, whereas Smokes doesn't have any healing just yet.
Yeah, there's no sustain, and he's kind of sending it to the wind with that Layla again, putting the trust into her for the bans. What are we thinking?
I think we're looking at a Layla ban and a Sonya ban exactly as we see here on the screen, because both of those units, if the other wasn't out, would have been a lot of problem.
33 speed lead versus a 28 speed lead then in our decisive set between Smokes and UNMAXFATIGUE. Which debutant could get one step closer to that Europe Cup right here?
Once again, we're going to go in with a alt ego, but where do we send it? We do send it, but we don't get the stun, but we do get air invisibility removed already.
Exactly, you don't like to see that if you are UNMAXFATIGUE right now. Stuns can come out, you need to get it on. That Cadiz does land as well.
Does land that very first stun, and also Josephine is still seated on the passive, but this monkey right there is not caring for elements.
He isn't, but huge provoke into that Aragorn as well. Not going to be able to provide any of the sustain coming through.
Set up on the monkey, defense break there is. Jaeger has some justice to say on this unit on the side. 41k straight off the get-go, not too many units dead or anything just yet. You have to be looking at AoE stuns, but you have to be stunning a lot, and you stunned exactly the one unit you don't want to be stunning.
Oh, that's huge, that additional turn. Can you get that even provoke or even kill onto this Cadiz because you've got rid of that revive already?
Yeah, it's also one of those units. I think this Cadiz is on revenge, but he's not showing any revenge as of yet. But there goes all of the damage. Once again, we do have additional turn on this Josephine. So Josephine is doing all the work where the Shiho is just well taken care of.
Oh, got that stun on the Vanessa. You get a defense break for the... Wow!
This Jaeger is just simply doing so much damage. Even skill 1, 21k taking out cleanly. We're just looking for more defense breaks coming in, but this is a done match in my book.
It definitely is. Smokes coming in clutch. The justice is being served for him right here in our decisive set number 5 then against UNMAXFATIGUE. Huge for Smokes to be in that next round, sir.
Yeah, very well played. Once again, well read on the Josephine. Actually, not too many people have been drafting Josephine so far today, but Josephine into a Shio is always one of those dangerous things. Sure, if you stun something, it's bad. If you don't stun something, it's also bad. Josephine sometimes is just an answer.
She is the answer, and she has heard the call from Smokes to get him through to the next round of our Europe Preliminaries day number 3, say. Like you said, again, another kind of full best of 5 where somebody goes 2-0 up, somebody learns on the fly, gets back to a 2-2, but then the eventual person who was leading coming back for that 3-2 win right there. Huge for Smokes. He's going to be up against REINCA in that next match later today, say. I mean, crazy to see him there. We're going to see some more LDs in that next match, right?
Yeah, we're definitely expecting a lot of LDs in the following coming up because we have ISMOO against RAXXAZ. I think I would call that match of the day. Definitely could be saying that one. But the big question is, how are the two players going to be preparing against one another? Because they're very familiar with the box of one another as well.
Exactly, they know each other. Sometimes if you know too much about the other person, it can also go against you because you're second guessing, hey, what units are they building right there? And like we've said last weekend, RAXXAZ is kind of a new player right now in terms of what the box he kind of brings to the table. Always struggled in the past with not too many options. Maybe he has the reverse effect right now, though, say.
Too many options. But then again, on the side of ISMOO, he also has a lot of options. If we're looking at the current season, ISMOO already drafted 22 LD5s. On the side of RAXXAZ, also drafted exactly 22 LD5s. So both of them are very even on the LD box.
They definitely are. And also maybe a call out say as well. I think the rune efficiency and artifact efficiency of both of these players are probably some of the highest in the whole of Europe, right, as well.
Yep, and actually, I'm in the guild with RAXXAZ, so you see a little bit more from that player. You got some artifact yesterday. That is one of those artifacts that you're farming for all day. Not gonna spoil it, but you might see a particular unit. I'll call it out if we see it do a lot of damage.
That is the perfect timing for what you need right here. You're in that lower round of day 3 of the Europe Preliminaries. Both of these players have been at SWCs for a lot of years in the past, but only one of them will make it through. And even then, they've still got FAMICOM in that next matchup as well, all the way through there. So this is going to be an absolute banger. All of you in chat, let us know who you're supporting going into this one. RAXXAZ versus ISMOO in a lower round day 3 match. Who'd have thought it? Fwen's off, gloves on. Either the old bull gets raxed, or RAXXAZ learns the herd doesn't thin that easily. Let's find out. RAXXAZ locking in that Vanessa early.
Interesting play to go for Vanessa early. I wouldn't really expect that to be the high contested unit unless RAXXAZ is setting that up for a specific playstyle. We do have a very common playstyle on the side of a Shiho plus an Oliver on the side of ISMOO.
Wow, instantly locked in from RAXXAZ then. Etna and that Dark Zenitsu as well. So, I mean, this is dangerous for a snipe.
Yeah, this is very dangerous for a snipe, but also that Zenitsu is already covering a bunch of units, because if you look in the Megumi right now, Zenitsu doesn't really care about those stuns. It does care about the Oliver though, so let's see if RAXXAZ either wants to ban the Oliver or cover it in other units.
Wow, ISMOO turtling up a little bit with the Light Unicorn coming out right there. Wants to get some sustain and the immunity as well against everything of the defense breaks that are set up from RAXXAZ.
Yeah, but I'm liking the RAXXAZ draft over here, because in the end, the Light Unicorn, it is not that good for single target healing. And where there's a lot of single target damage, that is the RAXXAZ draft for now. We got the Hwaring, we got the Zenitsu, we got the Athena, all so much single target damage. Pairing that up with a cleanser and a healer in Raccoon, I'm liking the RAXXAZ draft for now. I think he's aiming at a 5th big ban, what ISMOO's locking in at this moment.
Yeah, well, how can ISMOO really answer it right here at the moment, though? I mean, they're self-healing, maybe landing some more defense breaks with that Ashur, but seems a bit off.
Yeah, I think he's going to be taken out. I know ISMOO runes, and I've seen the runes. If he puts his absolute best set to this unit, it's absolutely stellar and crazy. But I think we're not going to see it in this match as of this far, because it's just so easy to deal with a Light Unicorn if you have that additional damage artifacts.
Yeah, I mean, RAXXAZ now on the draft, you think just get rid of the sustain here, or is it too much damage?
Yeah, just getting rid of the sustain. On the side of ISMOO towards Rex, I think you have to take care of that Hwaring, because Hwaring, especially next to a Raccoon, could easily take over a match. And that Raccoon could also be a dangerous factor in the first place.
There we go, Ashur Hwaring being banned out. 33 speed leads for both RAXXAZ and ISMOO right here. Let's call it the match of the day right now, say. It's our Europe Preliminaries, day number 3. Who's going to win this one?
Not taking first turn on that capture, not lowering to half HP, and not actually getting the stun in on that Shiho just yet.
Not getting it right there. You've got that Megumi that can look to follow up right here. Does manage to get the defense break. Some big damage can be planted through, or do you go for the stun?
That is some massive damage coming in right there. I think you want to go... Ooh, goes for switching up both targets, but the Zenitsu is cutting in. He was hoping for his Oliver to cut right after, but this Zenitsu is faster than this Oliver, but misses the defense break. But at least we do shake off our attack break.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to shake it off. You wanting to get like Zenitsu some more turns. Raccoon can always follow up as well, but like you said, fighting against immunity.
Yeah, fighting against immunity is an uphill battle right there, especially if you're not fully connecting your skills. If you were to land that defense break, at least you could have taken down a bit of that Oliver damage. But right now, Oliver has free reign on those units.
He does, and this is where the control comes in. And I mean, with that Eleanor as well coming through, putting more sustain up through there and the immunity, this is going to be tough for Rax.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough for Rex. In this case, we do go for the switch. We go for a little bit of healing. At least there's no provokes coming out just yet. But every time that this Megumi takes a turn, that defense break could be very crucial.
Yep, where can he land it? Can he get it on the off moment when there's no Raccoon following up as well? Because he's going to be cleansing.
Yeah, Raccoon is going to be cleansing, going to be healing. We get the stun over there, but it's not really a stun that adds too much to the table. It's all about this right moment defense break into a Shiho skill 3. Then you can actually take out things. But until that moment, we're kind of bruising back and forth, stealing each other's attack bar.
Exactly, but now you've got the speed buff on that Megumi as well. That's huge. Coming in front of that Shiho can look to set up. Oliver, just being there is controlling everything.
Yeah, Oliver's doing a great job in this matchup so far, getting all the cooldowns. Can we get the defense break at this moment? There should not be a skill available on the shield, but at least it could be good damage. Does not get it, but does get the additional turn right there, which does also put RAXXAZ in higher chance of additional turns coming in later with the Raccoon and the Quillen Slasher.
Yeah, does he just go for it? He's gone for the skill 2 then on the Raccoon to push it back. You've got other stuns. I mean, it's still healthy for RAXXAZ.
It's still looking very healthy, and the additional turn rate is high on the Quillen Slasher. I'm not sure if it's Despair or Violent. I think it is on Violent. If it just sets up a defense break with a skill 1 into an additional turn with another skill 1, you can simply cleanly take out units. So I think you should be aiming for a playstyle like that, because you're not going to get too many chances in because of this Oliver.
Definitely not. And right now, you've got Vanessa can come through, knows the Light Unicorn's coming soon, so can cleanse. Goes for the cool time, doesn't land.
Doesn't connect the cool time. Also the best play he could make over there, because simply not too much else going in. Does almost get a Nemesis rotation right there where you could get the skill in, but we're once again transforming and healing up, chipping all of these units to full HP.
Exactly. You've got that immunity right there, and is not going to be liking that at the moment. Looking to get the defense break, lands it this time.
Lands it this time, but he's also spreading the damage a lot everywhere, which doesn't really help him as of this much, because everything is looking at half HP, but nothing is dying just yet. Plus, there's still a passive on that Vanessa, so nothing is fully dead just yet.
No, it isn't, and he's used again that skill number 4 coming through from Zenitsu, trying to get some more attack back, putting it in a weird position. But at the moment, he's looking bad for RAXXAZ.
Yeah, it's looking bad for RAXXAZ because of this Oliver. The Oliver is really the pinnacle issue, which just rotates so much. Hindsight, maybe Oliver on the ban, but then you had to deal with a lot more damage on the side of ISMOO. So it is difficult to say what would have been the right play right there.
Exactly. Hindsight is a wonderful thing in this one right here. He's 1 unit down, got rid of that Etna, and I mean, Dark Zenitsu is probably the next one to go.
Yeah, Dark Zenitsu, can you connect your skills right now? Also, we haven't seen the Despair, we haven't seen it on Violent just yet, so neither of those two, whatever it is on, is not activating at this moment.
Yeah, not what you want to see if you RAXXAZ right here. Does get the stun on the Raccoon right now, setting up maybe another defense break for later on.
Yeah, but defense break is what this Quillen Slasher is eating himself, and most of these high-ranked Olivers are on crit rate, so Oliver on a crit skill 2 could potentially take out this Zenitsu.
Could take it out, but you've got the revive back again, I think, from that Vanessa right there. Shiho will be able to follow up, but I think we got a cool time from the Vanessa.
Yep, we do at least have that going. We have an off-turn at the moment, but we do also have 2 more units coming in right now. I think for the easy cleanup, you just go for a skill 2, or, well, you just expect your Shiho to clean up this unit.
Yeah, you got that skill 1, you're hoping for it. Oh!
Oh, dangerous play right there, but not taking out. I think a little bit of the damage from that Unicorn would have taken out. In this case, finally can go for skill 2, but the Unicorn is well covering the damage that a Quillen Slasher has.
Exactly, and he's confirmed his kill, ISMOO, right there. We love to see it. Does land a defense break now, but he's got nothing for damage.
Yeah, nothing for damage. And in the end, the Unicorn, where I thought it was going to be easier to take it down because of the additional damage, but in the end, you are doing additional damage by also critting, and those crits were well covered.
They were. ISMOO, he's been there before at many SWCs, all the way through to a lot of World Finals as well for Europe, taking the 1-0 lead then against RAXXAZ right here. I mean, if I was looking from the draft, say, I think it was actually pretty favourable, I'd say, almost for RAXXAZ, but Summoner's War has a tricky way of saying that's a good draft.
Yeah, it was one of those things, like Oliver was definitely doing the Oliver things. I think that was one of the biggest problems, but then also the Unicorn getting the right rotations in of immunity, of healing, of anti-crits, where it just simply made it where RAXXAZ couldn't really play his game. And that's one of those things that Oliver does. He makes you play the game, but your enemy not, and therefore we also respect the LD units on the Hwaring that was earlier banned out, and the Light Pony that was just a devastating unit to deal with.
It was, and that's why they're in our stack bans right there. For all of you that are brand new watching right now, remember stack bans do affect the whole of these matches. So for the rest of the sets that will happen, you cannot be picking that in your draft. So super strong. It's a new format for this year. Let's see how it continues. First pick going over to ISMOO then right here. Again, the trade of Shiho first pick is a big topic this year.
Yeah, Shiho first pick. RAXXAZ, if we go similar to last draft, he would go for a Vanessa plus a Quillen Slasher or Vanessa plus an Athna. Those were his first 3 picks last time. Now you can only lock in 2. And we're still going to go back to that Quillen Slasher because at least we don't have to deal with the anti-crit on the enemy side.
He didn't. However, ISMOO was controlling him with an Oliver, and it's another 33 speed lead, which you can easily lock in here in a second or third pick. But opting to go for the Megumi instead.
Going for the Megumi instead is pretty interesting. I think I would have rather seen an Oliver plus an Etna in this position. Sure, RAXXAZ could have went very heavy on the fire at that moment, but you already had a Shio kind of covering that, plus still a 4 and 5. NFL and Jaeger definitely does signal a bruiser, but we have seen that in prior matches where a Oliver plus Etna can take things out before a bruiser setup actually starts to move.
They can, but I like RAXXAZ here. He's brought 2 defense breaks and 2 damage dealers within it as well. He's got the setup right here, but will he be able to even take a turn looking at the speed that ISMOO's maybe bringing through?
Yeah, that's the big question. It's one of those scenarios that you almost want to go for. Ooh, he's going to go for an early Aya. Aya is, in this case, the counter pick because he knows 100% Aya would come out from your enemy if you were to lock it in. But in this case, very well prevented pick by ISMOO right there, and also a dangerous unit to play against.
It is, but there is an Annabelle on the field. There is a Juno on the field at the moment as well. Say, Banzi, looking at one of them, or do you need to get rid of the damage?
I would actually go for that Layla, because Layla next to that many units with debuffs is just a problem. And especially if you lose your Juno, but even against the Juno, it's just such a problematic unit to deal with. So you have to ban off this Layla.
Let's see if Layla is being taken out. It is, and the Juno is being respected as well. So we're going to be having a 33 speed lead versus a 28 speed lead going into our day 3 of the Europe preliminaries. It's match 4 set 2 between RAXXAZ and ISMOO, who's going to take that second point.
Yeah, all eyes on this Jaeger coming in with the damage, but also all eyes on everything on ISMOO's sides, potentially doing a lot of damage. Skill 2, do we send it off? No, we're going right away into this NFL. Don't get the stun as of yet, but this unit might actually do it. Does connect the stun right there, and look at the amount of additional damage artifacts coming in. But Vanessa once again selling RAXXAZ. No defense break, no strip.
You don't like seeing that, and look, you've provided there. You can look to set up more of it. I mean, Annabelle needs an additional turn for RAXXAZ.
Yeah, NFL is definitely eyeballing that additional turn right now. We're going to go for pushback. Does actually not connect the pushback, but also no additional turn as of yet.
Exactly, and you're facing still that immunity, and kind of immunity with Nabara on the field, because if you hit her, you're going to be losing health.
Does go for losing health. I'm not too sure if it was maybe not a better play to go for skill 1. Ooh, great rotation coming in right there. Cleanly taking out units right there. Oh, wow. Suddenly this Jaeger doing a lot of work.
Yes, suddenly kind of things have changed right there. You've got Annabelle coming through again. Can look to set up some more defense breaks later on, but Nabara needs to start eating that health.
Yeah, and we also do have the NFL on the skills available. In this case, we're just going to be trying to get as much cycling in. Trying to get our skill 2 back. Does get the additional turn right there, which lowers the cooldown. Doesn't do anything as of yet. But this gold sprayer is coming at such a crucial moment.
2 huge additional turns coming out from RAXXAZ right there. Gets that skill 3 coming through. You need provokes. You need another one from Nabara.
What was that Megumi? Was that Megumi 100 resistance? Because an NFL not landing anything at all is really bad. Plus, this Nabara is looking at all of her debuffs available, which is just not great for RAXXAZ right there.
It isn't great. He's on a defense break, though. That Nabara is probably going to go down with the revenge, no?
Oh, it will be taken out on the next hit right here, but we could also trade units 1 for 1. But then again, we are fighting a Jaeger and a Quilling Slash on the other side, which is still very, very dangerous.
It is, because that Quilling Slash is going to be able to come through. Oh, huge.
That was the perfect moment. Actually, once again, selling on the defense break. This Vanessa does not like defense break in her repertoire, but she did manage to get the increased cooltime. So that means no alter ego for the Shio. Also doesn't manage to get the turn because Zenitsu has something to play and say about that. And this match is going to RAXXAZ.
Wow, RAXXAZ turning things around there, then say, bringing it back to 1 apiece between himself and ISMOO. This is going to be a banger, say, because things can change, and these players have got such crazy artifacts, runes, everything else in their box as well. Set number 3 is going to be fireworks.
Yeah, we're loving all them fireworks. And it's also one of those things. Small opening on the Zenitsu into a Jaeger coming in later, instantly taking out units. But also just the sheer damage of all of those things. Everything on this level deals so incredibly much damage that Nobara on her additional turn took 50% HP. And it was not even the craziest of damage we've seen in that match.
Yeah, dude, how do you write this stuff? We're now seeing a Windstar being taken out, and the Dark Zenitsu is being taken off the field, respected by ISMOO. Saw the damage coming out. Stark, we haven't seen in any of the sets from these players so far, but Shiho, you can write that. I could say that every single time, say.
Yeah, Shio on the first pick is definitely, you're going to be correct like at least 50% of the time. But there's a Vivica on the side of ISMOO, which always makes it dangerous. Lime on the side of RAXXAZ. I haven't seen it drafted until this set 3 right here. But the big question is, why for that Stark ban? Because I think it's one of those units that ISMOO doesn't use all too much. But maybe he's scared of it because ISMOO does have a Valeska in his back pocket as well.
Valeska being there. Third and fourth pick coming in from ISMOO right here. Locking in another speed lead with Han. Big damage that can potentially come out there as well. But how are you dealing with a Limer if you're not going to ban it? Maybe like that.
Maybe like that, but also a great pick on that Heigang and an Okeanos. Let's see if we're going to make these units in the field, because the damage from the side of Rex isn't super high. It's all additional damage artifacts. But the moment that this Okeanos is gone, a lot of that damage is gone too.
It is. Is it the mind games coming through? He's locked it in then in that fourth and fifth pick. ISMOO, you've got a fifth pick to make a choice. You want to be really going into 2-1, going into the future sets right here, and they need to get a decisive part of the draft. What would you think out of that box?
Well, I would say if you go for Sonya banning the Oliver, it does make the Oliver ban very obvious, but you could take it out. But also just simply going for a Bruiser, which I'm liking over here as well, because that is a Bruiser unit that could 1v1 all of them, but he might be listening over here, taking in that Sonya, probably aiming at a ban on the speed lead.
Yeah, if you're going to take out the Oliver, can you deal enough damage coming through? He can obviously answer with a speed lead ban of himself as well, but I mean, then it's who's faster?
Yeah, it's also one of those things. It's a dangerous thing because in the end, if you were to outspeed with your Viva Gel, it could be kind of a bad spot for your unit as well. But in this case, we do ban out the Heigang, so Gianna has a fair play, but does get a turn on that Gianna. That is the big question.
Let's go set 3. Do you get the stun on that Viva Gel? You don't, say.
Yes, not connecting the right skills. Vivica with a perfect rotation on that skill 3 right there. Critical error coming in, landing all of the skills that he places.
Exactly, you've managed to get it right there. You can maybe set up a defense break on that Oliver. Do you want to even get a cooldown while you're at it, Vanessa?
Yeah, with a defense break for a simple solution, that is the simplest of solutions, nearly taking it out. Does get the additional turn on Lima. Lima, something to say about the artifact I was mentioning, most likely is on this Okeanos. It is 187 additional damage by speed with 3 other lines that are also additional damage. It's most likely on this Okeanos, and therefore it's dealing so much damage.
We say it every time. Confirm your kills. Additional turns happen in this game. Violent runes are here and they're here to stay. And this could be a RAXXAZ win now.
It definitely could be a RAXXAZ win, because what we saw in the set 1, Oliver doing a lot of Oliver things. Oliver has all to play for in this rotation. Oliver, if you can just reset everything enough, get enough turns in. It's going to be difficult against this Han, but he is making it work with that additional turn right there.
He is. I mean, there's still... Oh, this is so huge then. RAXXAZ flipping the switch on ISMOO.
Yeah, we're not there just yet, but we're gonna take another turn on this Monkey. We can go for the alt ego. It will definitely take out this Han. And once again, all you need is 1 turn on that Lima. Lima flipped the squid right there. Whereas the Shio first sold you on that first hit, Lima solved it.
She solved it. Such a dangerous unit when she gets a turn in the right moment there, say. And RAXXAZ is being greatly rewarded for it right there. 2-1 up against ISMOO right here. Damn, say. That's the flick of a switch, my friend.
Yeah, that's one of those things. And also nearly taking out the Oliver was a great choice, but the option was nearly, and nearly is not enough.
Exactly. You've got to confirm those kills. We'll keep screaming it to the mountains. Pre-bans for this one coming in our stack ban is going to be the Vivica respected and the Lima respected. Kind of thought that was coming.
Yeah, those are both the winning factors on either side of that match, on either side of the coin. So let's see if Shio finds either side of the coin on that first pick once again.
Yeah, we've got it right. So we're going to be 100 from 100 on that one, I'm pretty sure. Oliver being taken then by RAXXAZ again. Crucial speed leader at the moment, and has now recently got his own hand to play with, eh?
Yeah, got his own Han, but not as many pairs with the Han. Does like to pair it with a Dark Robo and a Van Cliff, but in the end, those are kind of a smaller version of what a Gianna or a Vivica would do, which ISMOO does have. So in this case, more of a steal rather than a comfortable pick, which also enables ISMOO to go for the double high base speed units.
He does take them through. Let's find out, how do you respond here if you are on the side of RAXXAZ then? You've got third and fourth, you've already got your speed lead. He's got 3 speed leads now, say.
Yeah, you got 3 speed lead, but that's the thing. For RAXXAZ, Han doesn't really become that much of a speed lead because you don't have the right Dark units to pair with. Does have a Woundsa, but in this case, the only proper CC you have is Oliver.
Yeah, he's the only one controlling right there. ISMOO bringing in some more protection then with a Pontos and his own speed lead on top of that as well. Asher can get some defense breaks, silences, some more control as well coming through. Kind of like the draft of ISMOO a little bit more.
Yeah, ISMOO's draft is a bit more well-rounded. There's more supports, there's more healing, there's more sustain just coming in. And in this case, for RAXXAZ draft, I think the first 4, it really depends how well this Oliver's gonna play for.
Yeah, let's find out if Oliver can do it. Dark Demon, I like the pick, but I think it's an instant ban.
Yeah, Demon might be an insta ban right there. I think that Ashur is once again respected, unless we go for the respect on the Pontus, but I think you have enough strips to take care of a Pontus right there. We're going to be taking it away just so far. Are we going to do anything else? We're going to go for Layla. Interesting.
Okay, so Interrupt, trying to get some more CC coming out through there. Bans, though, do you respect an Oliver at this point? Do you respect the damage? That's the only one really from a Han?
Well, it's hard to say like what to respect, because in the end, Layla, especially on this kind of rank of additional damage artifacts, would do a ton of damage, especially if your Ashur is not on the battlefield to heal or cleanse anything. But that's a big question. This ban is definitely a difficult one.
It's difficult. We're getting Etna then banned out. We've got the Oliver banned out from the control, so it's a 28 speed lead versus a 33. Currently 2-1 to RAXXAZ. If he wins this, he's going through, or are we going to get a comeback from ISMOO in this one?
Woundsa not fast enough. Is on will runes, but the will runes probably did not help to be the fastest. In this case, you would have definitely seen a fast rotation. But the best thing he could do was actually only stun this Megumi, which is not the worst of issues for RAXXAZ. What could be a big issue is this Pontus, though, if you send all of your strips right now.
Exactly. What is Pontos saying right here? He's gone for it. You've got that Nemesis coming through from the Pontos.
Nemesis Pontus coming in. We have Layla to say something about this, but you need the best Layla performance out there, and this was not it.
No, she did not perform enough right there. There's still that invincibility on the 2 units which have immunity stripped off them. That's the perfect thing for ISMOO.
Yeah, the immunity is still there, the invisibility is still there. There's 1 apiece on each, and now you can start working on this Han. Can you take it out, or are you going to go for a Layla first? But I think the Han is more dangerous, but you also have damage coming in on a 2nd hit defense break, doing 8Ks per hit after.
And you're in bounce territory as well. That was the perfect Ashur moment.
Yeah, that Asher just did all the work over there, also resisting that. Did get the defense break in there. You can go for skill 2, it's probably crit damage 4. Is crit damage 4, it seems, with that kind of damage flying in. But is it going to be enough? That is the big question.
It is the big question. You've still got a revive as well from that Vanessa at some point. Right now, you can maybe just hit into that Megumi. It's looking still good for ISMOO here.
It's definitely looking good for ISMOO. I think he's going to try for the silence on this. Layla does not connect the silence, does get the additional turn, so it's 1 turn close to this Layla once again. But I could see a Layla. There is a small window, there is a small opportunity where this Layla just sends out that many ghosts where it is still a potential to win. But you got to get the right silences at the right moment to make kills without interrupting this Vanessa pass.
Exactly. I mean, you've still got 1 revive, but there's 2 units not looking healthy. The Pontos and the Ashur from ISMOO's side. You get the defense break right here. You need to try and kill.
Yeah, can you kill on skill 1? If you are on crit damage, if you hit the Pontus, it is a right element thing. You could actually get a random crit in there. Does not try to go for it. Is trying to get rid of other units at the moment.
I mean, he can look to send the skill 1 if he wants right here. Goes for the skill 2, gets the silences across the board.
Yeah, silences across the board. You don't like to see that at the moment. This skill 2 might actually be the end of the tail for Rex in this match. Do we get a crit? We don't get a crit as of yet, but we're still looking at 2-turn silence and a cooldown increase on this Layla.
Exactly, and it wasn't enough to kill the Ashur just there. It was right now, but Monkey's coming fast again, say.
Monkey's coming fast. Can you take it out? Does actually not take it out. That is super close. If we get perfect stun rotations right now, plus a sleep, I see the vision.
Oh, God. He's got the kill on the Pontos right here. Can you take the stun on that? Oh!
He gets the stun. He did not take out the Layla. Connect the kills. Layla's living too long, and that too long is probably riding the tail, reversing the sweep once again, where we just don't take enough damage towards the right units. Because I think we're back on the Ghost. We're not back on the Ghost just yet, but we're coming in hot.
Yeah, we are coming in hot right there. I mean, I don't think Monkey takes a turn just because of that slow as well, say. Is he going to be the Wooser?
Yeah, it's gonna go for the Wusa. We do get the bounce on the Wusa. We do get the additional turn, which actually gets back the revive. So if you take out the monkey right now, it is going to be revived again, which is definitely favorable for ISMOO in this position. But where are we going to be sending our skills?
Does he know about that though? Has he counted it properly, say? It looks like he has.
It definitely looks like he has. You can go for a skill 3 right now, but if you send the skill 3, Wusa goes for skill 3, would definitely take things out. That is a 12k HP unit coming back though, and it is looking at a stun.
Yeah, it's stunned, and then Wusa cleaning up Vanessa. RAXXAZ has turned the tables here on ISMOO, and he's gonna be advancing through to the next round of this Europe Preliminaries. Wow, say, that changed again, just like it did before for Rax in that previous set.
Yeah, that was super close right there, but it also shows especially units like a Layla. Sure, it's sitting on the silence, but it can still land a despair stun from a skill 1 on that silence. Because any hit that you land on any kind of thing that does any debuff, Layla will take that bar, and Layla took a little bit too much bar right there to actually take things out.
Wow, RAXXAZ defeating ISMOO, who won't be joining us at the Europe Cup, which is just like unheard of, say. I feel like ISMOO's usually got his ticket stamped already to go to any Europe Cup that happens here, but RAXXAZ showing, if you get those turns, it really pays off, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things. Sometimes things just simply do work out, and it did work out for Rex. It was definitely a back and forth battle because in the end, his Vanessa skill 2s were not connecting. His Shio skill 3 at the first was not connecting. But what wasn't working towards the start of the match was working for him at the end of the match where it mattered.
It did matter in the end right there. So now you can see what our lower round bracket 2 is going to be looking like in these matches. TEQTEQ versus Neth, CYBEROPA versus SAMBSEPP, SMOKEZZZ versus REINCA, and RAXXAZ versus FAMICOM. Again, say, there's even more like matches of the day coming up later on, right?
Yeah, that's some great matches coming in right there, and I'm very much looking forward to them.
Hell yeah, we're going to be looking forward to all of those matches right there. Thank you guys for sticking around with us to watch all of these matches. Did you get your predictions right so far? I think mine are looking a little bit off, say. How about you?
I think I'm kind of okay, but after the matches that are coming after the break, it might be a little bit iffy. So we're going to see if that works out or not.
Let's find out. But before we go into that break, we've got a coupon for you guys. Have a look down below right now. Hurrah! SWC2026 with some mana, mystical scrolls, and some more of those emblems. Make sure you have a look in chat. Share that code around with everybody. We want to see what you have summoned going into that one. Probably, I'm going to say you're summoning a Nat 5, feed it for some LDs, and then you get an LD. That's just how it works, right, sir?
Absolutely. And then you also get the exact LD of choice. And if you don't, don't blame me.
Yeah, blame. I was going to say blame me, but don't blame me either. I don't want that blame. I don't want that to go with me. We're going to be going into a quick 10-minute break, I believe, just to kind of set things up for the following matches. Go get your snacks, go get your drinks. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave us in chat. We'll see you back here very, very soon. Welcome back to the Summoners War European Championships, or the World Arena Championships in Europe for our preliminaries day number 3. And of course, we're still here bringing you the action, myself, Sam, and Say Shizu. I hope you got a nice little snack during the break. Maybe, you know, rested up, because we've got 4 killer matches still yet to come, right? Say some players that really want to get their way to that Europe Cup. I don't think you've ever been in a day 3 preliminaries position before, right? But maybe you know what a player might feel like.
I'm actually thinking about it. I think we did not have a day 3 at the times that I was in a loser's bracket kind of style, because the last few years I was mostly in right away. But it always feels more stressful. That's definitely because, first of all, like, you just want to just progress through in that first week. That's always chill. It's like, oh, then I can chill back and see how the others are playing. Plus, you also get to see who you're playing against, because someone of the day 1 and day 2 qualifiers will play in their first round against one of those day 3 qualifiers that we see here on stream.
Exactly. So we've got TEQTEQ versus Nef in our very first match of this lower round bracket, number 2. Nef, previous European champion right there. Say TEQTEQ, the newcomer. Can he make his first ever appearance at a Europe Cup right there? He kind of showed against One For All that his style of the snipe and taking that first turn, he could somewhat adapt around it. But I mean, Nef is the guy who's got a ragdoll as well, you know?
Well, not as well. He has the ragdoll. One For All with all of his LDs did not have that ragdoll, the one unit he was aiming for. But I definitely do think for today, if we say woman of the match, Atna's playing so well, and it's so high contested between those players, and it's mainly because Shiho's the most contested pick. What is great against Shiho? Well, that's an Atna. What's also great with a Shiho? Also an Atna.
Exactly, working in combination or against each other. Let's find out if we're going to be having some first picks between both of our players as we're getting into our day 3 lower round 2 match between Nef and TEQTEQ. TEQTEQ. That's not the clock this time. That's Nef's fridge humming. The newcomer needs one more upset. The former champion just needs to keep his cool. Let's find out, say, in our match between them both. First pick going into the Fire Megumi.
Fire Megumi other side, we're locking in Oliver or Vanessa plus the Shiho. Shiho's already hovered right there. Makes a lot of sense. We're actually going to go for steal on the secret. So we're going to be playing the style that Nef made popular. I think it was back in 2024.
Yeah, we're seeing it coming out then. We've got then an Etna already being locked in. Maybe feels early though in this position, say.
It feels early because he was always pairing that with a Vanessa and that ragdoll. This is a damage style ragdoll pairing very well with the secret. This is pretty much a similar style of draft that Nef got to winning the European Cup in 2024 with. At least if that is the correct year. But I'm liking the style of Nef right here.
Exactly. It's looking very strong. TEQTEQ changing things up. We're seeing a Lima coming out then, wanting to put some, obviously, invincibility, immunity around. And wow, first time we're seeing Piranha today.
Piranha, very strong unit if the enemy doesn't have any form of cleanses, but it's actually taken away for a unit that's more all-round with the healing, defense breaks, and the slows. Let's see what Nef has as a 5th pick for this.
Yeah, 5th pick coming in right here. You want to make it something which has to be almost like an insta-ban, or how's he going to turn around it? He's kind of turtled up a bit, TEQTEQ here.
Well, I would say a Seimei, yes, exactly. Nef does find it as well. Seimei is a great unit against all of those 3 turns debuffs. It is great against 3 turns of shields. It's great against 3 turns of immunity. So it's covering a whole lot of units, especially next to a ragdoll. All of your units will take a lot of turns. Loving that Seimei pick right there, and well respected by TEQTEQ.
Exactly, respected out. We've got speed leads 28 versus the 33. Then going into our lower round 2, match 1 between Nef and TEQTEQ. Who's going to take the lead and join us at that Europe Cup?
We have a Shiho actually moving all the way first. Very fast over there, but is not connecting the stun. Not sure if that is an unlucky not stunning or a lucky not stunning because of Josephine passive.
Yeah, kind of one that you kind of don't want to happen, so it's quite good that it didn't. He does get the stun though on that Sigrid right there. And I mean, if Etna starts sending any skills, Ragdoll's going to love it.
Yeah, Ragdoll's gonna love it, but also the turn rotation is that this Vanessa moves right after. Ooh, I would almost say increase the cooltime, but he's gonna do a little bit of both, but not increasing that cooltime.
Yeah, so he's gone for that skill 3. He does manage to get that invincibility against it as well, because Ragdoll would have cleaned up.
Yeah, Ragdoll would have absolutely cleaned house over there. Now we're gonna go for start of the end, so there's even more invisibility, more immunity, and Nef has a few 4 more rounds before he can actually take a kill.
Exactly, he's not going to be able to hit anything. Can't even hit that Josephine with the revenge on as well. This is the moment TEQTEQ needs the opportunity to really get something going.
Yeah, he needs to get something going, but we do have strips available right here. Where are we going to send it? We're going to send it on the Megumi, but doesn't get the right strip. Defense break. Do we send defense break? Because that's full attack bar enemy team as well.
Yeah, you've given the attack bar, but you've got some damage continuing into that Shiho as well right there, but Etna's going to go down.
Yeah, that's the risky play right there. You had a bit more protection if you did not go for that S2 at that moment, but he was trying to send it just to get it out there. It is very understandable right there. But all of those crits, it's just so dangerous with a Ragdoll on the field.
Definitely is, and with that skill 1 damage that we usually like to see, you don't really want to see it too much coming through. You haven't killed the Etna yet, though.
Yeah, this Finesse is not really doing the right damage. It's more of a defense break scaling unit on enemy max HP, but in this case did not get the chance to do anything of just yet. And his Ragdoll is a little bit too slow.
Yeah, it's with that slow on it as well. Do you just even send again? He's gone, okay, he's confirming the kill first. I like it as a caster.
Yeah, confirming the kill was, I think, the right play over there. Ragdoll is still a difficult unit to deal with if he doesn't get a defense break on him, but at least you have something to deal with it later.
Yeah, you can deal with it a little bit later on. You can put up that invincibility against it, but you don't want to put him in range.
Yeah, the range is always dangerous, but then again, with the 2-turn provoke, the range gets a little bit less of a danger right there, but still, the option is always there.
It is there. Is it moment? Yes, he's going to protect right now. Some more skill 1 damage coming through, but obviously attack bar.
Yeah, attack bar gain is given, but then again, Ragdoll cannot really provide that much against this much of immunity, and Lima, once again, has been shown as a very difficult unit to deal with.
Yeah, and she's put those slows out. You don't really want to revive because you know Josephine's coming next, but at the same time, your Vanessa might go down.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go for a revive. Is actually going to go for a revive. Just try to divert the damage towards other units because it is mainly single target, and was hoping for a Ragdoll additional turn right there, but did not manage to get it.
Didn't get it. You need to clean him up right now first, I would say. You can get Josephine to come in later now.
Yeah, I think that is all she wrote for this Ragdoll right here. Did not have enough sustain to work with it. The Same was a great pick, but it was the only sustain that was helping this Ragdoll out trying to survive.
Wow, TEQTEQ taking a 1-0 lead then against Neff, a previous Europe Cup champion right there, say. Ragdoll was good into the Etna, but Etna survived for a lot longer on that field than I thought she would.
Yeah, that Etna was actually alive for a very long time, and that was definitely the issue for Neff. So let's see what we go for the bans right here. I think he has to respect that Lima, because that's just a troublesome unit. On the side of TEQTEQ, I would also already respect that Ragdoll, because you know you want to be playing that Etna more, and Ragdoll is the only unit that gives most issues against that.
Exactly, as he figured that out though right here. They're using a lot of the time to work out for the very first stack ban. Maybe there's a spanner in the works, because Neff maybe thought he would already be 1-0 up going into this second set between both of them. There's plenty of options here. Random guess, say, what you saying?
I would still go for a Lima and a Ragdoll, but we're actually going to go for an Etna, and we're going to go for a Seimei. Interesting 2 bans right there, but I do really respect both of them.
Yeah, super respectful. 2 women that have been doing awesome work so far in our SWC right there. First pick is going to Neff again. Shiho, most contested unit in SWC.
Yeah, maybe it was also Neff kind of predicting a Ragdoll ban, and therefore a Etna would have been that much of a problem, so therefore taking it out. I definitely do like that Etna ban right there, especially if you don't use it yourself. But on the other hand, the Seimei is going to be an interesting one, because it's going to be enabling things like a Layla.
Here we have it. Aragon coming out on the field for Neff right there. The Sigrid is also one of those units that they're both sharing. We're going to contest it going through 3rd and 4th pick then for TEQTEQ. Is he going to continue with some speed?
Yeah, that is the big question. He has been drafting El Sharian a little bit less today than he was drafting in prior days in the prelims. But we have been seeing more and more Josephine, and these Josephines have actually been doing very well.
Yeah, they have. Wow, Josephine coming in. Layla also coming in right there. Neff, okay, that's a strong answer in 4 and 5.
That is a very strong answer in 4 and 5 right there. If you get the right defense break in, it is Death by the Jaeger, and you also pretty much have to ban out this Fern, because it's just such a difficult unit to deal with, especially because she also has buff block. So the moment you actually kind of get your skills in, buff blocked, it's still no shield for you.
Exactly. Lima coming in then as well on the 5th pick for TEQTEQ. I think, like you said, you have to respect that Fern, what she's going to bring to the table right there. But for the side of TEQTEQ, maybe just get rid of some of the immunity?
I would definitely get rid of this Lima. This Lima has been showing time and time again how dangerous she can be. Or you go for the Layla, because Layla is definitely going to be cycling on your turn.
Layla being taken out then, and that Fern. So we've got speed lead 28 versus a 33 going into our set number 2 right now between Neff and TEQTEQ. Who's going to get that extra point and one step closer to the Europe Cup?
In this case, can we connect the stun on this Lima? No, we actually do not get it. Lima, most of these are 100% resistance, and I'm not 100% sure if this monkey was on 85 accuracy.
Let's find out right here. Coming in for the stun, does manage to land it on the Aragorn as well. Going to be able to boost up right now with some damage.
Yeah, boost up with damage. He's actually deciding not to use it as of yet. Wants to have the turn rotation where this unit moves in front, so potentially cannot go for a defense break. Try to get the increased cooldown, but it's very low by chance.
It is. You can look to strip and provoke right here. Are you going to go into the monkey? Going then into the Aragorn.
Going into the Aragorn, knowing that that is a dangerous unit to deal with, but also pretty much most of the damage that has been dealt by Neff will be remaining, except for those recovery heal over tides, which are actually very strong.
They are super strong when they come through right there, managing to get that stun then on the Vanessa. Gonna get a revenge coming through, huge.
Yeah, that's a huge revenge right there, and TEQTEQ is once again looking at the drive seats enabled by this Lima, but all of the skills going into this monkey, which is the one unit you don't really hit at this moment.
Exactly. Is it the moment to put slows, try and strip that monkey and get some stuns coming through later on? Opting against it.
Opting against it, I think mainly because of the Jaeger. If the Jaeger goes for a threat state cycle, it could have been very hard to deal the damage on the 2 units that are already very low on the HP. And I think just simply taking those out is more beneficial rather than putting up some slows.
Yeah, you're managing not to quite take out though at the moment. It is looking dangerous still. You want to confirm kills sooner or later if you are TEQTEQ.
Yeah, there's still the revive on the Vanessa. We don't get any stuns as of yet. I think we're just simply going to go for skill 1 cycling. You take it out with skill 1. You can once again go for a stun. And these Aragorns today are not really performing, mainly because the enemy... Ooh, that's actually performance right there. And is connecting enough to get a skill 2 potentially. You probably teamed up with a Jaeger. Could that be an insta-kill on a Megumi or even on a other unit?
Sent the S3 instead. There's only 2 units without immunity right there at the moment, but it's going to be a dead Aragorn, and Jaeger's going to have to do a lot of work.
Yeah, I think it was mainly to reset this Josephine, so your Megumi or the Shio can have a better rotation on this skill 3, which is very respectable right there. It's still very scary because you probably lose your Aragorn pretty soon. We're gonna be connecting our kills, so we definitely trade 1 for 1, but we have another rotation of start of the end coming in.
Yeah, you've got all that invincibility up. You've got everything else coming through there. Obviously, Jaeger can hit through, but, I mean, it's not going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough just yet, but he needs 2-3 more of those, and it would be enough, but that's still an uphill battle right there.
Yeah, he's not confirming any of these kills, though, at the moment. So is he hoping for an S2 coming out soon?
I think he's trying to aim for skill 1 on the Lima, because Lima can crit on the correct element and therefore spike a bit more. But he finally sends his skill 2, which could be a dangerous thing on this threat state. And we do get a crazy additional turn on this Jaeger. We have seen it on Violent, we have seen it on Vampire. In this case, Violent does work out very well.
It does. You've still got that threat state over there. Doesn't manage to get the revenge. That could be the opening again for TEQTEQ now.
Yeah, it's one of those things on attack buff. You just simply deal so much damage with those additional damage artifacts. So we're not going to be seeing any healing from this Jaeger. But if that Jaeger takes 2 more turns, it could be very bad. But there's just so much cycling going on with this secret where the start of the end seems to be flowing every time.
It really does, and he doesn't have that skill 2 available. He does now, though, some more damage.
Ooh, that's a massive amount of damage coming in. But if you defense break it right now into a... Oh, goes for skill 2. Not enough damage as of yet. We're going to get a new revive coming in as well. There's so many buffs. Is going to send it. Does strip the only thing that actually reduces the damage right now. So counter, no counters coming in just yet.
No counters, and it's not enough to kill right there. This could be additional turn territory.
Ooh, that is additional turn territory, and he does actually take it out, and there's another revive coming in. Are you going to be sending on reviving your monkey? I think the best play is reviving that monkey right now, because you have the threat state. You have to hit this. This unit is on Swift, so therefore cannot take any additional turns. Monkey likes to clean up on this match.
Wow, that was a crazy turn at the end there, saying Neff bringing it back. Jaeger being so deadly, and I think TEQTEQ had a lot of opportunities to confirm kills to get through those revives, but just Jaeger being on the field with a potential threat state put a spanner in his works.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he held back on that skill 2 on the Lima for a bunch of turns, and I would have agreed with all of those. The moment he finally did send that, he was punished by that threat state, and that's just the danger of Jaeger. Plus, Jaeger is such a dangerous unit because the further you go into the match, the more he's stacked. Well, he's stacked pretty fast anyways, but he's just so deadly to deal with because he's hard to take down and he deals a lot of damage.
He does, and that's why he's being respected out of this stack ban right there. Lima also taken away. I think this is a good stack ban situation for both players.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. We're respecting the most core LDs that give issues to our own, so the enemy cannot draft any more of those. That's definitely what we're playing for at this moment. But it's also funny to see Secret being traded back and forth between two players.
Yeah, right. And then we're seeing an instant locking of an Annabelle as a response instead of a Shiho. We would have got it wrong if we'd have said it, say.
You could go for both, or we could take it away and we're still locking down Shihos.
Yeah, Shiho, of course. We're still then on the 50-50. Fire Megumi as a response right here. Josephine been playing well against Shihos.
Yeah, and this time doesn't have the Jaeger, which he definitely does like to go against all of those stunts. Aragorn hasn't been performing as much outside of that one rotation that he could take against Josephine in last turn. But let's see if it's going to be a little bit better. There's so many team-ups in TEQTEQ's team happening right now. However, there's not really something you want to team up with.
Yeah, who are you going to bring with you? Well, we don't really know which one of our friends we want to take with you. We're seeing the Piranha coming out right now. Obviously, there's not too much immunity on the side of Neff.
I think that Neff could be looking at a draft where he locks in a very good unit in 5th, bans out the Josephine, because I think the Piranha is not the biggest of issues if you already have an NFL on the field, and you can potentially add another unit to the table, which could also do very well with that. But let's see if Neff has a certain unit that would fit that draft.
Yeah, how's he going to deal with it then right here? Neff, previous Europe Cup champion, he's gone for a Chow then, so doesn't have that Jaeger, but he's got his brother who's instantly banned out as well as that Piranha. Speed leads of a 28 versus a 33 in our set number 3 between TEQTEQ and Neff right here. Who's going to get through to our Europe Cup?
Yeah, let's see, because Josephine, once again, is going to be big problems. And Josephine has been big problems throughout. But I think he's hoping to get a right rotation with his Aragorn where he can simply reset it and then there's problem solved. But let's see if that happens, because so far, she is Mrs. Problem.
Yeah, she is the problem. We've got Megumi. Does get the stun as well on the Aragorn right there. Annabelle would have been taking that turn, so could have cleansed it, but won't unless...
Won't be taking any of those useful turns right now, and there's also immunity on just one unit right now, taking it away. Additional turn that you would have loved to see on this Aragorn.
Yeah, that's the one where you really wanted it right there. You're going to just kind of control again. You know that an Annabelle skill 2 can cleanse any of the stuns that do come out here, though.
Yeah, it does come out, but there's one big issue for Neff coming in pretty soon, which is more stuns on this Josephine. Plus, we also do have the Aragorn for protection coming in hot.
We do look there, proccing that passive as well for the Josephine. You can get more stuns. You do now get the stun on the Annabelle as well. TEQTEQ is controlling enough.
Yeah, there's so much control, and that control is all enabled by this Josephine. I think if Neff wants to keep playing the same style, he might even be thinking about just simply pre-banning this Josephine, because she's giving him so many problems.
Yeah, so much problems right there. Teaming up with the Monkey, more damage coming through into that Megumi. But the other 3 units look so healthy.
Yeah, the other units look pretty healthy. We get the additional turn over there. We lose the immunity because of it, so not really beneficial, especially if we do not connect our skills into this Monkey. Due to the team-up, I think we have skills available on this Monkey once again.
Yeah, Monkey can come in, send it through into that Megumi. Does get the stun, so Josephine's playing again. Some more stuns or maybe provokes. Does land.
Does fully land once again, and still has 1 turn of immunity skill 2. I think you would be teaming up with the Secret because of the attack buff, but let's see if that does happen.
Let's find out if he's opting to use it right there. Does go in, does go with the Secret, goes for the Annabelle to try and kill, but immunity.
Immunity is the issue right there. Still, we have 2 turn provokes and massive shields. We're still not breaking that shield as of yet. Plus, we're lowering cooldowns on everything once again.
We don't hit the Annabelle that was close to dying, though, in that situation. There is still a revive available.
Yeah, revive is still there. NFL potentially has still skills available. Resist on this Aragorn. It could be 100 resistance Aragorn. Some of these players have been doing that. We don't see any skills available on this Aragorn as of yet, but we can take units out with a skill 1.
Yeah, do you have to send it on a stun for the Annabelle? Oh!
Oh, does take for stun on the Yennefer, but I think he's also just aiming for the damage. But this is the perfect opening for an Aragorn. Aragorn did not use any skill 3 as of yet. Does have the Oathbreaker, which puts everything in cooldown. We do have cooldowns on the Josephine, which is a perfect rotation for an all or nothing to connect most of the stuns, get the cycling in, and therefore the Aragorn was the right target, simply taking over this match by one skill getting it off.
Wow, waiting for the perfect rotation that he needed from that Aragorn. And Neff is looking super strong right here. He's going to be able to team up. Can you even take out that Josephine? TEQTEQ doesn't even want to see if he did. Neff bringing it back 2-1 against TEQTEQ right there. Say, that Dark Aragorn is still a problem.
Yeah, it took so many no turns, but that one moment he goes for resistance. We've seen that both in the set 2 and the set 3. The moment it gets one turn, it just goes for the Oathbreaker, resets at the right moment, no immunity on your field, and suddenly everything is slowed, everything is cooldown reset, and therefore we also take out both of the units that have been problems for the opposing side.
I like it. This is why stack bans is so good, right? You've had a problem in the set number 2. We're banning both of them out in the set 3. Set 3, oh, we had problems with these units. We're going into set 4 and banning them out. So Shiho now another first pick on the side of Neff.
Well, it's also the perfect moment for Neff to have first pick, because if he banned out Josephine and TEQTEQ had first pick, then for sure TEQTEQ would have stolen that Shiho. Right now, TEQTEQ has to deviate to the units that he likes a little bit less with an aggression in there. Did work out for him in the previous match, but let's see if Neff has the answer to it with very meta units.
Yeah, he's going for the Oliver and the Okeanos instead of, obviously, doesn't have the option of that Aragorn anymore, so maybe the next best thing for him. TEQTEQ looking at that, seeing, hey gang, let me protect my units at least a little bit.
Yeah, but it's also a very low damage draft. If you have low damage in your 4 or 5 right now, damage is going to be banned out by Neff, and he can easily go for bruiser units along the lines of Misties or any kind of things like that. For talking damage, Marsha is definitely for damage, but the Fern was never pre-banned just yet, and that is still one of those dangerous units that you almost always have to post-ban.
Exactly, a 4 and 5 pick, if you can bring her to the field, it kind of becomes an insta-ban, just because of what she brings in terms of a kit. And a Chow, I mean, do you want to comment on that one, sir?
I'm liking the Chow over here because the only damage output is that Marsha right now, or at least the only proper damage output is that Marsha. Heal blocks from the Eretion are also covered with that, so I'm liking this Chow position right here because Neff is definitely aiming at a 5th pick ban right there.
Yeah, let's see what he's got in, even for that 5th pick. Like you said, it's probably going to be banned out anyway, but can you think of something that's maybe not as easily bannable straight away? Layla?
Layla's a ban right there. That's absolutely, because Layla gives Chow a lot of problems. And the thing is, Fern is most likely gone, so therefore Chow is in.
Let's find out. Fern, Layla, said it first. Are the players listening? This could be... Oh, Shiho banned out instead.
Ooh, Shiho banned out, so I think that TEQTEQ is trying to get one rotation where the Marsha can kill something right away. It could happen, but I could also see Fern just simply cut the turns.
Let's find out. Sigrid taking that first turn right there. Okeanos would have been following up very quickly after though.
Yeah, we are following up after. We don't hit on that many AoE units, so therefore we don't get everyone going in just yet, but this will definitely give enough turns, where it also gives where, well, you have to land this right now. Marshall on attack buff, that is deadly though.
That is super deadly. You've got it coming in right there. Where are you going though? Are you going to try to get rid of the Oliver?
Loki, if you kill Chow, you win, but do you send it?
I mean, he sent it on the Fern, and Fern was eaten up by Marsha. The additional turn coming through. Oliver, I mean, how are you dealing with this Marsha?
Yeah, dealing with the Marsha, well, that's all for Chow to do. Chow will be stacking... Ooh, the additional turn right there. You are on glancing, but you should be sending that skill 3, even if it's just for damage.
Yeah, let's see if he sends it. He does send it for damage. A lot of glancing hits coming out. You need to dismount.
Oh, no dismount, but second additional turn. But that's also the dangerous part right now. We are maybe looking at an additional turn on this Marsha. Marsha's still on attack buff. If you land defense break on the Chow right now, Marsha could 50% it. Is resisted on the defense break.
Oh, that's huge right there. Marsha, obviously you're going to try and take a kill somewhere else. How much damage coming into that Okeanos?
Yeah, I think that this is the moment where I think that at some point Chow's just going to clean house, because Chow already took an additional turn. Chow taking an additional turn means he has justice back. If the Marsha is gone, there's no that much damage potential anymore. So in the end, I think it is going to work out for Neff.
Neff looking like he has booked his ticket to Hamburg to be in our Europe Cup competition right here. I also agree saying, oh, I mean, stuns and defense breaks though.
It's stuns and defense breaks, but this Chow like them additional turns, and it's doing very well for Neff.
Definitely is, and now I think he maybe knows it. TEQTEQ is going to obviously fight this one to the end. It could have been his first time at the Europe Cup, but it looks like it's a Chow game today. I love it when you have to do this. Take us away.
Well, the Chow game, like I mentioned, like a good Chow and a good Chow position was very good, but the thing is, I think he should have sent his Masha skill 2 on that Chow. It was definitely a 50-50 check, but the moment you win that 50-50 check, you immediately win the game. And I think the moment you leave the Chow in, the longer you leave the Chow in, the stronger Chow gets and the more difficulty you have with actually clearing that unit altogether. Because as long as you lose your Masha, you cannot win this Chow because there's just simply too much healing coming in. There's not enough pushbacks, there's not enough things going on, and Chow takes them justice.
Chow is taking that justice. There you have it. Neff has qualified for the Europe Cup happening on the 26th of September in Hamburg. He'll be there trying to defend a previous title from a few years ago. He lost that first set against TEQTEQ, but that shows how much of a true champion he was before, right? Changing things up, coming back with a bit more of a Neff style of gameplay, I would say.
Well, I think the Neff style of gameplay was also a bit allowed by the way that TEQTEQ plays, because he just kind of goes very heavy into the bruiser, but it also did show that TEQTEQ, the further he goes into the stack pre-ban, the more difficulties he has most of the time. He's very confident. I think he won all of his first games. He won most of his second games, but the 3 and 4 was where he mostly started losing.
Exactly, and thank you for TEQTEQ being part of this Europe Preliminaries, but sadly we are going to be saying goodbye to you. Maybe we'll see you in another edition of our SWC. But for Neff, he has qualified for that Europe Cup, exactly like I said, but there are still 3 more places today for those final selections going to our Europe Cup. There's going to be a big matchup coming up next, though. Say CYBEROPA, who took down Glorious, is against SAMBSEPP. Damn.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one for both of them. Also, both newcomers, so we guaranteed have a newcomer. Both of them are not newcomers to the European Preliminaries, but both of them will be a newcomer to the European Cup.
Fantastic to see new players coming around. Love to see it between both of them as well. We know SAMBSEPP playing a crazy style of play. CYBEROPA then managing to take down Glorious, like I said. That's no easy feat right there, and SAMBSEPP is more of the same. Let's find out very soon who is going to be taking their ticket to the Europe Cup after our next round of matches. Have you got a favourite going into this one, sir?
Well, I definitely always like the match of SAMBSEPP because he definitely goes for all kinds of different playstyles. He has cleaves in there, he has bruisers, he has CCs, he has a bit of everything, and definitely the well LDs, runes, and artifacts to pair with it. So let's see what he has been cooking up for us today.
Yeah, let's see what he has got cooking in our match number 2 of the day 3 lower round. CYBEROPA remembers when you had to earn your runes in GB10. SAMBSEPP just finds them lying on the floor. Grandpa's wisdom versus the lucky man. 1 ticket on the line. Who's going to get it? Let's find out in this one. Say, again, a Shiho.
Yeah, Shiho, Athena very early on the other side right away. Playing an Athena as a Tianlang owner is always a little bit awkward because the moment that you see these 3 units on your opposing side, you always want to lock in a Tianlang as a Tianlang owner. But now you have your own Athena, you're kind of like, yeah, maybe I don't want to do that. So let's see if he still goes for it. But it would be denying the S2, S3 rotation of the Athena altogether. It's a lot of options still to play for, but an early Athena could backfire.
Let's find out. Ooh, Wind Paul Phoenix coming out. This is like why we like watching SAMBSEPP, say.
Yeah, we have seen Obabo play a little bit with that on stream as well. It's a great counter into resets, and I'm not entirely sure if CYBEROPA got the memo that that unit is great into resets by locking in another resetter.
Hey, you know what? Things are say, but we're seeing the fire in Asuke as well as a response, maybe signaling you want to get rid of Josephine, but 5th pick for SAMBSEPP.
I would like SAMBSEPP was a kind of bruiser unit that could deal with all of those units on the field. I'm mainly aiming towards either an NFL or a Juno. Juno could be a little bit tricky because dealing with a Shio is always dangerous. But in my book, that's definitely a ban on that in Inosuke Fire.
Yeah, let's see if he is going to lock in then on the Anvil, which he does. SAMBSEPP right here, like you said, that fire in Inosuke, is he going to be looking to ban it out? Do you respect a random Paul Phoenix as well?
We're going to be respecting Paul Phoenix, but we're actually going to be respecting a Nyx, even though we do have the Paul Phoenix on the field. Interesting.
Let's find out. Speed leads 33 for both CYBEROPA and SAMBSEPP in our match number 2 of the lower round 2. Who's going to go through to our Europe Cup?
Well, let's see. We are faster on the side of the Adna. Both are will connecting the full damage of 50%. So therefore, it is guaranteed on that stun, not taking its first turn.
Exactly. Resisted there against that Annabelle as well, saying now he's got it.
Now he got it, but also landing it with both defense break and attack break right now. Are you going to be sending a skill 3? Because if you send a skill 3, you have a defense break set up for the Shio, which could say goodbye very fast.
It could say goodbye very fast, but I mean, Vanessa's probably not going to be able to clean it up too yet. You've gone for it. You've managed to strip, but no defense break on the Megumi.
No defense break on the Megumi, but also double resistance on this Oliver. Oliver is selling these European players right here. Also full resistance on this Inosuke. Mostly a lower accuracy unit, but then again, that's interesting to see.
Yeah, so much resistance coming in, and you get that stun into the Oliver from that Paul Phoenix. Etna's going to... Oh, she doesn't get it.
Yeah, she does get the turn right there. You can go for the recovery at this moment, but is trying to take it out. Not enough damage just yet.
No, it isn't. Oh, and you can look to stun and stop that Vanessa from even getting close to killing the Shiho.
Yeah, we're not going to get that. Plus, we're going to get the rotation up where we have the Shio skill 3 coming in. Where are we going to be sending our damage? Are we just going to lower the Atna? No, we're actually going to send it on the NFL, not connecting any of the hits.
No, and you got the stun there coming in onto the Etna right now. Paul Phoenix needs to do a lot of work.
Ooh, does actually get a wrong element provoke right there, which will provide the whole team for a little bit of more healing coming in.
Yeah, but he's got Seal Revenged coming back from him right there, but you can go into the Oliver.
Yeah, Oliver, do you connect the full-time increase? No, still going to go for the Megumi right there. Oliver will have an off turn after this, but also the attack bar is increased due to this Paul Phoenix on the field.
Exactly, Paul Phoenix coming out right there. Are you going to get resisted again on a Fire and a Suki? You do, nothing on the Etna.
Oh, nothing on the Atna. Going for the capture, taking the buffs and also taking the life of the unit, which was the highest damage output on the side of CYBEROPA. And also, if you got to strip both, it's more difficult.
Definitely is more difficult. Do you land your defense break? You do right there. Etna's going to be able to follow up soon as well.
Atna coming in with a skill 2, and it's definitely a moment where you could send it, but you could also hold back on it simply to not give the turn to this Megumi.
Exactly, you don't want to allow the Megumi to get the turn right there. I don't think the additional damage will just be enough.
Yeah, ooh, not too much coming in there just now. Nope, we're just going to go for the kill, but we also take that additional turn, so therefore we're going to go for a smack on this Oliver.
Yeah, you can just heal up if you want to play it a little bit safer, I would say.
Yeah, we'll definitely go for the heal up over here, because in the end, you still have a bruiser fight ahead of you against this Inosuke. Your units will take a turn, lose their immunity before this Inosuke takes a turn, so it's always a deadly unit. 1v4 is going to be an uphill battle, though.
Definitely is, especially when you've got an Annabelle on the field. She can look to put some defense breaks, some slows, get turns coming in as well.
Yep, connecting balls, getting more Ghoul Sprayer off, topping off everyone to nearly full HP. We got a capture at a perfect moment, capturing this match for SAMBSEPP.
SAMBSEPP taking a 1-0 advantage then against CYBEROPA right here in our lower round 2 match 2 right there. I would say very clean drafting coming out from SAMBSEPP there, and the Paul Phoenix really was crucial.
Yeah, Paul Phoenix worked out very well. I was also kind of maybe expecting a Paul Phoenix ban. Maybe SAMBSEPP was expecting the same thing and therefore banning out the Nyx, because the Nyx with that is always a difficult thing. Let's see what we have for... Ooh, we're actually respecting both units. Paul Phoenix, I want to like reset you. It's like, we'll take that out. But on the other side, well read as well, we're taking out that Nyx.
That's why you're a caster right there. So speaking about the 2 units that get into that stack ban, exactly why we love you. SAMBSEPP bringing out a Shiho.
Yeah, once again, going back to the Shiho. But on the other side, are we going to go for an Atna? Because CYBEROPA has shown in his first match that he also does like to go for an Atna himself. However, if the case that CYBEROPA goes for an Atna, SAMBSEPP could answer with a Tian Lane.
Yeah, he could answer with it. We've got Fire Megumi coming out then at the moment right there. Obviously, attack bar manipulation could be a thing. Coming into the 2nd and 3rd pick for SAMBSEPP. Probably needs a speed lead, though.
Yeah, so you're going to go towards the style of an Oliver. Oliver Atna is what we have seen some people play. Also Oliver Vanessa, or not Oliver Vanessa. Oliver plus Okeanos or Atna is definitely one of those things that we have seen. And that's also what we will see in this draft.
There we have it. Okeanos coming out. Quick response from CYBEROPA with the Josephine and the Layla.
Ooh, quick responses, ball side, but SamBSEP is taking a little bit of time to think about it. Is this enough to take care of everything that is on the side of CYBEROPA? Because these Josephine Layla drafts are always very dangerous, and it's not always the right way to go for more CC into those.
Let's find out. He's switching it out then now. Hagang not there. Nabara wants to kind of deal up with any of those debuffs right there.
Yeah, I'm actually liking the Nobara flavor a little bit more because CYBEROPA was open to pick a Nobara in that 5th pick as well because there's so much going on. However, Oliver is a great pick into Nobara. Therefore, we see a little bit less of Nobara, but Nobara is still absolutely a menace and a difficult unit to deal with.
Super menacing right there. The 5th pick then coming in from CYBEROPA. Who are we looking to lock in right now?
We're going to go back to that Jhin, but let's see if SamBSEP has a better understanding of how to play against Jhin than we see in a prior match with that Jhin against Glorious.
Let's find out right here. Speed leads are available still, not being banned out. Anavel and that Nabara going from the field to likely 33 versus a 28 right here in our lower round. Match number 2, set 2 between SamBSEP and CYBEROPA then.
Ooh, this is always the big question. Xiao skill 3, do you actually send it? Because this is a very good moment to simply not send it, wait for your Elena skill 3, rotate into the skill 2 of Oblivion on the Josephine, and then let other units do his job. But in this case, no, we're just simply going to be taking that out on the first hit, which actually did land the wrong element.
Yeah, he landed on the wrong element. Like you said, maybe a bit too much foresight going in for these guys. They are going to be nervous playing in this one. There's a step at the Europe Cup available, but he landed everything there.
Yeah, and also landing the seal in this case. Where do you send your reset? Because if you send it on the Layla, you cannot get the S2. And I think that's the best play, but the Oliver is once again selling for these European players.
He really is. You've got this skill 2 coming in right there. You get some seals across the ball.
Yeah, that's a lot of seals coming in rather than anything. We do have a potential S2 coming in right now. Is this the right moment that you already want to send it? We don't want to send it just yet, but we also do not connect our stun.
No, we don't. It does also mean that Josephine will have her passive back. Oh, I mean, she's getting it all back.
Yeah, she's getting everything back, but we also still have skills available on any of the units on the side of SamBSEP. However, this Ghost has something to tell about it. We're actually missing on the Elena, which still has a chance to cycle.
Yeah, she can look to cycle right there. Goes into her right there. Huge stun.
The huge stun coming in at the right moment. These drafts are just so difficult to deal with. Normally you would say, Okeanos, take your additional turn, but there's a seal. There's actually a lot of seal units on the side of CYBEROPA right now.
And even when you get an off stun right there on that Megumi, it's not going to allow your monkey to take any turns.
Yeah, it's just simply not happening. And once again, we're going back to Ghosts, and these Ghosts have been a lot of problems for a lot of players. It is a super strong unit. If you draft according, you can definitely fix that with Junos, Nobaras. But if she comes in that late and you only have one of those units on the field, it's banned out, and Layla is a big issue.
She is a massive issue, and that Okeanos just getting stunned every single time, and Josephine stunning back wherever she wants.
Yeah, it's funny to see how we see so much more Josephine today than we have seen Josephine in day 1 and day 2. It was definitely not that much of a common thing, but right now a lot of people are opting to go for it against Xiaos, and it's doing very well against that Xiao.
It really is. CYBEROPA stepping up to the plate then right here is going to bring 1 point back against SamBSEP in our match number 2, set number 2. 1 apiece. Remember, whoever wins, it's a newcomer to our Europe Cup, say, and these guys really want to get there. How are they going to look to approach this set number 3?
Let's see if we're going to go for a respect ban on that Josephine. I'm not too sure who has first pick between the two of them right now. Most of the time, if you want to pick Shio first, it is best to pre-ban it the moment you have first pick, because otherwise you pre-ban a Josephine, you don't have to count to a Shio, and then the Shio goes to the enemy side. So in this case, we do have first pick on the side of CYBEROPA, but we're respecting the Layla, which also for SamBSEP enables a few of his other units.
There you go, coming in to it then. So CYBEROPA will have that first pick right here. Is it guaranteed that it's going to be another Shiho? Woo!
We're going back to the Shihos, but then the big question, does SamBSEP also like to go for a Josephine himself? In this case, Vanessa Josephine isn't the most of common openers right there, but let's see what kind of unit he likes to pair it with, because going for an Atna this early, it is an option. We have seen him do it before. We've seen him win with it, but is it the right play?
Well, we're going to see if it's the right play or not in this one, as Etna is on the field. Good response with a fine Megumi and an Oliver, so taking 2 speed leads.
Two speed leads right there. Josephine on the side of SamBSEP this time around is somewhat covered by this Oliver. Also, once again, we talked about it earlier. Tianlang is great against 3 attack bar gain units. But then again, you have your own attack bar gain unit on the field already, and therefore you probably do not want to draft it in this position.
Let's see, is he going to go for it in this one, or what's going to happen? It is even 1-all at the moment. He's gone for the light Hwarang with some damage then.
Ooh, I'm liking the light Hwarang. It's a hard unit to kill, but then again, there's a lot of additional damage artifacts. We have seen a similar draft on the side of RAXXAZ prior to this. It did not work out for him this time because he was full-on controlled by that Oliver. Let's see if SamBSEP took a note from that match and bans out the Oliver in this case, or is something else the right ban?
Yeah, or is he going to go for the Megumi so that he knows an Etna can take some turns and start cycling as well? He's gone for the Annabelle then, and the Vanessa for the speed lead has gone out on the side of SamBSEP. So it's 33 speed lead versus a 41% accuracy lead going into our set number 3 of the Europe preliminaries right here. 1 apiece for CYBEROPA and SamBSEP.
Yeah, let's see what we can do on this Oliver, because all eyes are on this Oliver right now.
I mean, there you go. He didn't manage to get the stun. There's no Josephine coming out right here. He can look to boost.
Boost and good damage. Both of them are already there. Plus, you can also increase the cooldowns. Did manage to increase the cooldown, so no skills available for this NFL, or for this Etna right now.
Oh, and he was enough there to try and even, maybe I would have thought, set a defense break on the Etna and kill it with an Oliver.
Yeah, I think he should have gone for the kill, but try to go for a unit that has a built-in glancing where you don't get the attack bar on your Oliver is not sure on that play. Especially, Etna does have skills available right now. You reset it just once, whereas now you have a full rotation of an S2 into an S3 coming in. Defense breaks on your crucial unit, which is that Oliver. If Oliver leaves this battlefield, I think SamBSEP wins. Plus, stealing that attack buff in the process just makes Etna damage so much more potential.
So much, and this time he's confirming the kill with that Hwarang, getting rid of the Oliver, so the controller's kind of slowed down for our CYBEROPA.
Yeah, and the moment that the Hwarang goes online, we also have Josephine online right now. There's no cleanses. NFL was banned out. Even if you land stuns right now, there's 1 unit on 100 resistance, there's 1 unit with glancing, there's 1 unit wrong element, and there's 1 unit you can actually stun, but do not want to stun, and you let exactly that one.
Exactly. You don't get your own stun back against it right there, but I mean, it's looking good because a Hwarang and a Rakuni is so deadly.
Yeah, you don't even need the Etna anymore. Etna did exactly what she was supposed to do. In this case, Rakuni and Hwarang, that's just a team powerhouse right there. And even if the enemy lands any stuns, still Josephine to back that up.
Exactly. Josephine got that passive back because of the Rakuni giving it the turn as well right there. I think it's going to be a 2-1 for SamBSEP going into this one.
Yeah, it's looking definitely as an uphill battle. If you land that provoke is connected right there. No passive as of yet. But then again, the Rakuni with just a little bit of chip healing all the time, a little bit of chip attack bar, makes the Josephine get the right turns in, even against swift units. So she does get her passive back at right moments.
She's getting it back, and Hwarang's just slowly chipping him down away now. Even Rakuni getting a kill for himself.
Yeah, Rakuni getting the final hit over there, but this Josephine, I think that Josephine, I would like to see that has a really good track record against these Shihos.
Definitely does, and it's done favors for SamBSEP, who now goes into a 2-1 advantage. He's 1 set away from joining us at the Europe Cup in Hamburg later this year. CYBEROPA needs 2 wins in a row, loses any more sets, and we are going to be saying goodbye to him right there. Josephine's, Etna's, say, this was not the meta I thought we were on.
No, this was, well, we see a lot of Olivers, we see a lot of Shihos. Those were definitely common, but Josephine pre-ban, no, we're actually not going to go for Josephine pre-ban. I was expecting a Josephine pre-ban on the side of SamBSEP because he has a Shiho first pick potential right now, but he's actually going to be taking away a speed lead. Big issue is you're probably giving a Oliver speed lead to CYBEROPA in that case.
Yeah, you probably are. We got the Shiho taken away then, going into that first pick. Oliver, like you said, coming out with an Annabelle. Quick responses.
Yeah, very quick response. So I'm not too sure about that Megumi. I wouldn't really feel it as a big of issue for SamBSEP as of yet. Nice picks right there on the Nezuko. Mostly likes to pair the Nezuko with either a Jaeger or a Julian, which are super strong units. But then again, Oliver definitely has something to say about it. CYBEROPA's looking at a lot of AoE, so therefore has to go for strip in 4. Will have to go for a strip in 5.
Yep, he's gone for it into it. 4 and 5 SamBSEP. Let's see what you are rocking right here. Parta bringing up some immunity then.
Yeah, that's the immunity. Do you want to go the double counter against it? Yeah, that is going for the double counter against that. Reading the draft where you do know your enemy is going to go for 2 units on AoE strips, having the exact 2 counters to that. So let's see if CYBEROPA maybe has a little bit of a niche unit. Ooh, going for a Stark. It's more of a niche unit, but I think probably still respect out. I would say that NFL, but nope, we're going to go for the Stark.
Stark and Shiho have gone. We've got 33 speed leads for both SAMBSEPP and CYBEROPA here then. Who is going to be joining us at that Europe Cup? I mean, SAMBSEPP, you're only 1 step away.
I think that SAMBSEPP has a pretty solid draft over here because in this case, you have to push back a lot with this Twin Angels to actually cut the enough turn. It is possible, but your attack bar gate is not as much. Does he get enough cut? Does not get enough cut, with pretty much the whole team of SAMBSEPP moving right after.
Yeah, they're all moving right here. You can look to try and get a defense break and strip 2. He's going for the twins. Big stuns maybe here, gang.
Oh, yep, we got some good stuff coming in. Can we go for a stun on the NFL right now? Because a stun on the NFL would be the most crucial thing that you could do at this moment. Is trying it, but is not enough accuracy to connect those things on a 100 res unit.
No, it isn't. But at the moment, SAMBSEPP is fine. He's got a lot of immunity up. Neftis becomes a little bit useless.
Yeah, pretty much all of the units are kind of useless if you cannot get the right strips off at the right moment. Plus, the turn rotation is perfect for SAMBSEPP, where you don't have too many off turns. This might be a little bit of an off turn, but that is the only unit that has an off turn that could be interrupted before the Nezuko moving.
Yeah, you've got a big defense break landing on that Oliver, and you know that Parter is in that beast form.
Yeah, Pater is in the beast form, can do a lot of damage. We're also gonna get our skill 3 off right here. We're not gonna be providing immunity on everyone, however, but at least we're taking down this Oliver by a good bit.
Exactly. Ooh.
The additional turn on this girl's prayer is throwing a bit off right there, so not getting the defense break off for the right moment. So CYBEROPA is still in this match, but cannot really send his skills as of yet. But once again, there's no defense break to work with for this Pater.
No, there isn't, and that's what he really wants on that additional turn. I mean, you've got more immunity, but maybe at an off moment.
Yeah, it's a bit of an off moment for the immunity right now. You still have one more turn where you can simply send it. Goes back to the normal state where you do activate your passive once again, trying to get that passive back. But even then, we're still doing good chip damage. And this chip damage is going to be taking out this Oliver, also not losing the immunity. Everyone is 1 turn away from losing the immunity, but not actually selling it for SAMBSEPP.
Exactly, and that prevents an Anavel and a Neftis from really going clutch. I mean, Anavel wants to do everything to this team.
Yeah, that's the thing. The only unit that is off immunity is the only unit's like, yeah, you can take that one. He did his job on his first rotation. It's fine. You can take down that unit. But the other units are here to stay, and they're still doing their job very well.
They really are. He's going to try and get the pushback. You've got some more healing coming through, but I don't know if you're ever going to get the moment.
Yeah, that's just the thing, like fighting the moment against 2 units that are anti-strip, 2 units that provide immunity, is just so difficult with a team like this. It is really all by the rotation. Ooh, are we gonna get our off moment? No, we're still looking at 2 turns, but we're soon gonna go into more off moments. However, I could see a potential right now with this Rain of Ashes, skill 1. Is it enough chip damage on defense break to simply take it out? Yes, it is.
It is right there. He's going for some stuns. He's managed to land them. I mean, it feels like you have to send it anyway, but... Oh.
I would have probably sent it over there because I think that this match is very much over. Also, once again, another Moonlight Glaze, more immunity for the whole team. Very well played by the immunity play, reading the draft on the enemy side, noticing it's like, hey, this is the opener where he can't really do anything with. He's fighting full immunity the whole draft, and that worked out super, super well for SAMBSEPP, opening his chance on the first time in the European Cup.
He is going to be there. We're just going to whittle it down, get through an Annabelle, land a defense break from the Vanessa. Maybe a Hagang pushback. I mean, don't heal, please, please.
I think he's going to go for the heal. He's the first time this close. I'm not too sure how he played in previous iterations of the prelims, but he's want to get as much stage present as possible, trying to get as long in, but this Wild Blow has something to say about it. Just waiting for this Nezuko turn right here, because that is where additional damage artifacts come in for the victory of SAMBSEPP.
SAMBSEPP is at this year's Europe Cup. He will be in Hamburg on the 26th of September there. So first time for him. And I mean, he's going to be bringing some more crazy gameplay over to that competition, taking down CYBEROPA 3-1 right there. I mean, fantastic play, right? Even with the part of the immunity, but all along I felt like most of his drafts were very clean against him right there. How happy are you for SAMBSEPP?
Very happy, and we have another Dutch player in there, so it's been a while. We mostly had one Dutch player in there. Pinkert was mostly there, but now we have two Dutch players in there. Hey, that's double the odds. I like that one.
Damn, well, let us know in chat how you're finding out about that one. CYBEROPA, obviously, thank you for taking part in this year's competition. There's always next year, SAMBSEPP taking another ticket to our Europe Cup. Still got 2 more matches, though, say today, to kind of decide those last final 2 spots. Who's going to be joining us in Hamburg for that competition? And they're pretty crazy matches as well. We're going to get another debutant for sure, and we're going to get an old-timer.
Yeah, actually a lot of 3-1s rocking up in the last 3 matches, but also in the match 2, we don't have any clean sweeps just so far, but we have a lot of 3-1s to work with. But yeah, as you mentioned, SMOKEZZ and REINCA, both new players, also both taking out strong competition thus far. So let's see who of the 2 gentlemen can win this one.
Yeah, that is our matchup going into it. Like you said, SMOKEZZ versus REINCA. None of them have been at our Europe Cup competition before, so it would be another first time for somebody to experience the crowd, the lights, the everything that happens at one of those Europe Cups right there. First time. Do you remember your first time ever qualifying for a Europe Cup, say?
2018 in, yeah, that was 2018. Berlin was the first time that I played, and I had to go through losers bracket, lost against Philippity, but that's a long time ago.
Dude, that's so long ago right there, but the memories live on with us and in Summoners War. Remember, we're in our 10th edition of SWC as well, so it's going to be a really fun year, I think, all of those regional competitions that we're going to be having. Let's find out our match between SMOKEZZ and REINCA. REINCA believes in second lives. SMOKEZZ specializes in sending people to the next one early. Up in smoke or born again into the Europe Cup? Let's find out between our players right now. Don't pick a Shiho. Oh, okay.
Do pick a Shiho. Exactly that. REINCA was also the only player to heavily contest on the Eresion, Elshar. It's so difficult. Eresion plus the Inosuke and Anivels, which he actually played very well against RAXXAZ. Did manage to win against RAXXAZ. So let's see if SMOKEZZ has better answers against that.
Dark Aragorn, that is a pretty strong answer if you get that rotation in right there. REINCA doesn't have any immunity coming up on his side at the moment.
No immunity, but there's also 2 single target strips on the side of SMOKEZZ already. Plus, SMOKEZZ has units in the likes of Lima and Gianna, which definitely could bring in some smoke for that Aragorn.
Yeah, we can do Fire Inosuke being picked at the moment. Who else are you thinking for the 4th pick? Windstar, we haven't seen an awful lot of him today.
No, I think we have seen him locked in a few times. We have seen him in the ban, we have seen him in the post-ban and in the pre-ban, but I don't think we have seen him a single time in the match itself, which is kind of funny because if we were looking at China earlier today, he was in almost every match, but he was also in almost every match paired with the Dark Stark. But then again, there's not too many people that have both in this matchup. However, SMOKEZZ does have both.
And now SMOKEZZ also has a few LDs up his sleeve as well right there. You know what, Jaeger? Nah, I'll get your brother in, dude. We'll get Ragdoll coming in.
I'm liking the draft of SMOKEZZ over there. It's very well rounded. It has every ground pretty much covered. This Megumi is most likely going to be a ban right there, and it's all for Stark to play for. But until that time, it's going to be a difficult match because this Ragdoll is definitely going to be giving issues towards REINCA.
Definitely will Dark Megumi coming in then at the end for REINCA as well. He's only got 1 speed lead on the board right there. Kind of SMOKEZZ has 1, but also a Ragdoll, so 2. What are you looking for a ban?
I would be going for the Megumi ban because it's just still a dangerous unit if he gets the right turns off with those defense breaks. But then again, is it the most dangerous? On the other side, Lima's always an issue.
Yeah, she is an issue. Is it an issue that REINCA works out? He doesn't want to play against a Shiho then right there. And the Dark Megumi is also going to fall. So we're going to have a 28 speed lead versus a 33 speed lead in our match number 3 between SMOKEZZ and REINCA. Who's going to get to our Europe Cup for the very first time?
First turn is to a unit that you do not want to see because this could enable some crits. Does actually not enable crits at all, which is perfect for REINCA because otherwise this Lima would have moved instantly.
Definitely would have. Right now, which one are you looking to stun though? Do you go for the Windstar? He's gone for it and manages to land.
Yeah, the Windstark makes most amount of sense because that one would also cut the turn if you hit it, so therefore can definitely not hit on the defense break that's coming in right now. Limas these days, most of the time 100 rest, but also Ragdoll is just a fierce to be reckoned with because giving that turn, there's too many multi-hits, anything even on 15 crit rate will probably crit at some point.
There you go, now Oathbreakers could come in, get those cool times. Fighter Inosuke hates seeing all of this invincibility and immunity.
Yeah, the only unit you can actually hit is a unit that's full on HP scaling most of the time. 100 resistance, definitely a thing. You don't want to be hitting defense break on this Stark. That's going to be a lot of damage coming in from that Jaeger right there. Or
it is.
Not a Jaeger, Ragdoll.
Yeah, Ragdoll coming in. I mean, he's got an extra turn right now, can get even more damage coming through, gets 2 provokes.
That's a good bit of provoke, especially due to how many buffs there were on the enemy side, plus potentially a 100 rest unit in the first place. But we're gonna say goodbye to this Stark, and we're gonna say hello to this Aragorn.
We are. He's going to be looking to team up with that Ragdoll. Can you take out the Erishion? Nearly.
Nearly, but too high of a defense scaling unit, so therefore you lock in a lot of defense on that unit in most cases. But now we're having a 2 against 4. It is a 2 against 4 that I could see these 2 units win, but it is definitely very tricky.
Yeah, it is tricky right here. You land the provoke on the Aragorn right there, but in the end of the day, it feels like it's too late. Is he in torrent range?
That is definitely torrent range. I'm just not sure if you have torrent available, because I think he just used... I'm not sure if he used skill 1 or skill 2, but that is definitely torrent range right there. And these Ragdolls are on super high damage most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a little bit more healing, maybe survive through, but do you want to use it now or after?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think if it's torrent range, most of the time you probably kill it, especially if you get a branding. Does get a branding torrent, this is gonna be 80k, right? 61k to the back. Yes, we're gone, and we're gonna go into that next match. That branding on the perfect moment, ignore defense, torrent, Ragdoll. You love to see it.
Wow, going up in a cloud of smokes right there, that Fire Inosuke. 1-0 up for him against REINCA right here, going into our set number 2 right now, say.
Yeah, Ragdoll is still one of those super dangerous units, and where he was actually kind of not used as much for a few metas. The moment we go into AoEs, Ragdoll is always back, because from those AoE units, there's always something bound to crit.
Yeah, that was so much damage coming through. I mean, remember, guys, these players are at the top of their game in Europe. They're going to be some crazy stats that they've managed to get through artifacts and their runes right there, but pre-bans of the stack ban coming in, Anavel and Alima, so a lot of sustain being taken away.
Yeah, and I also do like it that Smokes is utilizing that ban right away on the NFL, because that is the main healer and source of protection that REINCA is drafting pretty much every match. So taking that out is great. Lima, of course, makes a lot of sense. Lima's Lima. It
is. We've got a Megumi and a Shiho answering into an Oliver then at the moment. For me, why is Josephine? Maybe Josephine?
I would say definitely Josephine, but Josephine-Rakuni combination is most of the time not as strong, but let's see if he actually wants to go for Josephine in the first place, because this Rakuni signaling, I kind of already handled the stunts coming in, but then it's the big question, where's the pair coming in? And we're actually going to go from a stun unit of our own, which is this Jeongnam.
Yeah, Jeongnam making a return from however many seasons, what, 4 or 5 ago, but Smokes has many LDs to choose from there, say.
And we're going to go exactly for those LDs in the form of a Sigrid and a Aragorn. Very well, strong draft over there. Not too many strips on the side of REINCA just yet. Could still go for along the lines of a Juno. And we're going to go for more passive units. Doesn't have that much damage in his repertoire, but does have a lot of sustain, whereas there's no sustain on the side of Smokes.
Yeah, I feel like you're going to have to try and snipe through in these situations. Does it call even for maybe like a Sonya coming out?
Or we're gonna go for Sierra. It's a dangerous snipe right there, but it is a snipe that does not care about elements and therefore is always a dangerous unit.
Let's find out. Do you have to respect that as the final bit of damage on the side of Smokes?
I think you might have to respect it on the other side. Going for the Jeongnam is interesting. I would have more opted to go for the Oliver, because the moment Oliver starts taking turns with all of that support, you're not taking any turns anymore yourself.
Yeah, let's find out. Speed leads for both of these players are available at the moment right here. Maybe REINCA's wondering if he wants kind of something else, but no. Speed leads locked in. 33 versus a 28 going into our set number 2 of the Europe Preliminaries right here. Smokes currently 1-0 up.
1-0 up, but it's also, is this one of those Swift Rakunis? It does look like a Swift Rakuni or either crazy fast on Violet, but it's going to be cutting this turn right after.
Yeah, he's going to be able to cut right here. It's going to, if he wants to provide a turn, but everything else is on immunity for Smoke, so all of it feels like a waste.
It feels a bit of a waste, but that skill 1 was actually very smart, giving exactly the turn over there, does get the additional turn to still provide for that stun. But also afterwards, there's no slow on the Juno, so still we have this Oathbreakers coming in.
Yeah, he can look to get the pushbacks, gets the cool times at least.
Yeah, cool times, no pushback, but we also have an Oliver or a Sierra bomb right now. Big question is, Oliver is the lowest on HP, so it is very likely that if you landed on the Oliver right now, one of the 2 cleansers on low HP are going to be throwing it off at some point. So therefore, we're throwing it on a different unit.
Going on to the Angela, we're going to explode. It's just not enough, though.
26k is a massive amount of damage, but we're gonna get some more healing from this Juno coming in soon. And I think that the Raccoon takes the turn right after, unless we're actually hitting something that makes another unit move.
Yeah, and I mean, the Shiho has to kind of really crit through.
Shiho cannot connect it, but do we have additional damage? We do have additional damage artifacts, and we do actually take out a unit right now.
Oh, you get a little revenge coming through as well. Teaming up right here then with that Aragorn.
Yeah, teaming up should be on that Sierra, which also gives it closer to getting the bombs back, but I don't think she has another turn in her. There's a speed buff Juno with speed scaling on those additional damage artifacts and an additional turn on this Oliver. I think we're gonna say goodbye to this Sierra.
Ooh, res there though on the Shiho, no?
Yeah, that's one of those things you do not like to see. Oliver is eating once again a stun. Do we kill it? We do actually kill it. And we do not have any skills available just yet. This is still anyone's game because Juno's on the field.
Yeah, Juno, can you get some stuns coming through? Will that skill 1 damage be providing a lot? Going on the Shiho even.
Yeah, going on the Shiho. I understand the Shiho take definitely, because Shiho skill 3 is the only thing that can properly take out the Juno in this moment. He's going to be trying for a defense break. If he lands the defense break, the Oathbreaker will be a lot more dangerous. But this is the moment where you can simply boost up the Oliver, and Oliver can do Oliver things.
Yeah, he's going to start controlling you going into the... Oh, going for the kill first then. Obviously, the Aragorn had no skills available, so good decision.
Yep, also we will have some Oliver off turns because he did miss a skill once again, but this is just the moment where a Juno, I think that this was a Despair Juno as well, unless, nope, we don't see any Vampire, it is Despair right there, but it's still one of those things, it's very hard for an Aragorn to take that one down.
Yeah, super hard, and I think Smokes is already thinking about that next set right here. REINCA likely to take this one, and it is confirmed at 1 apiece between Smokes and REINCA right now. So Juno, another unit that's just performing super well today.
Yeah, Juno's definitely doing her bits, and it's also one of those units, if there's just not too much damage coming in, a lot of those damage is debuffs. Juno just always does well, and it's one of those units that's pretty much there every meta.
Yeah, there every single meta. You can always count on her being around. But for these stack bans now then, is it the time where you're going to respect an Aragorn or just leave it be?
I think you definitely have to respect that Aragorn. On the other side, we're respecting Heigang, which opens the possibility for a Yeon Hong and a Gianna combination that Smokes definitely does like to play as well. So for Smokes, it's definitely more of those enabling pre-bans right there.
Yeah, so now we're getting further into that stack ban, so it's going to play pivotal of how big your box is, where your runes are actually spread right there. I'm not even going to comment on the first pick, sir.
That's, of course, locking in that Shiho right there. Also, without the Heigang on the field, Stark becomes a little bit more interesting as well. But let's see if we're going to go hard for a Sierra plus a Gianna combination right now, because that's definitely an opening for a Josephine on the other side. However, REINCA hasn't been showing too much Josephine play, whereas we've seen a lot of Josephine so far today.
We have seen an awful lot of Josephine coming out right there. I don't know if REINCA, I'm pretty sure, doesn't have like a partner or something else to deal with. Obviously, the Heigang is off the field.
We're going to go for Juno, and we're going to go for Chao. So definitely adding in the bruiser mechanics right there. We could go an anti-passive unit in the form of Tanisha. We have seen Smokes do that before. It is not the worst of place to also lock it in right now, but you also have to be careful if you deal enough damage.
Yeah, will you be dealing enough damage going through right there? Dark Stark out on the field. Super strong unit when it's getting going right there. And Jaeger, another big hitter.
Yeah, that's a lot of big hitters on the field right now in both of the Starks, both of the Dragon Knights. Let's see if REINCA does have a final answer for that. And we're going to go for more sustain.
Yep, sustain coming in the form of that Angela then. There's a lot of passives yet again on the side of REINCA.
Yeah, a lot of passes, 5 passes right there. He does not like to play that third skill at this moment, but let's see what we do get for the bans, because I feel like in this one, bans could kind of leave everywhere, depending on, do you want to remove damage or do you want to remove sustain?
Yeah, I would have got rid of the sustain. Angela, I'm not dealing with you in this one right here. Jaeger being taken out on the side of the smoke. So we've got a 33 versus a 28 going into our set number 3 then between Smokes and REINCA.
Of course, first turn as always going towards that shield, but we got a Gianna moving cleanly right after, connecting our stun on one of those very first hits. We can drop that bomb right away, and then we can also potentially stun the whole team.
Yeah, are you looking to get the stuns already, or maybe just a bit of skill 1 damage coming in? Go for it, you've stunned everything, wow!
Stunned everything, and also the bomb prevented for the next hit coming in. Plus, I think this Dark Stark is so strong of a unit that it can potentially kill off this Megumi right there, that you don't even have to go for a hit on this. But this is kind of the edge, and if you're stunned yourself, you can actually not do it. Juno once again showing that she's a unit.
Wow, managing to get those stuns right there. Shiho can look to come in. Megumi's going to take a turn anyway, so maybe it's worth it.
Ooh, Megumi was gonna take the turn if you don't connect the stun right there. Stark still not taking the turns, but this is also the dangerous part where the other Stark starts dealing a lot of damage.
He does, but you can maybe put a bomb on him and you land it as well. That's good. You're going to get rid of 2 units.
Yeah, getting rid of 2 units. Well, the Stark will definitely get 1 more turn off unless it is stunned in any kind of shape or way at this moment. But also this Megumi is living a little bit too long.
Yeah, the more it stays on that field, the more annoying it obviously is for Smokes as it gets going. Defense break landed as well.
Oh, this Stark is gonna deal so much damage, and I don't think a Gianna bomb is definitely not as strong as a Sierra bomb. A Gianna bomb would definitely take out units. A Sierra bomb or a Gianna bomb would not take out units. Sierra bombs would, but in this case, it is kind of on edge if it would actually kill, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're in bounce territory right here. Does manage to land it, but it goes onto there. You've got another chance, but how are you dealing with a Chow and Juno?
Yeah, Chow and Juno is definitely a big issue. I don't see Gianna winning that anytime soon. Plus, you have to go for that chip damage right now. Now it should be enough. We can actually send this skill right now. That is definitely more than enough damage. But Chow is taking out Starks.
He is, and realistically, any of these bombs landing, it's not going to do anything, say.
Yeah, plus, have you seen the damage on that Juno? That is 2.7k per hit. That's a lot of additional damage artifacts coming in there. And that is here for all of the damage coming in.
Yeah, and you're going to maybe pop, or you are now going to pop that revive from Vanessa as well. That was maybe the one opportunity for Smokes. REINCA taking it 2-1. Passives, they're not that strong, right, sir?
Passives are definitely working over here. It's definitely a difficult thing to deal with because the moment that one RNG moment goes in the favor towards a passive drafter, it mostly does mean game, because if everything lands, if everything connects, and none of your enemy procs out, you mostly have a good game. But if anything of that doesn't really connect, the Stark takes the additional turn and cleans half of your team, you get randomly stunned out. It just simply is problems.
There we have it for our stack bans then. That win stack and that Gianna coming through right there. First pick over to REINCA at the moment right here. He's leading 2-1 against Smokes. Remember, if you win another set, REINCA, you're going to be going to the Europe Cup in Hamburg with us on the 26th of September. Is it your time to shine, or is Smokes going to come back and take the revenge in a kind of mini reverse sweep?
Now let's see what we're gonna have. Once again, we're trading Shihos, Megumis. Those are the kind of core units. Also locking in a Josephine has done a lot of work today. Does REINCA have the right answer to her Josephine? We're gonna go back to an Assure. ISMOO was also showing that one. Was most of the time not on the field, however.
Here we have it then. Sure, Angela again coming back. Was banned out last time for Smokes, but didn't actually end up doing too much during those sets. How is Smokes looking to answer? He's on the final line. This is the decisive set. He needs to win.
Yeah, let's see if he finds the right LDs, which he mostly does put his favor in. We got a secret on the field. Are we going to go back to a snipe bruiser style with like a Benedict? I think it is a little bit dangerous because it can take out a unit, but it's also often traded 1-for-1.
So the Gianna bomb didn't quite do enough. Can the Ciara bomb this time around, as he looks to maybe lock that one in and has 2 speed leads? Remember, there's no speed lead on the side of REINCA at the moment right now. He doesn't really care about that first turn.
Yeah, the moment he doesn't have his NFL, the moment he has NFL, he goes for the Irration plus NFL combo. If he doesn't have that, he just goes for like, okay, we'll just lock in a resistance lead, attack lead, defense lead, doesn't really matter. But I'm going to be bruisering, and I do love this bruiser of a Beelzebub on that field. Can he make a good 5th? Once again, a little bit too much heavy on the healing, but then again, could be a heavy hitter as well.
Yeah, let's see if it is respected throughout. Again, there's not too many AoEs. There's only the one from Sigrid, obviously, that would come through against a Beelzebub right there. So are you looking for more single targets? That's a single target.
Yep, I was definitely eyeballing a Sonya as well. Ban out the demon and then go, ooh, he goes once again for the Benedict. I'm scared of the Benedict though, mainly because the moment you lock in a Benedict, the Shio becomes a lot more deadly and a difficult thing to deal with as well. Unless he expects his secret on a 28 or 24 lead to simply outspeed any of the units on the enemy side. But then again, what if your secret is banned off?
Yeah, let's find out right here. The mind games coming through. It could be our decisive set right here. Beelzebub is taken out, and that Sigrid is also taken out. So, Benedict, over to you for smokes, I guess, in this one, as we're likely going to be taking a speed lead and a res lead.
Yeah, it is somewhat understandable, but I think in the end, a Sonya would have probably done more, because a Sonya, if you leave a Sonya in, can take out a She-Hulk. This Benedict is not going to have that turn right away to actually do that.
You are going to be able to cut in, though, right here, though. Say, if you manage to land a stun somewhere, are you going to go into the Megumi, prevent a steal? No, he's going into that Benedict.
That is some good HP on the Benedict. Doesn't actually take it out, but in this case, actually, the Bayek does move in front of this Angela. So you can go for a skill 2 on the Bayek. Oh. Does decide to go for a skill 2 later on this Bayek, however, I guess.
Wow, fully resisted there against the Shiho, though. It means this Megumi can come in, does get the stun on the Asher. Where do you land your bomb and detonate, though? Asher?
I think you go for Asher and you just skill 1 any of the other units so the Asher doesn't get any healing in, because you definitely don't want to go for skill 3 right now, because you might absorb a tech bar in the wrong order, which would give this Asher a turn. So you definitely want to be giving. Oh, still enough due to the dots.
That could be all she wrote right there. Ooh.
Benedict, I'm curious about your damage. Skill 2, where do you send it? High defense scaling unit on the far left in this Abellio. Can you take it down with an ignored defense? Is exactly aiming for that. Does not take it down by the sliver of health.
Wow, he really tried right there, but managing to survive REINCA with that Abellio. Gets another turn. Look at all the provokes from that recent balance patch.
Recent balance patch is adding so many more provokes. And so this Abellio, in the end, was a great pick over there for REINCA. And it was, in the end, not the greatest of picks on that Benedict for smokes.
Exactly, and Asher is going to be following up soon with maybe a defense break of his own onto this Ciara, cleansing himself through. REINCA looks like he's joining us in Hamburg.
Yeah, especially if you get a defense break that early with another additional turn with this Slash coming in, taking out the damage for Smokes. Smokes has no damage whatsoever, has no sustain. You're playing against heavy damage and heavy sustain on the 3 healers on the side of REINCA right now.
And he knows it. REINCA is confirmed at our Europe Cup on the 26th of September in Hamburg. Say, a newcomer is born, reincarnated, I might add to myself there. A big thank you for Smokes taking part this time round. It wasn't quite enough, but REINCA, I mean, we're bringing more passives into the game on his style.
Yeah, that's also one of those things. If you don't have the LDs for all of the units to make it work, these passives are still very strong. Against AoE CC, no problems. There's passive against that. Against snipes, no problem. There's passives against that. So getting the right units on the right rune quality works out very well.
Definitely does. And congratulations to him for his very first time joining us at that Europe Cup competition. And I mean, wow, one more match, say. We've been through last weekend, we've been through all of today so far, and it's going to come down to one final match to determine who is going to join us at that Europe Cup. Looking forward to it. RAXXAZ or FAMICOM. Wow, what a bracket this part has been for this preliminaries, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of those stellar matches. We've seen FAMICOM draft in full LD drafts. With RAXXAZ, the amount of LDs that he has right now could do the same thing. Also, the two of them, they are sharing a few LDs, but not as much as we have seen in prior matches.
Yeah, so let's see how they can figure out to work around it right there. I mean, say, like I said, last match of the day, so much to still play for right here. That Europe Cup competition, you want to secure your place there. Do you want to join Nef, SAMBSEPP, and REINCA, who've qualified from today? They will be in the lower seeding when we actually go into our bracket draw at the very end of today to see what's going to be the route for each of our players to get through to those elusive world finals that are going to be happening in November in Korea. Say, RAXXAZ FAMICOM, are you going to go for your guildie?
I have to go for my guildie, of course. I hope that RAXXAZ wins this, but then again, FAMICOM is not an easy player to win against, so it's definitely an uphill battle for RAXXAZ, but I think it's an uphill battle for both of them.
Yeah, for sure. There's going to be nerves on the table. RAXXAZ should be able to deal with those nerves. He got all the way through to a world final, the final of the world final last year. FAMICOM managing to get to that Europe Cup once before, but kind of fell at that very first hurdle. Say, I mean, two players, they've been there, they somewhat know it, but it's a brand new day. It's a new dawn. And dude, I'm so excited. Hopefully we can finish off on some crazy fireworks, right?
Absolutely, and it's mostly those match one or those set ones that you have. Full LD drafts is possible, or at least all of the units are available. However, I think both of the players are most likely still going towards Olivers, going towards Okeanos, Shihos. Those units are definitely still very common for both of them. But then again, we also have seen units towards the like of Aragorns, Bellas. All of those units do very well. And I think both of them, if we're talking about units, they share both. Han, Bella is definitely a combo that we have also seen Obaba play with and do very well with. And that also both of the players here could draft themselves as well. So there's a lot of units for LDs that there are heavy contested.
Let's see how they deal with each other then, going very soon into our actual matchup between RAXXAZ and FAMICOM. Oh, what a weekend, what a day, what a crazy turn of events to have two newcomers into our Europe Cup from today. Obviously, Neff already been there before. Actually, that would be, if RAXXAZ wins today, two Europe Cup champions could qualify in the lower brackets.
Yeah, that's a special thing as well. But also we have people that made it all the way to World Finals in ISMOO already taken out. So there are still a lot of upsets every year possible. And this year we had definitely a few of them, because if we look at just whoever is playing in this day 3, there's a lot of big names in here as well. Same as like we've seen Glorious even taken out in a first round of a day 3. And there's always so much to play for.
Definitely is right there. Just to let you guys know, we're just getting them into the matches, our players right now for this very final match. I mean, nerves are in an abundance. You got to do that final little bit of tweaking, you know, on the fly. Say, were you somebody who already had it set, or were you still like, oh, I'm going to change this last thing?
No, I was mostly having everything set already, and also depending on the opponent, maybe we'll make a small adjustment. Right now, it's a little bit different because you got preset boxes. So with those preset boxes, having 3 of them, you could actually change things on the fly, but already have that prepared and tested.
Yeah, you've got to be ready. You've got to be tested. And here we have it, our day 3, lower round 2, the final match of our Europe Cup preliminaries for the SWC. Survey says, family feud. FAMICOM wants that cup ticket kept in the fam, but RAXXAZ is about to razz the entire household of it. Let's find out who's going to get that ticket to Hamburg, to Germans, the Vanessa first pick. Woo, I like something different there, say.
Vanessa first pick, but probably Shiho plus an Oliver on the other side. Also funny to see both players highest rank on rank 2.
Yeah, rank number 2s. 2 little ducks floating around there, say.
Yeah, once again, we're going to go towards this Oliver, but also counter. We have seen a lot more Athnas being picked up today. Let's see if RAXXAZ does have the right answers against Athna, because he did definitely struggle a little bit against it earlier. We do have a Lima, most likely 100 resistance, but we also have an Aragorn on the side of FAMICOM. RAXXAZ mostly was opting towards his Dark Zenitsu. Is that something he wants to opt for right now as well? Or do you rather go for counter picks that actually are countering Athnas and Aragorns?
Let's find out what his 4th pick is going to be right here then for RAXXAZ, taking all of the time to really figure out how he wants to deal with the Etna and the Aragorn going into this Dark Stark. Pretty strong answer if I say so myself.
Yeah, Dark Stark is very strong. It's also one of those units very commonly ruined on triple revenge. With the triple revenge, you get similar to a Vert, a little bit of attack bar the moment you go for a skill 1. It's not as much as Vert, it's not provided for the whole team, but it is enough to cut in and provide a stun on that skill 2 later.
Oh, monkey business from FAMICOM. We haven't actually seen a Meihu Wang enter the actual field today so far, but partnering it with a Rakuni, you're sustaining through.
Yeah, it's definitely a sustain, but he's also somewhat lacking of strips, I would say. And also the only proper CC is in that Aragorn and maybe an Athna skill 3. So I do like the Beelzebub right there, but that's also a guaranteed ban on that Aragorn, and your opponent will know it. We're actually going to go for an Artemil. Very interesting pick right there as well, but most of the units on the side of FAMICOM will go for crit.
There we have it. Rakuni being taken out the sustain, and Lima, another form of sustain on the side of RAXXAZ and FAMICOM. We are here. Europe preliminaries, the final match. Speed leads 33 for both RAXXAZ and FAMICOM. Who is coming to Hamburg?
Oh, this is going to be a big one. for me, the Artemil is always such a dangerous unit. Of course, Ethna, higher base speed by 4, is going to be taking that first turn over the Shio. Shio is actually above. It's 51.5% HP right there. It is still surviving, not being stunned.
Oh, but they traded no stuns out over there as well. Aragon managing to survive. But you need to insert a cool time on him.
Yeah, that's the thing. So if you go for any skill right now, we're still, ooh, the additional turn, but the no strip. And Oliver is here to move right after, which can go for that reset.
Yeah, you want to get the reset resisted, though.
These Olivers, I've been saying it all day, these Olivers are so heavy on the resistance on all of these European players. But we have Darkstar to say something about it. Also missing its own stun, though.
Yeah, missing a stun. Monkey right now, do you need to heal back up, or do you want to go for a stun on Oliver?
No, I think the stun on the Oliver would have been nice, because then your Atha could have went for a skill 2 defense break. With the defense break, Artemil doesn't do as much damage. But in this case, you also have to be scared. He's actually playing the game. Oh, Oliver is so selling these players. He's gonna get a double off turn and doing absolutely nothing.
Oh, but a huge revenge there coming in from the Artemil, allowing the stun. I mean, the defense breaks will slowly start going.
Yep, does actually get resisted over there, so no stun coming in as of yet. Does get another stun on the skill 1. It's also one of those things, Artemil on his own skill 1 is not critting all the time, but there's the additional turn, which is gonna bring in the Oathbreakers, which is a different name in this one, which I actually do not know.
No, me neither, but the Spirit of the Wolf Wanderers.
Well, those wolves came in and they came in hot. They did not actually get any crits in, even on that Artemil, on that correct element. But right now, that Oliver selling the match right here is just so difficult to come back from.
It definitely is. You probably need to confirm the kill on the Etna right there. Hope Aragon doesn't take a turn. Kill him again now, but Monkey versus Monkey.
Monkey versus Monkey, that is the name of the game right now. And Shiho does not always win his fire brother right there. But how much can Artemil do to actually provide a little bit of healing, a little bit of chip damage? Because that Monkey over there on the enemy side is definitely 100 on that crit rate.
Definitely is. Can you set up the defense break? You set it up on the Oliver. Oliver's going to be going down pretty easily right here. But it's up to the Monkeys.
Yeah, it's definitely up to the Monkeys right here. Artemil should be on 100 resistance, so should be harder to get stuns in, but he does actually connect that stun right away.
Yeah, and this is maybe your opportunity if you're a Mei who want to get into that Shiho.
Does crit wrong element, doesn't get the right skill off right there, but I think you have to send it on the Shio. It's a dangerous job, but you're going to be losing your finesse in just one turn. Does get a defense break right there. Might it not be 100 resistance?
Maybe it isn't right there. He's going to be able to buff himself up, get some more defense on there, though.
Yeah, that's also nullifying the defense break right there. Plus, the next turn, it will have the full 70% extra defense. This Monkey is holding on by his bare teeth, not landing the defense break right there, but also for that reason, we're one turn away from the heal.
Yeah, where do you... I mean, at some point, you have to deal with that Shiho.
Yeah, that's the big issue. Try to send it over there. I think that this is a simple heal on stealth, and we go for the Alt Eagle, and we take it out. Artemil actually worked out very well, even though Oliver was absolutely selling that match.
RAXXAZ 1-0 up then against Famicom in our last match of the Europe preliminaries right here. Artemil, we weren't sure about it in that final 5th pick right there, say, but actually just kind of being on the field did get some crucial stuns.
Yeah, it did do a lot of work. It did all of the work that Oliver was deciding not to do, and therefore Artemil had to walk the extra mile, but he did actually work out very well on that. Then for bans, I think we're definitely aiming towards Aragorns, Limas, because those are just the crucial picks that both of the players really like to go for, and don't have the other one as well.
Yeah, let's see what we're going in for. Okay, Viva Chell being taken out from RAXXAZ then doesn't want to deal with it on the side of Famicom. And a Lima, like you were saying, very respected in this drafting phase at the moment. Do it to me, Rax. You know which monster you need to pick right here.
Yeah, we're definitely opting for all of them Shios, but we have seen RAXXAZ also first pick Vanessa's, because Vanessa is the best setup for your Dark Zenitsu if you do want to lock that in. It's actually going to opt for an Oliver first pick. We haven't seen too many of those yet. Most of the time, if it is Speed Leader first pick, it's still a Vanessa.
I mean, that Oliver did terrible things to RAXXAZ in that last match, but he's still putting his trust in him, say, like, has he got something going on with him?
Yeah, the runes are there, but yeah, it's one of those things, like the moment Oliver goes for a double off turn, that's the moment where I'm like, maybe you go a little bit back to that storage where you belong, but at least that Oliver does deny units from RAXXAZ himself, so therefore he doesn't want Famicom to have that Oliver, and I think that's the main reason why it's picked.
Wow, here we come then. Anavel and an Okeanos. Kind of like it. You've got a fire unit on the field for against an Etna right there. Third and fourth coming in from Famicom. He's still got that Dark Aragon available.
Yeah, the Dark Aragorn is available, but doesn't really have an opening for an AoE strip as of yet. So that is the big question. Do you want to already send it in? Most of the time, Dark Aragorn players, they don't really care about it. They just smash it in, and they just wait for that one opportunity to go for the skill 3. In this case, we're sending in Wolves, no longer Oath Breakers, but it exactly does what it should do.
Ooh, I'm picking a Bella as well. She was probably one of the heroes of last weekend, say, but we haven't seen too much of her yet.
Yeah, Bella's still super dangerous unit, which also enables the Han pick for Famicom in that 5th position. But let's see if RAXXAZ has something to say about it, which is one of those units he has been hiding all this long. That was the only unit I was not allowed to tell. From all of the 19 LB5s that RAXXAZ picked up, he also got himself a Yunhong.
What is this box, RAXXAZ? Who are you and what have you been doing?
Yeah, that's one of those crazy picks up. He was thinking about it against Malignant, like, hey, maybe I should be drafting it to contest it. In all of those matches, I was like, why is he actually not using it? Is it just not ruined? Is it just not tested? But in this case, we're gonna go for the speed contest. But the big question is, do you win a speed contest of a 28-119 with your own 116 on 33?
I mean, maybe this signals that he is going to ban the speed lead and get through it, or do you ban the Etna?
I think in this case, I would ban the speed lead most likely, because that gives you the most amount of chance. Even if your Oliver Okeanos is super fast, you could potentially maybe outspeed something on the 33.
Let's find out who they are going to be banning right here. RAXXAZ is currently 1-0 up. Anavel going out then. And also the Fire Megumi. So no speed lead for the side of Famicom. RAXXAZ still has it with that Yunhong as well. So it's a crit lead coming in right there for Famicom. 1-0 up to RAXXAZ. The final match via Europe Preliminaries today.
Yeah, let's see where we can connect our skills in this case. Can we send the S2? We do send the S2. Was actually connected on one of the later hits, but that's exactly what you need.
Wow, that's the perfect setup for this first turn right here. He's landed everything that he needed to right now. The only thing is that Bella is going to move on no immunity.
Yeah, Bella is definitely going to be a troublesome. I think in this case, the best thing you can do is either reset double just to add more damage in, and we're gonna add more damage in, but not enough just the stacks just yet. Jaeger doesn't do that much damage without his 5 stack. He's super fast to stack, but you need your enemies to move to get those stacks in.
You definitely do right there, and right now Bella can come in. You're gonna get some dots, you're gonna get some pushbacks potentially.
Yeah, big question is, where do you send it though? He's actually going to send it on the unit that is most likely 100 res for the runes that I do know that RAXXAZ has. He has super fast resist on the 6. It was the right play for going for that, because you do have the rotation come in for the charge fatality on this Yunhong later. But it's one of those things, if it's randomly 100 res, it's just so hard to push that back on a low accuracy unit.
Definitely is right here, and you've got no skills coming out from that Aragorn. You can use that third skill right now. Goes into the Oliver to get more control coming around, and an Okeanos skill 3 is going to be deadly.
Yeah, Okeanos skill 3 is coming in hot. We got Oliver with all the rotations. In this case, is not selling the match, actually landing all of his pushbacks, landing his increased cool times, exactly what you like to see. Plus, at some point, Jaeger is full stack right now. It's going to do a lot more damage.
Look at that artifact putting into good work, like you were saying already, say. Wow.
Yeah, that's the good work right there. Oliver did get a small resistance over there, but that is the S2. That is one that you can actually get a resistance on. It's not the worst of issues right there. Still connect your kills. We actually have double cleanse from this Raccoon coming in. He's still here to play.
Yeah, that's huge for him right now. There is a lot of cool times that he's still having to deal with on that Dark Aragon, though, at the moment.
Yeah, there's 2 turns right there, but if you start teaming up with that Bella on additional turns, the odds are there. Bella doesn't really need skills to activate anything as of yet, but we're not getting anything just yet.
No, we're not right now. You're getting it into there. Critical hits coming through, but I feel like he's got enough to kind of survive through this.
Yeah, we have that one off turn right there, and Jaeger's not moving right after, so Yunhong is not going to be going for a kill just yet. Also, that's where you're on resistance. You're also not adding too much damage to the table. So I think we might say goodbye to this unit right now. That is Oliver.
Yeah, Oliver likely to go down right here. And that Dark Aragon, if he gets an additional turn, ooh.
Oh, there is the S2 available on that Dark Aragorn. You got 5 shots right now. Okeanos most of the time is built relatively tanky, but it's still an accuracy 6. Now we're actually going to be sending everything towards... Oh, that one was still reset. But we're going to be sending everything on the Yanhong, which has been shown to be super tanky itself. But we have more charge vitality coming in. What a beautiful skill right there. Into the Rain of Stones, into the insane amount of damage. And that's one of those cards that you want to hold close to your chest. I got a Yanhong, but no one knows it until the final match of the prelims.
RAXXAZ 2-0 up then against Famicom right there. He's now got a Yonhong, guys. Like, what is happening with RAXXAZ?
Yep, well, I can tell you also, after the prelims of day 2, he summoned 2 more LD5s, both were duped. So he's still sitting on a blessing. The whole guild was like, why didn't you pop that blessing yet, man? Like, skill issue. But then again, he already had that Yonhong in the back pocket.
Oh my gosh, what a scary feat. The guy who came second last year in our SWC in the World Finals in Paris, now as a Yonhong, he's banning out this Dark Aragorn then right here. And Famicom looking to ban out the Oliver. I mean, it did a lot of control in that last one, but he's one step away from doing a 3-0 to Hamburg.
Yep, 3-0 to Hamburg. That's definitely what RAXXAZ would like to see. But also, at least now, the Oliver cannot sell his matches anymore. So he did very good in match, or in set 2. But in set 1, it was like one of the worst things that could ever happen to RAXXAZ right there. But then again, what are we adding to the draft? Are we going to play similar playstyle that we have seen a lot in China, where he goes for double Stark? Because that is also a very strong draft.
Yep, Stark coming into with an Annabelle right there. You want some big defense breaks, some sustain coming through as well. Famicom has this second pick. Usually would have been probably a Dark Aragorn in this situation. There's still probably a Shiho available, but he's stealing the... Oh, different monkey. Different monkey.
Zhongshan Lao. Haven't seen a single Zhongshan Lao yet all day. But when there's stuns, there's also Dark Zenitsu who loves those stuns because it's simply not really happening against him. We're actually taking away. Are we opting more for a speed lead? Because we don't have any speed leads as of yet.
Yeah, let's find out. I feel like you do need a speed lead in this situation right now. Or he's gone for the high base speed instead. It does mean he probably won't be able to take that unit in the 5th pick, though.
Yeah, the only issue is that if you draft no speed leads against players like Famicom, they could easily smash in a Sonya in the 5th, and then you are definitely fearing for the life of either your Shiho or your NFL, or maybe even the Stark. So Sonya is always one of those heavy potentials that Famicom could go for right now, and we're actually not taking either of those, but we're going to go for heavy bruiser on the side of Chao and Josephine.
Yeah, 1 minute. I also forgot here. I just saw it in chat then say Dark Stark is a speed lead.
True, Dark Stark is actually speed lead 21. That's very true. That's one of those units that I mostly don't see as a speed lead, but is actually a speed lead, yes. But also final pick up Dark Demon once again. Most of the time is banned out, but is he going to be banned out in this match?
Let's see if you are going to be banning it around right now. How do you play through it? Beelzebub on the field. He's done it before for RAXXAZ in previous competitions. He's not going to be able to go through right now. Chao and Beelzebub taken out. So we've got RAXXAZ versus Famicom, speed lead 21, okay, versus a 33 right here in what could be the deciding set. Is RAXXAZ going to come to Hamburg, or is the reverse sweep on?
Well, this is always a difficult thing. We have a Josephine on the enemy side. However, you have 4 units with potential stuns or sleeps on your field. So there's a lot for Josephine to proc on every turn. If you get those procs every turn, Josephine is going to do great. If she gets stunned at a certain moment, it's going to be bad. But so far, she is looking at those additional turns.
That's exactly what you want to see if you are Famicom right here. You've got that provoke onto the Annabelle. Can you set up a defense break somewhere?
Going for the defense break on the Okeanos. Could be thrown back in this case. We do get the counter in. Big question right now is, do you want to go for a skill 3 or a skill 2? And even if you send the skill 2 somewhere, it's still kind of dangerous where to send it, because you do have that defense break on it. Is going to go for the reset on the monkey. Is going to be shaking off the defense break as well.
Yeah, let's see. I feel like you maybe don't send it, but he's gone for it anyway against the Josephine.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea, because you have another unit coming after right away with a stun, and then after that another unit with a stun. So there's just stuns coming after stuns. As long as the Josephine doesn't proc on all of them, you kind of want to send out all of your stuns every time, which is a perfect opportunity right now, but does not connect the 2 units that are not stunned. All or nothing. Are you going to send it at this moment as well?
Oh, doesn't quite land anything right there. We're going to likely getting Windstart coming through. We're getting some threat state.
Yeah, we're going to get threat save. We're going to get the additional turn. Not the most crucial additional turns right there. But there's one big issue. Josephine is back on the passive. 2 potential stuns. Did not connect the stuns. And Annabelle is here on a 2-turn provoke.
She is. He's sending it now. He gets 3 out of the 4 stuns, with obviously Josephine coming back up.
Yeah, that's a great stun right there, but also a little bit too late. If you had that in the last rotation, would have been a lot better. This Stark has so much to play for. These units on his side are getting lower and lower on attack bar, or lower on HP bar, and therefore it's just so much damage coming in. Only one you can send the S3 on right now is going to be that Stark, but I think you have to do it.
Yeah, he sent it through right there. You've got 3 units stunned at the moment, but I think you need some crazy additional turns from Okeanos.
Yeah, Okeanos or the Stark, both of them could be very crucial. But Josephine, once again, getting back into her passive range. So any stun you land right now, try to not land the stun. But we also do have the Dark Stark not taking a turn anytime soon. We have the reset coming in, but there's a defense break plus a Stark moving.
Yeah, you're going to get it right here. This skill 2 is going to be huge coming in right now.
Oh, not as much damage and also resistance. Plus, we still have Monkey on cooldowns. Could be a Dark Stark angle. Does actually manage to stun it right there.
Oh, and the one time the passive isn't there for Josephine, you don't get any stuns with the all or nothing.
Yeah, the all or nothing is so much nothing for it. There was first the Oliver selling him the matches, and this time around, unless Dark Stark can do a miracle work right here, but looking at that stun, he's not gonna be doing that, and that keeps Famicom in this match.
2-1 then. RAXXAZ versus Famicom. Is the reverse sweep about to happen? Let's find out and stick around. Josephine yet again say, wow, that unit is annoying.
Yeah, Josephine is, if you're spamming your Shiho, Josephine is one of those units you should be banning out. But it's also one of those things, you kind of want to play it yourself if your enemy uses that Shiho. So it is one of those things that's a double-edged sword to ban out, especially where I think Famicom has first pick right now. If RAXXAZ were to ban it out, it would be kind of at a bad moment.
Yeah, it would be at a pretty bad moment right here. Stack bans coming through then right now. Who is he going to be looking to lock out? Again, could be a deciding set. It's set number 4. Wow, Sons on Lao being taken out and the Layla. Interesting.
Yeah, both units we haven't seen too much of on the last matches, but Layla always difficult to play into. Zongshalao, just a very good unit overall. Once again, we're opting to not go for a Shio, but a Vanessa on the side of RAXXAZ.
Yeah, Vanessa coming out then in that first pick. Annabelle being traded a lot between our players as well right here. First pick coming through. Partnering up with a Fire Megumi, some stuns.
Yeah, I think he's definitely signaling, okay, pick that Shio again. I'm just going to lock in a Josephine in slot 3 and 4 because that has been working very well. And a lot of the units that RAXXAZ has been drafting are very related on those stuns. However, Bella is not one of those.
Bella and a Hannah. Okay, RAXXAZ is signaling, I'm going to take that turn and I'm going to blow through everything you've got in terms of defense.
Yep. Do we see a Shio on the side of Famicom at that moment? Because that definitely does open RAXXAZ to pull out a own Josephine, which would be the right timing for that. Plus, there still is a Jaeger potential. We're going to go for a Ragdoll. Ragdoll is normally really good into AoE hits. In this case, it's a lot of single target hits, so it's not as good, I would say.
Yeah, not as good coming in there. But you've got the AoE, so the Beelzebub has come out onto the field at the moment. Probably a good answer.
I like that Beelzebub over here once again, but most of the time we see it being banned. And we also got a Nezuko on Dark. That's a very heavy Dark lineup on the side of RAXXAZ right now.
This looks like the most opposite RAXXAZ draft that I've ever seen in my life, sir. Explain it to me.
Well, that's just, we're going to deal damage and everything is single target and it's going to hit hard. That is the real explanation about all of this. But let's see if Famicom does have an answer against it. Shio is seemingly the answer against that.
Yep, Shiho coming out then from the side of Famicom. 2-1 up to RAXXAZ at the moment in our last match of today's Europe preliminaries. Qualifying, you get through to our Europe Cup over in Hamburg. And who are they going to be looking to ban out right here? Do you have to respect that Beelzebub? Do you have to respect maybe the Ragdoll because there's crits coming?
There's crits coming in, but I think the Ragdoll's not the biggest of issues. I would either go for the Stark or for the Shiho. I would say on the other side, definitely Demon. Annabelle is also a great one because then we're trading out, no sustain both sides.
Let's see then. So we've got speed lead option for RAXXAZ and we've got the 28 for Famicom. We're going into our set number 4. RAXXAZ 2, Famicom 1. Is the reverse sweep on or is RAXXAZ going to Hamburg?
Let's see what we can do on this Alter Ego coming in on a 100 res unit. Does connect multiple stuns, but all you needed was just that one.
Yeah, but you want to get 2 out of 2, in all honesty. Can this Fire Megumi get a second one? Oh!
Ooh, doesn't get it. But the big question is there crit on this unit right now? Because the Stark is actually very fast. Does crit it, does give it bar. He knows he is on 100 crit rate, so therefore might as well just send it on anything. But do we get anything? It's actually one of those where you don't care too much about, because Bella, you would have skill 1 in most cases anyways, and it's simply taken out cleanly by this Han.
Wow, he's managed to snipe through it right there. And I mean, it's going to be a lot of work for Famicom to bring this back. There's obviously not really any sustain coming through from RAXXAZ though.
Yeah, there's no sustain both sides, and there's a lot of stuns to play from the side of the Monkey and the Megumi. If you can get those stuns, especially on the Nezuko, you could still be looking at a good match. But the moment you don't stun the Nezuko, the 2 units on the side of Han, or the side of RAXXAZ, the Han and the Bella, are going to do a lot of damage.
Defense break coming in there as well. Stuns. 4 for 4.
Oh, 4 for 4. You don't like to see it. That's definitely one of those moments. We do get the additional turn. Can we send the additional turn towards this Monkey? Doesn't take the Monkey out though, and we do give the turn to this Megumi.
Oh, he's coming in. Does get the stun on that Bella.
The Bella with the additional turn. We're shooting 5 shots, and we're shooting RAXXAZ into the next round, because I don't see a way where this Ragdoll can go for a comeback, because we still have to go through a Vanessa passive. We're not sending all of the skills right away just yet, but this Nezuko with the additional turn. We also see Ragdolls with the additional turns. We're definitely trading back and forth additional turns, but there's just simply so much more damage on the side of RAXXAZ potentially.
There is. He's going to get the Bella to go out of the field from the additional damage, but I mean, maybe you needed to just confirm a kill in that situation.
I think the additional damage is fine, but it's a difficult matchup to play for. I think that Famicom is playing it right with the cards that he's currently having, but there's one opportunity needed where you just get a small additional turn on the side of RAXXAZ and things start dying very fast.
Yeah, they definitely do start dying very fast. I mean, Megumi, you're going to have to work miracles, my friend, because it looks like the second place SWC from 2025 is going to be back joining us at the Europe Cup. Say RAXXAZ is confirmed, our final qualifier. Congratulations to him. What a great play.
Yeah, very well played. But it's also, I think, this time around where he had more struggles with finding the right toys to play with, where you have so many in the day 1 where he was playing. I think this time around, not overspamming a Zenitsu, not overspamming this, not overspamming that, even the Yeon Hong just using it correctly when it was good in the draft. I think that was very well played on this day 3 right here.
Congratulations again to RAXXAZ. He is going to be joining us in Hamburg for the Europe Cup this year. Famicom, commiserations to you. I mean, you've made it through, and you only lost to the guy that came 2nd place last year. That was a stacked bracket in Europe. What a crazy last weekend and a Saturday from today, say. I mean, Europe, you think we're looking like we could have a winner out of those 8 that have qualified?
Well, we would also have to see who wins throughout all of the other servers and regions out there. But then again, Europe is always looking stacked.
We look stacked, but can we finally get over the line? Because we're all going to be heading to that Europe Cup, where 3 of those 8 will be qualifying for the World Finals later on. For your confirmation, the qualified players are Nef, SAMBSEPP, REINCA, and RAXXAZ, and they will obviously be joining Pafix, Malignon, Obabo, and Pinkroyd, who qualified already from that previous weekend. Say, if you had to say it, looking at the beautiful photos that we're going to see right now, putting you on the edge, who wins this?
Ooh, that is a very rough one. Well, I think a lot of people here in chat would like to see Obabo finally take it all the way to a World Finals, so I'm gonna vote for my man Obabo.
Obabo, is he going to be the one that finally gets through? We are going to be having, at the end of this stream, our bracket draw to see who is going to be playing off against each other. So it'll be people who were seeded in the first weekend against these guys who won today, and we'll see the journey that could happen right along it. Say, wow, our 8 players that are going to be representing Europe at our Europe Cup. Damn. Any final words from you just about kind of how it's been over these Europe preliminaries? Have you enjoyed it?
Well, I definitely did enjoy Stack Pre-ban, and I think we have seen some posts on like different social medias of you viewers also enjoying the Stack Pre-ban. Every match looks very different, whereas often we had like matches very similar where like one key piece was missing here, one key piece was missing there. Right now we have seen people just simply pre-ban all of the speed leads of someone, or pre-ban all of the speed awakening units of someone, or just locking out individual LDs to really shake out the drafts and then go for a cleave at the end. I definitely really do like those playstyles, and I would like to see a lot more for that. But we got a lot more SWC coming your way also in the prediction event to show a lot more Stack Pre-ban.
Exactly. How are your predictions ending up, say? I reckon I probably got at least like 6, I think. How do you think?
I think I'm probably on 6 as well. I don't think I can do more than that, but a good 6, yes.
Damn, and make sure you are doing that along the journey of our SWC, as obviously there's plenty of prizes and rewards for you guys to claim along the way. SWC scrolls, LD scrolls, Devilmons, reapps, you name it, and it's there. But also, important, set your reminder in your calendar. Tickets are available for the Europe Cup next Friday, the 21st of August at 6 o'clock European time at universe.com. Make sure you're sticking around on the socials, Instagrams, to see where that link might be. We are going to be in Hamburg at Experion on September the 26th, starting a little bit earlier than the matches that have been happening over this weekend at 2 o'clock. We're going to be there. We're going to be enjoying a lot of stuff around it as well. I mean, do you think there'll be much changing up until that moment? Do we have a balance? We don't have a balance patch before then, right?
I don't know. I think the balance patch is right after, because we're one of the earlier servers to actually do the cup. So the balance patch should be right after. So not too many changes coming in. But what is there for you is, of course, this coupon code.
Hamburg is waiting, or if it kind of looks like a Pafix coupon code right there. H4mberg is waiting. You know, you can get yourself some lovely rewards right there. Have a look in chat. I'm sure it'll be shared by our moderators as well. So I think soon we're going to be heading over to the studio for our live bracket reveal. Sadly, we won't have a representation from the English cast over there. So hopefully we'll do justice to some of our, non-German, non-French players. We've got 2 Dutchies in there, like you said. Maybe they can get some good draws as well. But how have you found it? Okay, we've had some crazy differences from other regions. I'd say Europe has its own defining meta, but any final words from you?
Well, let's see if there's as much She-Hulk picks in the cup itself as we have seen today. But then again, we have seen some people switch it up by just drafting more LDs and a finesse.
Yep, and thank you, Seth, for joining me. We'll see each other again in Hamburg for the Europe Cup. Thank you all for watching. 5-minute break while we set up, and we'll go over to Marge, Shazu, and Sample for the bracket draw.
Hello and welcome back to the bracket draw. My name is Mars. I'm joined here by Shizu and SampleText. And now that preliminaries day number 3 has concluded, we now have only one job left to do, and that is literally find out the matchups for the Europe Cup. To explain real quick, we're gonna draw it live here. We have Seed 1, the players who qualified on Sample's side on day 1 and 2, and the 4 players on Shizu's side who qualified literally just today. I think without further ado, we should start. Sample, would you give us the very first name? First one is Obabo. Oh wow, okay. Obabo, Shizu, who will be his opponent?
So
it's Obabo versus SamBSEP. SampleText, what do you think about this first matchup?
I think SamBSEP really does like throwing wrenches into people's game plan. I mean, we've seen how much he like made some OGs like really sweat. So it's going to be a tough one for him. But yeah, very nice to watch, I'm sure.
Definitely, it's going to be an exciting match. Could you give us the next name? Match number 2, we're going to have Puffix. Puffix, who has to face up against. Who's it going to be, Shizu?
it's REINCA.
REINCA versus Puffix. Shizu, what do you think are like the chances for the Frenchies?
It's just like it's a tough matchup from the start, and then you have Obabo to think about already.
The upper part is already difficult.
Yeah, the first is pretty stacked, but to be honest, like the roster of the 8 players are super stacked, so there was no easy quarterfinal to get. So yeah.
That is completely true. You have to win at 1 point,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
All right, Sample, please give us the next name, number 3. In the lower bracket, we're gonna have Pinkroyd. Pinkroyd has to face off against
Up. Nef.
Nef versus Pinkroyd. Sample, please give us like one real quick thought about this one.
It's like almost every year they gotta fight each other at some point. So I'm pretty sure they're used to fighting it, and I'm definitely not getting sick of watching them fight. So it's I'm looking forward to this.
All right, with that, we only have 2 names remaining. Please open them so we can see who these people are, obviously. We have leftover Malignon has to face off against
RAXXAZ.
Shizu, what's your thought on that one?
I don't know.
No thought whatsoever.
I mean, the thing is, like, both accounts and players are like very experimented, so it's going to be, of course, something very strong. No open hand in mind, a close one for sure.
That is for sure. So we have our bracket now finalized. This is how it's going to be on the Europe Cup on the 26th of September. This we have Obabo versus SamBSEP. Then we have Puffix versus REINCA, Pinkroyd versus Nef, and Malignon versus RAXXAZ. Definitely interesting, and we will send 3 players here to the World Final, and we'll hope they definitely do us proud there. Unless I can say now, this would be Europe Cup. On the 26th of September, it starts, so make sure to be there, join live if you can, and we'll hope to see you there. So, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.